Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way, man.
I'm staying in the race.
Consequences.
What you talking about?
Tiny mistake.
Oh, girl, baby, girl.
Don't even play. Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
How rude.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game. Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Welcome to the Resistance.
You are fat, you are a joke, you are stupid, you are not funny, you are not funny, you are not funny.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here today, space fams, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up your seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void of space. All right, good to see all of you folks here on this Thursday evening. Better do some shout-outs before we do anything else. Mr. Spock, EDC, and Moanoep123 in the YouTube chat. Joe47771. A very close fourth. Christopher DeBlante, also here. Hermit Horologist. Jerry McLean. Rizla. No, look, I already said look bovine. Mozart, the Lucky Minute. Geo Dragon, Sammy, Wedge Wizard, Donald James X, Pangea, and that's all I've got. That's all I've got in front of me. All right, good to see all of you folks here today. Like I mentioned, we got a hell of a lot for us to talk about. Epstein survivors speak out as well as testify in Congress. We don't have the Congress testimony right now, but we do have a bunch of other stuff. U.S. military murders 11 Venezuelans in international waters.
Illegal.
China, big military parade. Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, and the leaders of 24 other countries all turning up to China's big military parade. A lot of other stuff, too. A lot of other stuff going on. A very busy week so far. Let's start in the United States. And the last place that we left off was in a state of, I don't know if concern is the right word, but we as well as the rest of the internet were wondering to ourselves as well as out loud, is Donald Trump alive? Let's just go back in time, just a few days to when we weren't even sure if Donald Trump was alive.
Weird stuff is happening with the convicted felon Kankles McTaco who, for expediency, I'm just going to refer to as Kanks.
What is happening? Stop this.
Okay, over Labor Day weekend, this is a guy who has the camera.
You're killing me.
Weird stuff is happening with the convicted felon Kankles McTaco who, for expediency, I'm just going to refer to as Kanks. Okay, over Labor Day weekend, this is a guy who has the cameras following him everywhere, and he will not shut up. If he sees a camera, he beelines for it. It has been crickets. The press has been yards and yards away, having to zoom in, and he looks like hammered dog shit, you guys. And I mean, and that's, for him to look worse is saying something, but that's how dire this situation is. So these photographs start dropping from the press pool. Put up the first one. All right, here he is. This is the first proof of life where he trots out to go play golf, and he did not allow the press to follow him playing golf. And, you know, he fancies himself an athlete and a great golfer. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And here's the next one. All right, this one right here, you guys. I don't know where his hair is. You know, his hair's always outside of the cap, and I don't see any hair here. It is Puff the Magic Dragon, if I've ever seen in my life. The face.
He looks, you know what he looks like to me? He looks like Darth Vader. You know, when they first revealed Darth Vader, you know, that's the vibes. It's the vibes that I get from this photo. Anybody familiar with that? Right? Hold on. No, everybody, yeah, this right here. Yeah, you see? Are you seeing the similarities? Right? All right, I'm not that far off. I think I'm pretty close.
I mean, it's just as puffy as it gets. And let's go to the last one. Here he is in the car. And I don't know if he's asleep. I don't know if he's had a mini stroke. I don't know what's going on. But the question is, who's running the country? Because is this guy running it? Is Kanks running it?
Absolutely not. I don't even think if he hadn't had this type of health emergency, he's running the country.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, Donald Trump, as we know, is alive. He made this comment a couple of days ago when asked about the social media I mean, basically all of social media exploding with questions about his aliveness.
Trump, something completely different. but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see you for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really?
I didn't see it. I wasn't even on social media. It's weird. It's very weird. Like, just think about that for a second. People were adding him on Twitter and Truth Social. Like, it was like a storm of ads. And he's like, what? People thought I was dead? That's weird. No, I'd never heard of that. That's weird. Thank you. Thank you, little Deucey. Steve? Is it Steve? Peter? Peter Deucey, right? Little Deucey is Peter.
Engagements as of Saturday morning.
Thank you for alerting me to this, Peter. I was not dead. Look, I am alive.
Really? I didn't see that. You know, I have heard, it's sort of crazy, but last week I did.
Oh, I did. I
numerous
heard.
news
I didn't hear.
conferences, all successful.
I did.
They went very
Wait.
well,
So
like
he did
this.
hear? Grandpa heard, but he's like, no, I didn't hear. Actually, I have heard. I haven't heard, but I have heard, actually.
Going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. You wouldn't see him.
Suddenly, Donald
and
Trump
nobody ever
seems to
said
be
there was ever anything wrong with him. And
I love how he starts off with saying, no, what? I haven't heard of it. And then he suddenly has all the information. He's like, actually, I have been watching this from day one. I have it chronologically. We have a blackboard in the Oval Office where we are keeping track of all of the nasty things people have been saying about me.
You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of your competitors. I did numerous shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was very active over the weekend. They also knew
the most poignant truths. People, very nastily ignored those truths.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yes, that's a new sound drop. That's right.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
That's right. I don't know. I just felt I was listening to I've Had It Pod. I was listening to the wine moms of YouTube, and Jennifer said that, and I was like, oh, I need that. I'm gonna need that for later.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Maybe you're doubting me right now. I'm fairly certain it's going to come up later. And you're going to say, wow, StreamLord, you were right. We needed that. All right, let's talk about the Epstein files. Now, Congress is back in session. And the push for the release of the Epstein files continues with their return. The return of the Epstein files.
Has returned to Capitol Hill today after a summer recess. There are several high-priority items on the docket, and that includes funding the government and the Epstein controversy. CBS News Congressional correspondent Nicole Killian joins us now from Capitol Hill with more on all of this. Good morning, Nicole. So if we think back, the House left divided over the push to release more files in the Jeffrey Epstein probe. So how soon might we see a vote on potential release of documents?
Well, Errol, I would say they're returning divided as well, so I don't know that much has changed over the last couple of weeks. But look, there will be some added pressure to try to take this issue up, particularly as some of the survivors of Epstein's alleged sex trafficking ring will be here on Capitol Hill this week. In fact, the House Oversight Committee, a group of bipartisan members of that committee, will be meeting with some of the survivors today. They're also expected to hold a press conference tomorrow. And of course, this comes as you have a pair of bipartisan lawmakers, Tom Massey, a Republican from Kentucky, and Ro Khanna, a Democrat from California, both pushing to advance a resolution calling for the release of the full Epstein file.
Isn't that sweet? Bipartisanship. Rarely do you see it on the Hill. The people coming together to attempt to release these files.
Separate from that, of course, the House Oversight Committee has continued its probe into the case. So besides meeting with those survivors, they also expect to hear later this month from Alex Acosta, a former prosecutor and the former labor secretary under President Trump in his first term. This was someone who was involved in Epstein's case back in 2008 and allegedly gave him the sweetheart deal. So that probe continues. And of course, the panel over the summer did get numerous documents from the Justice Department. So will there be a vote at some point? It remains to be seen, but the thinking among some is to let the Oversight Committee kind of take the lead on this and continue to do its work.
And considering how divided Congress is, I think I know what your answer will be to this next question. There is a looming deadline for a government shutdown at the end of the month. It didn't used to be this way, where we spoke about this every few months or so. So where do talks stand at this moment?
Well, they're also doing just that. They're standing.
Well, we'll get to that because there is, in fact, some progress. Before we get there, let's go to the Congress committee, which met 2 days ago to discuss the handling of the Epstein case.
I now welcome our second panel, Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Garcia from the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
How old is Virginia Fox?
Bipartisan vote in the House of Representatives, that only helps.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much. First, I think I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the Massey-Khanna resolution, because you keep on saying that it doesn't protect the victims, but there's in yellow here, there's some pretty explicit language about protecting the identity of the victim, so I don't want there to be any confusion.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Comer says it's unnecessary, but this bill we're doing right now is unnecessary because you're already doing something. So I can't help but feel that this is like cover. And I got to be honest with you, we've been trying to bring, legislation to the floor. We're trying to, amend bills to try to get this administration to do what Trump said he was.
Are those numbers? Are those numbers for the age of Virginia Fox? 100, 137, 999. Okay, guys, this is not a bidding opportunity. Okay.
I'm staying in the race.
Do during the campaign, and that is release all the files, we had a recess early because people didn't want to take a vote on it. And I think, I appreciate the niceties of both of you appearing before this committee right now. But I got to tell you, I think what's going on here today is the Republicans are terrified. And I think we all know why. And that is because the president doesn't want to release all the files. I mean, after promising that he would release them during the campaign,
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
That was in 2024, and then 2025, he says, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by Democrats and some stupid Republicans. That's his quote verbatim. So when you say all Republicans want this stuff released, I don't think that guy does.
That's right.
And what you're telling us that you're going to release some of the files tonight, if I heard Mr. Garcia correctly, 97% of which is already out in public. So we get 3% that's new. I don't know what it's going to say. But I just don't understand what the big deal is. Why can't the administration just release the files? You can do the investigation, but just release all the files. Trump and the people he put in charge of the FBI and the DOJ promised that they would. And it's just kind of strange that they haven't done so yet. I mean, don't you think? I mean, we just want to know, what are they trying to hide? Well, why is this such a difficult thing for them to do? You know, before we left for recess, you guys all told us that you wanted to release the files and that a non-binding resolution authored by Mr. Norman was an important step forward to getting the Epstein files released. Why hasn't that been called up yet? Mr. Scott had the authority to do so for weeks. He could do so this week. Hasn't done it. I don't know why not. Maybe Mr. Norman can explain to us why his Epstein resolution never made it to the floor. Maybe Mr. Scott can tell us why, would like to share with us why he decided not to call up the rule for its consideration when it was well within his power to do so. But honestly, the answers they give really don't matter, because the resolution was nothing more than a distraction to buy time. And
there we go. Jim McGovern of, I believe, Massachusetts, saying it like it is in the House committee, what's the word? And introducing to that committee the joint Kana-Massey resolution to release the files, all the files, not just the files that have already been released. You know, I gotta say, I hate to be a stickler, but I prefer the release of files that have not been released, right? Like, when you release files that have already been previously released, it almost feels superfluous. That's just, once again, I might just be a stickler, I guess, or whatever.
Precision of language, please.
All right, let's go here. CNN from 2 days ago. Lawmakers react after hearing from Epstein victims.
The U.S. House and Senate have returned from August recess and have a long list of to-do items to tackle, including avoiding a government shutdown,
Immediately,
passing
if
10
not sooner.
appropriations bills all the way through the House and Senate and getting it to the president, and debating legislation that would slap big tariffs on some of Russia's trading partners. But before any of that can happen, one Republican and one Democrat are forcing an issue that House Speaker Mike Johnson tried to avoid. That is the release of all of the Epstein files. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee are right now speaking after talking to some of Epstein's victims. Let's listen in.
The most powerful people, not only in our country, but who knows, from across the world. So today, sir, I think as
Just so you know, you're not having a stroke right now, chat. The audio for this is terrible. At least for part of it, it's just really bad. CNN has a massive budget. How they can manage to fuck up the sound this bad, I don't know.
a reaffirming of our commitment, our profound commitment to making sure that we get justice and we get accountability. There were many themes that we heard today from the brave women who spoke to us. First and foremost, it is an absolute atrocity that the Trump administration allowed and sent over the president's former defense attorney to speak with a monster and to then publicize that interview and provide this monster with a platform to perpetuate her lies. The Trump administration needs to be held accountable for that. We need to demand that Ghislaine Maxwell never get a pardon from the United States government and actually serve out the time that she was given and that she deserves for the crimes that she committed. House Oversight Democrats, and I'm so grateful to our leadership. We are incredibly lucky to have the leadership of Representative Garcia and, of course, Congresswoman Lee, who initiated the subpoena. But this is just the beginning. I think today made very clear that even those of us here who've been working on this and fighting for this, There is so much to this story that nobody knows. There are decades worth of stories and information and a cover-up of this capacity to have allowed for the abuse of over 1,000 women over the course of decades, and then stories that demonstrate that Epstein and others were able to perpetuate the abuse beyond, even after the public knew. We know there's a lot more to this. And I think that this is the most corrupt administration in American history, and this story shows it more than anything. So we will keep fighting in honor of the survivors who are brave enough to put themselves out there for truth and justice, and we will not back down until there is full accountability and prevention from this ever happening again. And with that, I will hand it over to my colleague, Congressman Lynch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I listened to a bunch of different lawmakers speak after this meeting with survivors. They all seem pretty, I'm not sure what the word is. I'm not shaken up, maybe, or at least some of them seemed visibly disturbed, honestly. But let's hear from the victims and their families. The survivors and their families spoke on MSNBC. I'm sorry, regular NBC. Which is it just now? Wait, so if MSNBC is now MS Now, does that mean NBC is going to change to just now? Someone help me with that one. Nice. It looks like the stream finally caught up. I gotta click live again. Okay, nice. All right. Yes, NBC.
Tonight, as you can see, just really within the last couple of hours, I sat down exclusively with the biggest group of survivors and their family members brought together at the same time. Some of these people had never met each other before, including a woman who has never before come forward to share her story about the abuse she says she faced at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. I want to play for you now my conversation with these individuals you're hearing for the very first time right here on NBC News Now. A show of hands here, if you or somebody you love was abused or trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell. All of you. So given that, you are here together. The 9 of you in this room, in this, what feels like a show of solidarity. Why? Why did you decide to come here today? Jess?
I'm coming here because there's been a severe miscarriage of justice, a delay in accountability, and we've all come together beautifully and tragically, which feels healing and devastating all at the same time, to speak out and to be fueled by each other's voices in a way that I don't know that we've had the opportunity to in the past.
Mm-hmm. Beautifully said. Yeah. I'm here for the same reasons, but for me, the most important thing is accountability. My whole mission is to get somebody, or the majority of the people, to be held accountable for what they did and what we've all been suffering through for the last, 15, 20 years.
Marika, you're somebody who has spoken publicly about your experience before. Mm-hmm. What does it mean to you to be sitting alongside 8 other people in telling your story and in being here?
Today, I didn't think I would be here 6 years later from when I was here in 2019. I guess I'd just like to say that, I'm sorry, it's always a bit nerve-wracking to speak on camera like this, but I just want to say that the government has failed us. Maria Farmer reported this in 1996, and now there's a pending lawsuit where hopefully there will be some accountability.
Yeah. Jenna-Lisa, how about you?
I'm here once again speaking our truth and kind of beside myself that we're even having to do this again because they never did what they should have done in the beginning. So now here we are having to do interviews like this to get our voices out there because they didn't just listen to us the first time we said it.
That must.
Yeah, and you can tell how upset she is, and you can tell how frustrating I think it is for many of the women that they feel that they need to come out and be public about this very traumatic event in their life and relive aspects of this that perhaps they would prefer to forget. And and still feel like the government's not doing its part to give them justice or prevent this. It's just, God, it's just so frustrating. I'm just watching it from the outside.
Frustrating.
Extremely.
Yeah. The idea of repeating, having to do this again and again. Did you ever think you'd have to?
No. I mean, in 2019, when I spoke up and went public on what had happened to me in 2003 at 14 years old was something that I should have never had to have done in my life. It should have been taken care of and handled from the beginning and been investigated properly so we wouldn't have had to be at this point, I should have never had to put my face on camera so that someone would listen to me.
I want to first get to Sky and Amanda and Danny, who are here representing your sister, Virginia Giuffre. Danny, what message does it send to be here with this group in this, what, as Liz described, this almost show of strength?
She should be here. I am so honored to be here with you guys. She would be here. She'd be screaming, And I think, they said it best. It's like, if I could really say what we're looking for out of this is justice, looking for accountability. And I think it's, we really have to start questioning, what do we stand for? So, it means the world to be here with you, all of you. And, I think this is only the beginning of what's really to come, because showing a force like this, they have to listen now.
Some of you had not met before today. Am I right in understanding that? Mm-hmm. This is your first time for some of you meeting each other.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. And Wendy, take a beat. No, because this is your first time. You have never before spoken publicly about your experience.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to share some of your experience now. What were your interactions with Jeffrey Epstein? What can you tell us?
My interactions, if you guys have followed or know Jenna's story, Jenna is one of my best friends from middle school, I would say. And it's pretty much the same story in that aspect.
How old were you?
I was 14.
And how did you first encounter either Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
Through friends. It was very normal, I guess. Through friends.
And where were you? This was in Florida?
Yes.
And did you go to the home in Palm Beach? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, I went to the home in Palm Beach.
Okay. And what were you involved in there? What did he ask you to do?
I'm not really comfortable answering that.
Okay.
It's the same as if you follow the story, you know what I was asked to do.
How did you extract yourself from this abuse?
I moved very quickly. My family moved me out of Florida, so I exited that world and had no access to it, thankfully.
And how did you cope with that trauma?
Just put it behind you and...
Honestly, I feel like to some degree, this is not a judgment. Like, I'm not trying to judge her at all. I feel like to some degree she's, you know, had to justify it to herself in one way or another. Kind of hear it in the language that she's using, like where she's almost normalized it. I mean, almost literally. She said, "Oh, it was just normal how I met him." It was not normal. It was not normal. The fact that you were recruited by one of your friends to have sex with an older man is, I mean, far from normal.
Don't think about it.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, until it was brought up that, hey, this is a big deal in 2019, I think. This is a real big deal, and it's your truth. So here's what's happening, and that's all.
It sounds like you almost buried Jeffrey Epstein's memory, his name.
Absolutely.
And then all of a sudden, all these years later, here it comes, back into the public spotlight again. What was that like for you?
It's, so I had never really thought about it, I guess, because I just put it behind, you didn't talk about it, didn't think about it, nothing. And it was kind of like, okay, now you have to heal from this. Now you have to address it and face it for the first time ever. Like, this is real.
It's almost like you're in denial, maybe?
No, I just, at that point, like I'm 30, I had moved on. I had a career, you know, a family, and now it's like, okay, well, it's the truth and it's my truth, so it's time to start processing through that.
At the time, did you tell any of your family members what had happened to you with Epstein?
At that time, no.
After, did you?
No.
When did you finally tell, if you have, I assume to this point, told family members?
Yes.
Okay.
I told...
What kind of question is that? What kind of question is that? I assume you've told family members? What do you mean? Of course, she's on TV right now. Jesus Christ.
To people and be like, hey, I did this, and I don't know what's going to happen, but it is true.
Did you reach out to law enforcement at that point?
No. I was contacted through the puzzle pieces that they put together to connect victims to victims to victims. I was on the bulletin board somewhere.
And here you are all these years later, sitting in this room with these other women, with these other family members. Why now? Why are you deciding to speak and to share your story now?
Because not everybody is getting justice, and that's not right. Just because you think that some victims in their mind got justice, that it's not right. The everyday person is out there, and that's me. And we're victims. You could be, you know, your neighbor could be a victim and you don't know it. The person you pass in a grocery store and they're not talking. And I think that, like she said, power in numbers, even if I'm just counted as statistically in numbers as another victim, that's enough for me. They're not protecting our youth. They're continuing to allow the same thing that happened to us is happening still. Maybe not with, you know, them, but it happens, and it's happening. So I took my time in saying something, and I've always been in contact with Jenna. I had a young daughter trying to start my career. It was a big shock to my husband. So I took the time, and I said when I felt like I was ready, you know, it's not a secret. It's just something that I didn't normally talk about.
Yeah.
So now I'm ready to say, you know what? If I am the everyday Joe Schmo and I have this story, I know I want to be able to inspire other people to say, hey, me too. I mean, I hate.
All right, now we will get back to hearing the victims speak about this in a moment, but I'm going to go through a couple of other things that have been happening, or that happened between that interview on MSNBC and now. Let's go here to CNN from 2 days ago. Talk about that release of files, supposedly 33,000 pages released by the House Oversight Committee.
The House Oversight Committee tonight making more than 33,000 pages of the Jeffrey Epstein case records public. CNN has them. We've been going through them as we speak. So far, we've determined that they contain flight logs and court filings and surveillance footage. Now, there's reason to believe these are the materials the panel received from the Justice Department a little more than a week ago, which you'll remember Democratic Committee member Ro Khanna said was just a fraction of what the DOJ actually has.
This is ridiculous.
Our lawyers were up all night, and we now have a fact that only 3% of the documents that were given to us were new. 97% were already in the public domain. And less than 1% of the Epstein files have actually been released.
Well, this comes with the House back from a 5-week recess, and Congressman Kellena, along with committee Republican Thomas Massie, starting to gather signatures to force a floor vote compelling the DOJ to release all the Epstein files it has. Now, in addition, some of the women who survived Epstein's abuses spoke to lawmakers today and plan to hold a press conference tomorrow. We'll hear more from them in a moment. We begin our coverage at the Capitol with CNN's Manu Raju. So what more are you learning about these documents and whether any of them contain actually new information?
You know, Anderson, we are still going through it. I mean, there's a huge amount of records here, 33,000 pages. But in our initial review of this, it appears that a lot of this is information that has already been public or has been publicized in other ways. Court filings, some surveillance footage from some information relating to depositions and the like that have come out in various other settings. So it's unclear at the moment just how new this information is. But
well, there you have it. I mean, it is pretty incredible. It's pretty incredible. I mean, it's not clear whether this. I mean, to me, it feels incredibly presumptuous to think that you can release the same thing 3 times in the same year, in the same 6-month period, and try and play it off as anything but just ridiculous incompetence. I mean, it is farcical to come out and release the same thing 3 times, and every single time come out and be like, we did it. We're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Look, you got the files. I don't even know what you want.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
What did I say about that sound shot? I said it was going to come in handy. And feels like it already has. Okay. Let's go here to one lawmaker by the name of Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was being protested ahead of the Epstein file press conference. People yelling at her before the vote. Now, it's not clear what people were shaming Marjorie for. I mean, she's done a lot of shameful things in the past. But she was not received well. She was not received well outside of this press conference on the Epstein files. Now, let's see what another Republican was up to. I think that was the back of his head just now. What Republican Thomas Massie had to say after having heard from the victims and seen the latest re-release of the Epstein files that only represents a tiny fraction of the actual files. Let's see what he had to say. Mr. Massie. Massie, go.
I care most about the policy here, not the politics of it. But politically, it's really bad for Republicans. They should just have this vote and put it behind them. 80% of Republicans, it's not just independents and Democrats who want these files released. 80% of Republicans support releasing these files. 80% of Republicans support releasing these files. So they're at odds with our base right now, and particularly the MAGA base. They're not redacting things to protect victims. And in the process of preventing embarrassment, they're hiding some criminals. I don't think the president is redacted here. I don't think he's implicated in these files, but I think his donors are. I think his friends are.
Oh, so all of Donald Trump's donors and friends are implicated, but Thomas Massie is not willing to go as far as to suggest that he thinks that the president might be in the files.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Wow, Tom. Wow, Tom, too afraid to suggest that Donald Trump is in the files that he's definitely in.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Let's go back to hearing from the survivors. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Laurel Lee, what's her name? Laurel Lee, I think is her name.
Good afternoon. I'm Laurel Lee from Florida's 15th Congressional District, and I want to thank my colleagues on the Republican Study Committee for their leadership on this issue, particularly Representative Hagan.
Sorry, she's not one of the survivors. She's a lawmaker speaking at the survivor press conference that happened after lawmakers listened to the survivors, just to make that clear.
Good afternoon. I'm Laurel Lee from Florida's 15th Congressional District, and I want to thank my colleagues on the Republican Study Committee for their leadership on this issue, particularly Representative Hageman and Representative Pfluger. So Washington, D.C., our capital city, is the seat of our democracy and a symbol of freedom around the world. But for too long, it has also been a city that is plagued by violent crime, failed policies, and leadership that refuses to take responsibility for public safety. That is why I am proud to support President Trump and my colleagues who are here today in our effort to return order and law to Washington, D.C. Together.
Got to get that in there while you're in here. I love that. You know, you're a Republican lawmaker. You're about to say that the Epstein files need to be released and things like that. You got to get in that you actually support Donald Trump on his fascist, dictatorship. I love the dictatorship. I don't love the Epstein files.
We will advance common sense proposals to restore order, to put victims first, to hold violent criminals accountable, and to stop the revolving door of repeat offenders who cycle back onto the streets. In just the past 2 weeks since President Trump stepped in, we have already seen.
Actually, I just remembered. I just realized I just made a huge mistake. I don't know how this got here. What happened? I just realized this is meant to be in a completely different spot. And somehow I just my wires just got completely crossed. Can everybody let's just forget that even just happened. That's intended for way later. Way down here. This is Unintended. That was not even the press conference. I'm just realizing that's not even the press conference. That was this. Oh my god. My god. I'm out. My brain is already broken. Already making huge mistakes.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Huge tiny mistakes all over the place. That's not even the press conference that I referred to it being. Somehow. Somehow I got this mixed up with this other clip from Forbes Breaking News. I have too many Forbes Breaking News clips today, okay? I have like... This entire page is taken up by Forbes Breaking News clips. All right, let's go here. Forbes Breaking News. To the survivors, the actual press conference.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sky Roberts, and I'm here today with my wife, Amanda Roberts, and my brother, Daniel Wilson. We are proud and heartbroken to be standing here before you as the family of Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Virginia is not only our sister, she is a warrior, a survivor. And even though she is no longer with us in body, her voice, her courage, and her fight live on through every one of us here today. We want to start by saying thank you to the survivors who show unimaginable strength simply by standing here, to World Without Exploitation, whose tireless work helps turn pain into purpose, and to every person who refuses to stay silent, even when the world makes it easier to look away. It is an honor, a true privilege to stand with you, to support you, and to help keep Virginia's voice alive. Virginia fought for truth. She fought to expose a system that allowed the wealthy, the connected, and the powerful to exploit and abuse girls and young women without consequence. She fought for every survivor who was silenced, doubted, or discarded. And she never backed down, even when the world tried to break her. Today we rally not only in her memory, but in solidarity with every survivor. We are here to say, we see you, we believe you, and we will not stop until justice is served. Because justice is not selective. It does not and must not bend to money, influence, or titles. We are here because every survivor deserves more than a headline. They deserve more than a single conviction. They deserve the full weight of the law behind them. Our demands are clear. Elaine Maxwell must remain in a maximum security prison for the rest of her life.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
No leniency, no deals, no special treatment.
100%. I mean, it's incredible that she's been moved to this cushy Club Med jail for, white collar criminals. This woman abused, engaged in a ring of abuse that spanned decades and affected over 1,000 women. And they're talking about, they're wheeling and dealing with her, releasing that insane fucking interview that was done with Todd Blanche, which essentially gave, whether or not it was the intent, I mean, certainly felt like it, but they released it and it, the whole thing, it just felt like it was intended to make credible the testimony of a woman who, to this day, still claims she did not take part in any of it. And has been convicted. All right, let's go here. Another Forbes breaking news clip.
Let's just give a round of applause for all the courage and strength that the survivors have shown. We now will take a few questions. You can always get Congressman Massey, me, or Congresswoman Green in the hallways and other places. If you have questions for us, that's fine. But I wanted to see first if you have questions for the lawyers and the survivors, and Brad will facilitate any of the questions to the survivors. Yes.
Yeah. This question would be for the survivors, Mr. Edwards. The president has said that this Epstein issue is a hoax, is the words that he used. Can we get your reactions to what you think when you hear him say that?
I'll answer that. Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax. We are real human beings. This is real trauma.
What does it feel like emotionally to hear that?
Devastating. It's being gutted from the inside out. Not that I would know what that feels like, but I imagine it's the anxiety buildup with the depression and the survival mode, and then your nervous system goes limp and ironically is shot. And it feels like you just want to explode inside because nobody, again, is understanding that this is a real situation. These women are real. We're here in person. To say that it's a hoax is just not... Please humanize us. I would like Donald J. Trump and every person in America and around the world to humanize us, to see us for who we are and to hear us for what we have to say. There is no hoax.
I think the word that she's looking for is shameful. It is shameful that Donald Trump is minimizing the experiences of these women by claiming that the whole thing is a hoax. Apparently, one of these survivors, at least one, voted for Mr. President, Mr. Supreme Leader. Now, let's go here. This is another survivor, Lisa Phillips. Had some very interesting things to say here.
Be here today. My name is Lisa Phillips, and I am the host of award-winning podcast From Now On, where I interview survivors. In the year 2000, I was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's island while on a photo shoot in the Caribbean. Who I saw and what I experienced there would change me forever. For months, I had to avoid Jeffrey, but he told me that if I wanted to succeed as a Ford model, he could make it happen. And he was right. He introduced me to Katie Ford and many others in the entertainment business. His grip on the modeling business was undeniable. Not just the Ford family, but Victoria's Secret, Faith Cates, Jean-Luc Brunel, Victoria's Secret. Epstein's reach went to the very top of fashion. He could make a model's career. What I didn't realize then was that once he lured someone like me in, he could also destroy my career if I did not do what he wanted me to do. In New York City, countless young women were abused by him. Everyone in the industry knew, yet he was too powerful to stop. He had friends in all over entertainment and arts, and his value to those friends made him untouchable. But I ask you, why? Who was he to our government that he was allowed to operate openly for decades? Why was he allowed to sponsor visas for young models, using their immigration status as leverage to abuse them and silence them? Epstein was not just a serial predator. He was an international human trafficker. And many around him knew
Illegal.
this. Many participated, and many profited. And yet he was protected. I know what it's like to be trafficked to others. I know that the files contain the names of powerful men who have been shielded because of their fame or their fortune. So I stand here today, not just for myself, but for every woman who has been silenced, exploited, and dismissed. Thank you. Thank you. And we are not asking for pity. We are demanding accountability. Congress must choose. Will you continue to protect predators, or will you finally protect survivors? Transparency is justice. Release the files, end the secrecy, and stand with us in declaring that no one, no billionaires, no politicians, not world leaders, is above the law. And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names.
Illegal.
We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors.
There we go. Even if we don't get a list from the government, there may be a list created by the Epstein survivors themselves. Compiled from their own recollections. I feel like that one had to send shivers down a whole bunch of people's spines. Now, Donald Trump did not go unscathed during this press conference. Let's hear what this woman had to say.
Survivor who just spoke. The last survivor who just spoke, she said that Epstein would brag about her relationship with Donald Trump. Could she please elaborate about that?
And anybody
Shante.
get to the microphones.
Get close.
Yeah, I did say that. My first trip to the Palm Beach residence, I drove there from the airport with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Jeffrey and Ghislaine were always very boastful about their friends, their famous or powerful friends, and his biggest brag forever was that he was very good friends with Donald Trump. He had an 8x10 framed picture of him on his desk with the two of them. Like, they were very close.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
There we go. Jeffrey Epstein had a framed 8x10 photo of Donald Trump and himself on his desk, did she say? Bedside table? Either way. Apparently, yeah. A lot of this has been confirmed now over and over and over again by, like, at this point, just in this year, I think it's approaching half a dozen people to have discussed the details of Trump's and Jeffrey Epstein's relationship. Let's go to Democracy Now! 11 hours ago.
Survivors of serial sexual predator Jeffrey Epstein held a press conference steps away from the Capitol Wednesday to share their testimonies and demand lawmakers release all government files related to the Epstein investigation. Calls for the full files to be released have continued to grow, particularly among President Trump's base. Trump campaigned on releasing the files, but has called it a distraction and a, quote, Democratic hoax since taking office. The women were joined by members of Congress who've introduced a rare bipartisan bill that would make release of the Epstein investigation files law.
In a few minutes, we'll speak with Congressmember Ro Khanna, who co-sponsored the bill, and Lauren Hirsch of World Without Exploitation, which helped organize the survivors who spoke out Wednesday. But first, the voices of survivors.
My name is Marina Lacerda. I was minor victim 1 in federal indictment of Jeffrey Epstein in New York in 2019. I was one of dozens of girls that I personally know who were forced into Jeffrey's mansion on 9 East 71 Street in New York City when we were just kids. Today is the first time that I ever speak publicly about what happened to me. I never thought that I would find myself here. The only reason that I am here is because it feels like the people who matter in this country finally care about what we have to say. As an immigrant from Brazil, I feel empowered knowing that the little girl struggling to get by at 14 and 15 years old finally has a voice. For the first time, I feel like I matter as an American. I was only 14 years old when I met Jeffrey. It was the summer of high school. I was working 3 jobs to try to support my mom and my sister when a friend of mine in the neighborhood told me that I could make $300 to give an older guy a massage. It went from a dream job to the worst nightmare. Jeffrey assistant Leslie Groff would call me and tell me that I needed to be at the house so often that I ended up dropping out of high school before 9th grade. And I never went back. From 14 to 17 years old, I went and worked for Jeffrey instead of receiving an education. Every day I hoped that he would offer me a real job as one of his assistants.
Man stole this woman's entire childhood. At least, you know, or like your teenage years all used up by this criminal.
Illegal. Every day I hoped that he would offer me a real job as one of his assistants or something important. I would finally have made it big, as, like we say, the American dream. That day never came. I had no way out. I was, until he finally told me that I was too old. There are many pieces of my story that I can't remember, no matter how hard I try. The constant state of wonder causes me so much fear and so much confusion. My therapist says that my brain is just trying to protect itself, but it's so hard to begin to heal knowing that there are people out there who know more about my abuse than I do. The worst part is that the government is still in possession right now of the documents and information about that could help me remember and get over all of this maybe and help me heal. They have documents with my name on them that were confiscated from Jeffrey Epstein's house and could help me put the pieces of my own life back together.
My name is Haley Robson. I was a 16-year-old high school student athlete who made good grades and had high aspirations for college when I was recruited and asked by a classmate of mine alongside with a 20-year-old male if I wanted to give an old rich guy a massage. But what high school girl would not want to do that? That day changed my life forever. And when I got into the massage room, Jeffrey Epstein undressed and asked me to do things to him. My eyes welled up with tears, and I have never been more scared in my life. When it was over, he paid me $200 and requested in exchange that I bring a girl each time to make another $200. I told him I did not want to do that, and then he gave me an ultimatum. Either you come here and massage me when I call you, or you bring me friends of yours to massage, and I will give you $200 per girl for each time she comes. I felt and hoped to never hear from him again, but he called me every day. He was so wealthy and powerful, and he would not let me go. I felt I had no choice. If I disobeyed him, I knew something bad would happen. So knowing I did not want to be sexually abused, I started to bring him girls from my high school.
How this guy could act with such impunity for so long. Literally hounding high school girls on their phones over and over every day, like she said. I mean, and she's not the only one. It's insane. How is this allowed to go on for so long?
I started to bring him other girls from my high school, and he paid me $200 for bringing them. I just hoped each time it would be the last time. One day, the stepmom of one of the girls brought him and called the police on Jeffrey Epstein. The police then called me in for questioning. I had told them the truth despite the fact that I was a teenager and a minor, and I was able to tell the police the names of all the other victims. The police treated me like a criminal. I had, by this time, had turned 18. I had been with Jeffrey since I was 16 and for 2 years. So they had told me So they told me I was going to be arrested. My name was then distributed to the press as a co-conspirator of my abuser, who I detested. My entire world was crashing in around me, and I started being threatened and bullied, till this day still receiving death threats.
My name is Shantae Davies, and I'm here before you today as a survivor of decades of pain, the trauma, and betrayal at the hands of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, and the people who enabled them, and a government that for far too long refused to help. I was just one of the many young women trapped in his orbit. I was even taken on a trip to Africa with former President Bill Clinton and other notable figures. In those moments, I realized how powerless I was. If I spoke out, who would believe me? Who would protect me? Epstein himself was the most powerful leader of our country. Epstein surrounded himself, with the most powerful leaders of our country and the world. He abused not only me, but countless others, and everyone seemed to look away. The truth is, Epstein had a free pass. He bragged about his powerful friends, including our current president, Donald Trump. It was his biggest brag, actually. And while what I endured will haunt me forever, I live every day with PTSD. I live as a mother trying to raise my child while distrusting a world that has betrayed me. This kind of trauma never leaves you. It breaks families apart. It shapes the way we see everyone around us. But one thing is certain, unless we learn from this history, monsters like Epstein will rise again. There are files, government files, that hold the truth about Epstein, who he knew, who owed him, who protected him, and why he was allowed to operate for so long without consequence. Why was Maxwell the only one held accountable when so many others played a role? Why does the government hide this information from the public? This secrecy is not protection, it's complicity. And as long as the truth is buried, justice will remain out of reach. That is why this bill matters. Passing it will, bless you, ensure that the suffering of survivors is not in vain. Passing it will bring accountability, transparency, and prevention. It will help protect the next generation of predators who seek to place themselves above the law through wealth, influence, and connections. This is not just my story. It is about every survivor who carries invisible scars. It's about the weight we live with daily. It is about the families broken and the futures stolen. So I ask you, President Trump and members of Congress, why do we continue to cover up sexual abuse and assault? Who are we covering for? Let the public know the truth. We cannot heal without justice. We cannot protect the future if we refuse to confront the past.
Those were some of the Epstein.
What's interesting is the answer to that question is also in the question itself. At least for now, they're covering up most specifically for the president, Donald Trump. Now, I'm sure there's plenty of other people who they're protecting for, donors. So it have been suggested that many Trump donors are in there, and who knows who else. But that would be the number one name on there. Okay, I gotta start a goal before we go any further. Because I have totally shirked my duty. And I've missed the regular start time of the goal by a half an hour. Okay, I started the goal.
Survivors who spoke out Wednesday in a news conference outside the Capitol. They also called for the passage of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, introduced by Republican Thomas Massie and Democrat Ro Khanna, who will join us in a moment.
World Without Exploitation helped organize the survivors who spoke out. It's the largest anti-trafficking coalition in the country. For more, we're joined by its national director, Lauren Hirsch, the former chief of sex trafficking unit here in New York. Lauren Hirsch, welcome to Democracy Now! If you can talk about the significance of this moment, you had scores of women, of survivors. Some of them had never spoken before, surrounding the group of women who did speak. Talk about this moment and also what it means for them to be calling for something that the Trump administration said they were protecting the victims when they were not releasing the files, calling for the release of the Epstein files.
Well, good morning, and thank you so much for having me. This was truly a historic moment. We saw more than 20 Epstein survivors come together. They stood in solidarity with one another, and so many survivors of other exploiters who joined them at the Hill yesterday to listen to their voices. And it was historic for so many reasons, because this was really the first time that these women were coming together and really connecting with one another. But also, it was so powerful to listen to their stories and also listen to their call to action and listen to the other women who surrounded them, many of whom were exploited by other people. But interestingly, we were approached by several other Epstein survivors who we didn't even know who were in the space, who said, I needed to be here today. I needed to listen to my survivor sisters. And this gave me strength and empowered me for the very first time.
I mean, it's incredible. I mean, the number of women out there who have been abused is truly just, it's almost unimaginable. When you think about the scope of it all. You know, like, this has been a thing for a long time now. And there are still people coming out of the woodwork. People who have stayed silent for whatever reason for years and just now feel like it's finally time for them to engage in this right now. It's, God, it's, you know, it takes bravery to do it. And, you know, I commend them for that bravery. All right, let's go. Let's keep going here. We don't have to hear from Ro Khanna on this one because we got a different press conference with Ro Khanna in a couple of videos. Before we get to that, let's go here. Marjorie Taylor Greene had a fascinating claim. She came and spoke at the Epstein Files Transparency Act press conference. And she had this to say.
As you're questioning, why can't they just name the names? What you don't realize is they just told their stories of being raped and being abused, being victimized, being manipulated, being coerced, and basically held in a prison of captivity of sexual abuse while they were young teenagers and extremely young, vulnerable women. And in Jeffrey Epstein's home and the places they went with him, they saw the most powerful people in the world in his pictures, and they saw him with those people. Can you imagine how terrifying it would be to name names like that? These are some of the richest, most powerful people in the world that could sue these women into poverty and homelessness. Yeah, it's a scary thing to name names, but I will tell you, I'm not afraid to name names.
And so if they want to give me a list, I will walk in that Capitol on the House floor and I'll say every damn name that abused these women. I can do that for them.
We thank you for watching, and remember...
Oh, there we go. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app, or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Conference, making a declarative statement that she, in fact, would, for these women, because there has been some question around the potential legal repercussions of these women making a list. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, well, and I mean, we aren't usually we're here to give Marjorie Taylor Greene any props, but in this particular case, I do feel that she deserves them. And sticking up for the victim, saying, you make the list, I'll read it. And I gotta say,
Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names.
Oops, sorry.
Several of us
what the heck?
survivors have been
stop that. You're killing me. But yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene, apparently, if she's furnished with a list by the Epstein survivors, she will read that list. Now, it doesn't make up for, any of her, sort of worse qualities. But it still deserves recognition. That's as much as I'll say. Now let's go here, because yesterday we started this off. I kind of started this discussion off talking about the push for Congress to actually vote, something they had avoided doing on Mike Johnson's say-so earlier this summer. But the House did in fact vote not to release the files, but they did vote to begin a Jeffrey Epstein probe.
Don't be creepy.
Okay, why won't the video play? Oh.
Several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. Yes. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them.
Our demands are clear. Ghislaine Maxwell must remain in a maximum security prison for the rest of her life. No leniency, no deals, no special treatment. The Epstein documents must be unsealed. Every name, every detail, no more secrets, no more protection for those who preyed on the vulnerable. And finally, we demand full accountability from every enabler, every accomplice, every person in power who turned a blind eye. The justice system was not designed to serve the powerful. It was meant to protect the people.
I was just one of the many young women trapped in his orbit. I was even taken on a trip to Africa with former President Bill Clinton and other notable figures. In those moments, I realized how powerless I was. If I spoke out, who would believe me? Who would protect me? Epstein himself was the most powerful leader of our country. Epstein surrounded himself, with the most powerful leaders of our country and the world. He abused not only me, but countless others, and everyone seemed to look away. The truth is, Epstein had a free pass. He bragged about his powerful friends, including our current president, Donald Trump. It was his biggest brag, actually.
Jeffrey Epstein, sexual abuse survivors and their family members shared their stories in Washington, D.C. Now, this comes as the House voted 212 to 208 to approve a measure directing the House Oversight Committee to continue its ongoing investigation into the Epstein case. Let's bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns, joining us live now from Capitol Hill. Caitlin, thank you for being with us. What do we know about this latest push by Congress to get more transparency when it comes to the Epstein case?
Well, this is something that leadership up here on Capitol Hill had hoped would die down on the...
Say it right, Caitlin. It's Capitol Hill. Capitol Hill.
This is something that leadership up here on Capitol Hill had hoped would die down on the Republican side during the recess, and it really didn't. In fact, it intensified. And yesterday, a bipartisan push to gather signatures for a discharge petition gained steam, which a discharge petition, essentially you have to get 218 signatures, and then that would force a vote on the House floor, and in this case to vote to release all of the Epstein files. Now, what happened yesterday was the Oversight Committee released 33,000 pages of documents related to that case. They had subpoenaed the Justice Department for those documents. They got them and released them last night. Not a ton was new there, and we're still combing through them. But from the perspective of House Republican leadership, they would like that to be the avenue where this goes. And they're hoping that that will quell the calls from some members of the base for more of these documents to be released.
Maybe if we just release the same documents a third time, that'll get everybody to shut up about these damn Epstein files. It's truly incredible. I wonder who, if anyone out there, is actually being fooled by this third release. They're like, oh, they finally did it. It's like, nope. Same, the same files. It's the same goddamn files. All right, let's go here. Talk about the bipartisan push for the release of all of the Epstein files. Among other things, but CNN from yesterday, Ro Khanna and Representative Massey, Doug Massey, came out together to do an interview on CNN. Not two guys you think of working together too frequently.
Are the co-authors of the petition that the president and speaker are not calling for its passage. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California and Republican Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky. And thank you both for being here. Congressman Massey, let me start with you because obviously you've been the focus of the White House's hire, as you are well aware.
Doug, Tom, same difference.
You hear those women today on Capitol Hill, and then you hear what the president has to say. Who do you think has more sway with your Republican colleagues, those women or the president?
Well, with my Republican constituents, those women have the most credibility, and I think it's disrespectful to call it a hoax. This is not a hoax, not at all, and it's not going to go away. If the president wants to highlight the things that he's trying to do in the White House, then he should just call for the vote and release all of these files, and then he can move on. But they want to drag this out.
Congressman Khanna, just on those women for a moment, I mean, that was such a striking show of force from all of them today. What was it like for you to hear from them?
You know, I was just moved on a human level. It really, for me, was totally not about politics. I was standing a few feet away from them while they were speaking out. Almost half of them were in tears. They were talking about being raped at the age of 13 or 14. They were talking about being forced to get other high school and junior high school friends of theirs, knowing that they were going to face sexual assault. It was heartbreaking. Illegal. And frankly, they are bringing this country together. They are bringing people, whether they're progressive, independents, moderates, MAGA supporters, together to say, we need to release these files. We need justice for the rich and powerful men who abuse them. And this is not about politics. This is about morality.
Congressman Massey, why do you think those stories I mean, they don't seem to be. But why do you think that they're not resonating with the White House?
Well, they're resonating with the public in my district all across the country.
Why do you think that they're not resonating with the White House? You know what? I guess it depends on your definition of the word resonating.
Precision of language, please.
Because in my mind, they are resonating with the White House, just perhaps not in the way that everybody else would prefer. They're resonating in the sense that they are literally sending shockwaves through the White House. Where they're doing literally everything that they can think of, which is apparently not a lot. I mean, in reality, like, I mean, of course, ever since this all became a thing, or at least became a big news story this year, you know, they've done everything possible to distract from it. So it's very much resonated. They're certainly up to date on it and keeping a close eye on it, but it's just not resonating in the way that we would all perhaps prefer.
And in fact, they were resonating in the White House 9 months ago when the Attorney General said they would release the files, when the Vice President said they would release the files, when the FBI Director said they would release the files, when Trump's own children said that these files need.
Mr. Massey is making a strong point. This is a good point.
FBI Director said they would release the files. When Trump's own children said that these files needed to be released. Why the 180-degree turn here from the administration? I think there are rich and powerful people who've always been beyond the reach of the law, or thought that they were, who want to remain there, and they're donors. They are donors.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, at one point it was resonating very differently. The White House was, you know, excited about releasing those files earlier this year. The list was on AG Pam Bondi's desk, and then it just disappeared. Okay. Let me think. What do we do here? What do we do here? I think I might take a quick break. We're going to switch topics. Seems good enough of a time as any. But do not worry, Space Fams. We will be right back after this brief galactic intermission. Do want to remind everybody that we are, of course, we still got a goal going. It's been going for 20 minutes. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, don't forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, Space Fams. If people who watch this show stopped donating, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a myriad ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to supporting the stream rather than the bottom line of Google, but of course the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron for the low, low price of $3 a month. That's right, 10 cents a day will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Get an avatar on one of these break screens, shoutouts at the end, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, don't forget, gotta get enough donos to ensure that we get all the galactic content tonight. And boy, oh boy, do I have a lot of stuff for us to get through. Wouldn't want that to not happen. Okay. That's enough for me, chat. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, Space Fams, I am back. Which means it's time for us to start the show once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss the second half. All right. Let's see, we left off talking the Epstein files. Let's move on to talking about how Republicans are doing more broadly. Let's go here, CNN, 2 days ago. Actually, this is not a good place to start this off. I'm just realizing that this should be more over here. Okay, actually, I am going to do this. I'm going to move this down here. I'm sorry, we're not going to do the CNN clip yet. That's my bad. It is my bad. Hold on, I have to rearrange this. This is wrong. Everything is wrong. Okay, I think I've solved it. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. And take it back. We're not going to CNN. Let's go to Forbes breaking news. Talk about what the president has been doing. His good friend and I'm fairly certain former attorney in some capacity, his staunch advocate, and did he have a position in the administration last term? I could have sworn he did. But sweaty, grease forehead having former mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, who lost a judgment in the election fraud case. He's been having a weird time, Rudy. But thankfully the president is always going to look out for him. He'll never forget what Rudy has done for him and for this country. And he's awarding Rudy Giuliani the Medal of Freedom. That's right, Rudy Giuliani. Medal of Freedom.
President Donald Trump says he's awarding former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Trump announced the honor 2 days ago after his longtime political ally was badly injured in a traffic accident. Giuliani was once lauded for leading New York after the September 11th attacks. He was later sanctioned by the courts and disbarred for amplifying false claims about the 2020 election. Giuliani was also criminally charged in 2 states, but he has denied wrongdoing. In a statement on social media, Trump called Giuliani the greatest mayor in the history of New York City and an equally great American patriot.
The great American patriot, Rudy. Sweaty Rudy.
Conflict is brewing.
Sweaty Rudy, actually a great patriot. Now, it's not clear what he's getting the Medal of Freedom for. I'm not sure if it's the election fraud, crimes, or his mayorship. The president didn't make it super clear. But just for great patriotism, I guess. That's what you get. You get the Presidential Medal of Freedom. For peddling election fraud bullshit. Okay, speaking of lawsuits, Newsmax is suing Fox News. That's right. Two conservative outlets head-to-head in a very contentious case. Newsmax claiming that Fox News has been using its media power to, I don't know, it's not clear what they're the ones making the claims. So, let's do this.
Conflict is brewing in the right-wing media sphere, with Newsmax accusing Fox News of stifling competition. Its lawsuit claims that Fox coerces distributors to keep other right-wing networks off the air. Newsmax founder Christopher Ruddy says the lawsuit is about restoring fairness to the market. Fox says Newsmax is chasing headlines to make up for a lack of viewers. Brian Stelter has been on this story. Quite a move, and I want to quote from the lawsuit now, quote, Fox leverages this market power to coerce distributors into not caring or into marginalizing other right-leaning news channels, including Newsmax. Is the message to Newsmax, prove it?
Right, Newsmax certainly is alleging hardball tactics in the cable business, and that's true. I know that, having written about and covered Fox News for years. Yes, Rupert Murdoch's media empire plays hardball in its cable negotiations, but so do all of Fox's rivals. So do all of the major media companies. What's alleged in this lawsuit is essentially how the cable business has worked for decades. Does anyone rise the level of illegal?
Leave it to Republicans. Oh, I love that.
No, I don't want reality. I don't want reality.
Leave it to Republicans. Newsmax suing Fox News for the broader cable media news landscape, apparently. It's all Fox's fault for how all of the dirty inner dealings of the cable business happen. Damn you, Fox. Oh, grr. And there's plenty of things I'd like to, blame Fox for. That's not one of them. That's not one of them. I find this to be a hilarious decision from Newsmax. Unfair, very nasty, nasty Fox News. Doing business the way it's been done in television for many decades. A dying business that we can't seem to quite compete in for some reason. Okay. Let's talk immigration. Actually, wait, before we go to immigration, I forgot. No, wait. That's in a second. We'll get to immigration in a second. First, though, let's go to Labor Day protest that happened on Monday. In Nashville, Tennessee. Here's News Channel 5 from 2 days ago. Now, Labor Day protests happened all over the country, apparently.
Dozens of people spent their Labor Day protesting ICE here in Nashville. You know, many gathered at the ICE field office, marking the first day of the National Guard's contract to assist ICE. Tony Sloan live there at the Department of Homeland Security office here in Nashville. And Tony, people are wanting their voices heard in this, obviously. So what is their message?
Well, Ben, the main point of contention is the National Guard's role in all of this. So Monday marked the first day of the National Guard's contract with ICE, but demonstrators argue that immigration enforcement is not the National Guard's role and it doesn't make communities safer. But Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says that this is part of a larger effort to help cities like Nashville address illegal activity. Now, in the meantime, after deploying the National Guard to D.C., Noem says that she has not ruled out expanding immigration enforcement operations to cities across the country. But protesters, they were out yesterday with one clear message.
My brothers and sisters, not only do they need to be scared of officers, they need to be scared of our soldiers who swore they were going to protect everybody in this country.
We have hundreds and hundreds of agreements with local law enforcement, sheriffs, city administrators and mayors across the country that want to solve problems.
Now, Tennessee has sent National Guard troops to D.C. at the president's request. Governor Lee said that there has not been any conversations with the president or his team about sending troops to our state for crime reduction.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Good, pretty good. Oh, thank God. As long as they're not sending him to Nashville, no big deal, right? Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Now, it's not clear anymore that all right-wing, all Republican states are off the table. We'll get to that in a little bit. But let's continue going through these protests. This is CBS News from 2 days ago. Labor Day protests challenge Trump's policies.
Unions and community groups organized Labor Day protests against the Trump administration on Monday. And these protests were dubbed Workers Over Billionaires and were led by the labor union AFL-CIO. Here's just a brief sampling of what was heard from officials who joined the protests.
When there's attack on our communities, when they're cutting Medicare, when they're cutting Medicaid, where they're trying to cut public education, where they've cut funding for all these infrastructure projects, an attack on our communities is an attack on our workforce.
His reckless tariffs have resulted in 37,000 fewer manufacturing jobs in our economy, and more American workers got laid off last month than any month since the start of the pandemic.
Wow. CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen is here with us in studio for more on this. Good morning, Tom. Great to see you. So where exactly were these demonstrations? And beyond what we heard there, what was the overall message?
Yeah, well, the demonstrations played out over roughly 1,000 different locations across the country. The things that were protested were almost as wide-ranging as the number of locations of the protests themselves. But two main things that were constantly being protested across the board, what these protesters say are authoritarian policies, including the deportation of immigrant workers and, of course, most recently, the deployment of federal forces in the nation's capital. One of the biggest protests, for example, was in Chicago, where the president obviously has suggested that.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
There we go. People protesting all over the nation. More footage here from Forbes. Actually, before we go to Forbes breaking news, I figured we would do this. A little midweek fun. The Good Liars at Trump Tower at a Labor Day protest.
Welcome to $1 Billion Question, the show where you have to answer one question correctly to earn $1 billion. Can I get your first name?
Peter.
All right, are you ready to play $1 Billion Question?
I think I'm about to lose, but yes.
$1 Billion Question. If you answer this correctly, you get $1 billion. You feeling a little pressure right now?
I'm not going to get it right, but I'm okay. I'm a learner.
All right, for $1 billion, Should billionaires exist? Yes or no?
No.
No!
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
The final answer is
No.
no, billionaires should not exist?
That's right. Do you want me to elaborate?
That's correct. You won. You just won $1 billion.
Yeah! I can't accept it.
You won't accept it?
I can't accept it.
So we are here at the protest against Donald Trump here on Labor Day. Also a protest against billionaires. Should billionaires exist? Yes or no?
No.
Correct.
Hi, should billionaires exist?
Absolutely not.
Okay, that's correct. Thank you.
That is correct.
One
Thank
question. Should billionaires exist?
No.
That's right. Good job.
Should billionaires exist?
Yes, that's okay, but as long as they pay their fair share.
No,
I'm sorry, no,
that's
that was the
incorrect.
wrong answer.
All right.
So we are here at the protest outside Trump Tower, and there are bubbles here. Donald Trump has not been seen in public besides one picture since Tuesday.
And the picture, I think, was a fake picture.
Oh, okay.
I think it was a 6-day-old picture of him golfing with somebody, and the somebody was
Gruden, the football coach.
fake. It was fake. So we don't know where he is or what he's doing. What we do know is that even if he dies, we may not know because Project 2025, I mean, they'll just all take over, and who knows how long it'll be before we know if we have a president or not.
How do you feel about the United States of America right now?
Well, I love the country and I want to protect it from what's happening right now at some levels. Mm-hmm.
And what specific things would you like to protect it from?
The rights of immigrants, which have made a tremendous contribution to this country.
He has a hat that he's been wearing in the last week or so, which was Trump was right about everything.
So that's just like wearing a hat that says, I was right about everything.
That's right. That's
Yes.
right.
Is that a normal thing for
No, it's not.
No, it's not at all normal, actually. It's very weird. We're all concerned about it. I've been talking about it for a while now. I don't know the first time I mentioned it. When I first noticed it, though, it's just like, wait a second. Is Donald Trump wearing a hat that says Trump was right about everything? Am I losing my mind? The Supreme Leader-in-Chief is wearing a hat that is the very definition of, like, just malignant narcissism. Okay. Let's move away from the old good liars. Keep checking out some of these Labor Day protests. Footage here from Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. I believe these were in D.C.
Shame! 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 Dragonia! Shame! 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 Our bodies! Our bodies!
There's like almost no cars coming through here. I wouldn't worry too much.
Our choice! Our choice! Our choice! Our choice!
Well, there you have it. Protesters in D.C. on Labor Day making their
Judge
voices
blocked
heard.
the Trump administration from deporting unaccompanied Guatemalan
their
migrant.
Very well made Handmaid's Tale costumes. Which, I mean, really, they're just getting ahead of the game when you think about it, you know? They've already got the outfit, so when they're mandated by the government, they can just, you know, don't even have to change anything. All right, let's talk about immigration and all of the things that the Trump administration's been doing around immigration in recent days. Now, a judge ruled that the Trump administration cannot just go deporting migrant children. Let's go to CBS News from Monday. Talk about that.
Judge blocked the Trump administration from deporting unaccompanied Guatemalan migrant children just as their flights were ready to take off. CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez is here with us in studio with more on this morning. Camilo, great to see you.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here. Where are these kids now, and what does this ruling mean overall?
Well, the 76 unaccompanied migrant children from Guatemala who were facing return to that country on Sunday are now back in U.S. custody in shelters overseen by the Office of Refugee Resettlement, a federal agency that is charged with housing migrant children who enter the country illegally without their parents or legal guardians. That is because of that judge's order, who is now overseeing this case and determining the facts in a legal battle in which the two sides are saying starkly different things. Errol, the Trump administration is arguing that it was technically not trying to deport these unaccompanied children, but instead to return them to Guatemala for the purposes of having them reunite with their relatives.
They're not deporting them, they're returning them. Don't you see? There is a real intangible difference between deporting someone from the country to a different country and returning them from one country to another country. Sure, the distinction is nearly impossible to discern. It's there. Just don't look, just pretend, don't worry about it.
At the request of the Guatemalan government, the attorneys for the children say many of these kids had pending immigration cases in the U.S. that had not been fully adjudicated, that some had even expressed concerns about being harmed or otherwise victimized in Guatemala and did not want to go back there.
Now, the president repeatedly claims, as far as his deportation practices overall, that they are targeted to the worst of the worst. We want to just play briefly what the Homeland Security Secretary said on Face the Nation Sunday. Let's listen to that.
We will continue to go after the worst of the worst across the country, like President Trump has told us to do.
If we were going after the worst of the worst, Kristi Noem would already be gone. All right, let's go here. Democracy Now! From 2 days ago. Judge blocks Trump's late-night deportation of hundreds of Guatemalan children.
We turn now to the Trump administration's attempt to illegally deport as many as 700 Guatemalan children in the dead of night over Labor Day weekend. The move was temporarily halted at the last minute by a federal judge. The National Immigration Law Center filed an emergency request to stop the deportation flights, arguing the children who arrived in the U.S. without their parents would face harm and abuse if they were returned to Guatemala. Many of the children are now living in shelters and foster care. One 10-year-old said in a court filing, quote, "I do not have any family in Guatemala that can take good care of me." A 16-year-old said she faced, quote, "threats against my life in Guatemala, saying if I'm sent back, I believe I will be in danger," unquote. Over the weekend, some of the kids were loaded onto planes that waited on the tarmac in South Texas. U.S. District Judge Sparkle Suknanan said she was awakened at 2:35 a.m. to address an emergency filing from the children's lawyers who warned the flights might leave within hours. The judge held a hearing Sunday saying, quote, "I have the government attempting to remove minor children from the country in the wee hours of the morning on a holiday weekend, which is surprising," she said. This all comes as the Trump administration insists it's reuniting the Guatemalan children at their country's request with their families who sought their return. On Monday, Guatemala's president said his country's ready to receive the unaccompanied children. For more, we're joined from McAllen, Texas, near the U.S.-Mexico border, by Efrain Olivares, an attorney representing the Guatemalan children. He's vice president of litigation at the National Immigration Law Center. Efrain, welcome back to Democracy Now! Explain exactly what took place. I mean, this is so dramatic. Over a holiday weekend, in the middle of the night, a judge is woken up at 2:35 in the morning. Explain here what's at stake.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for having me. That's exactly right. We started hearing rumors that there were plans to remove Guatemalan children in ORR custody, in the custody of the Office of Refugee Resettlement. These are unaccompanied children who do not have a parent or a guardian with them. And we started putting together a challenge to try to stop it because that is unlawful. There are laws, there are protections for unaccompanied minors that provide how a child can be released from custody, to whom, and the process if they want to go back to their country. There are very well-established processes that have been in place since at least 2008 with bipartisan support. And the later in the day, keep in mind, this is Saturday of Labor Day weekend. So the later in the day, the more and more information we were getting that there were plans to pick up the children. So after 11 o'clock, the shelters received a notification from headquarters of the Office of Refugee Resettlement to have their children ready.
Just, if it's not clear to everyone what's happening here, the Trump administration, in the dead of night, you know, like a criminal, you know, under the cover of darkness, while everyone's sleeping, went and took a bunch of children out of their beds and tried to, you know, kidnap them, right?
Illegal.
Like across state and country borders, right? You try doing that in the United States, see how fast an Amber Alert goes out. I mean, Jesus Christ. Like,
don't be creepy.
Like, wow. So the Trump administration, like a dirty kidnapper, tried to steal a bunch of children in the middle of the goddamn night and take them out of the country without due process.
Illegal.
In 2 hours or 4 hours for pickup. If this were a benign repatriation to send children back to their parents, it wouldn't be happening at midnight on Sunday of Labor Day weekend. So we filed that lawsuit around 1 o'clock in the morning, and a temporary restraining order simultaneously, and then followed the court's emergency procedure, calling the court at 2 o'clock. Somebody got a hold of the judge at 2:30, and that's how we ended up here.
And could you, Evan, could you explain the Trafficking Victims Protection and Reauthorization Act, which was, I think, central to your argument to the court?
Exactly. That is precisely the law passed in 2008 with widespread bipartisan support that protects unaccompanied minors. And the idea behind that law is that young immigrant children who come to the U.S. without a parent or without either parent are very susceptible to exploitation, trafficking. So in order to protect those children from that, there are very clearly established processes. For example, if an adult requests what is called voluntary departure, they can return to their home country. If a child requests voluntary departure, an immigration judge has to approve that. A child advocate has to make a best interest determination to ensure that returning the child is in the best interest of the child, does not place the child in danger. If the child is what is called of a tender age, there's additional protections so that an assessment can be made, presented to the immigration judge, and only then does the judge allow that to go forward. And then there.
Yep. So the Trump administration completely circumvented that whole process that this immigration lawyer is laying out for us, and instead tried to load a plane full of children without giving them their rights, with basically depriving an untold number of children of their rights, trying to pack them onto a goddamn plane and basically traffic them to another country.
Illegal.
Now, this next story is fascinating and disturbing at the same time, for multiple reasons. Fascinating for the timing of it. Disturbing. The timing also makes it disturbing, but let's talk about this. This is a specific arrest that was carried out by the FBI on a U.S. citizen, an Army veteran who participated in a protest against ICE, and as you'll see here, was arrested on his he was moving apparently. Here, whatever. Let's go here.
I want the search warrant before you go in the house. That's my house, not his. Hold on. We're going to put it in this truck. I'm just saying, if you can just step back, we're going to come around here. Thank you.
I'm an Afghanistan veteran.
I'm an American citizen. Do you have anything, any weapons you can show up in your pockets, anything like that? I might have a
The arrest of U.S. Army veteran Bajun Mawalwala II has sparked concern over legal experts. He was charged with conspiracy to impede or injure officers after joining a demonstration against federal immigration and customs officers. Mawalwala was arrested more than a month after the protest took place. A month after. A month after. Legal experts say the case marks an escalation in the Trump administration's attacks on First Amendment rights. Yeah. And that is my concern about this. This guy gets tracked down a month later for having participated in a protest. So what are they doing to track these people down? Right? Are they using like Palantir against US citizens? Right? What are they doing? Like facial recognition and like data scraping to get to try and figure out who's been bad. Oh, you were very bad. You were at a protest. We saw you. Immediately jail.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Now, let's go to this one. This is the majority report from yesterday. Some protesters were actually, at least from some perspectives, protecting ICE. Let's go here.
Any opportunity you have to embarrass an ICE agent, I think is honestly like near medal worthy.
Right.
You got to be careful because they're starting to charge people, protesters, with all sorts of stuff.
Don't touch anybody.
Don't touch anybody. Don't interfere with their work. But belittle them in any way you can.
Although maybe you can interfere with their work by maybe kind of, encouraging certain people not to go and warning folks.
Oh,
That's
no, you can do that.
Yeah.
You can do that. That's not interference.
Blocking them from service.
You're telling other people to do stuff. That's not
true.
You're not inhibiting their actions. You're just you're just encouraging other people to behave in a certain way that makes them avoid them. Here is some protesters in LA, and I appreciate that they did this. Somebody, you had ICE, and they were at a parking lot.
Federal building.
Federal building. They were assembling there to go out on their runs. And
nothing more useful we can use our federal buildings for.
Oh, of course. And someone, it seems, accidentally put a bike chain on the door.
They look like my new cats when I put like a box in front of the side of the couch so they can't scratch at it. They're like, what? What do we do here?
Now, physically blocking them from doing their job is, is dangerous. It seems like somebody maybe accidentally put that chain there. It happens all the time. Sometimes you chain your bike up and you don't realize what you're doing. Also, we also have to concede that it is quite possible that there is a mom or a dad who is being prevented from being taken away from their children at that moment. And these federal officers need to be able to get out to arrest that mom or that dad before they make dinner for their kid or take their kid to school or something like that.
Yeah.
So there is a price associated with that.
Right.
I got audio of the moment the chain went around the gate there.
I like the passive language.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we have to realize this comes with a price. There's going to be a kid who's going to be driven to school by their parent without being terrorized because of something like that. So this is not, it's not like it's expense free.
I mean, and also, you don't know that person wasn't trying to keep them safe from the other protesters, like locking them in, just like, wait, just stick around. I'm protecting you by incarcerating you, which is oddly, a flipping of the logic of ICE.
You can't know anything, which is why it's important to appear to your jury duty if you're summoned.
I also...
Yes, no, I think Emma makes a very interesting point there. What do we know about what is going through the minds of the protesters, and in particular the protester that may or may not have accidentally or intentionally put that chain there? But they may very well have been aware of some unknown danger to the rest of the crowd, which they were just protecting those ICE officers from, right? They're just thinking about them. They're just concerned about their well-being, and they didn't want them to be, subjected to that potential suffering. Becky D, breaking the ice on the Galactic Super Chat goal. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, Becky, and thank you for breaking the goal of the ice. Breaking it. Got us started. Now we are off to the races. So got, I think, 2 hours approximately left to complete this goal. I think we can do it. Okay, speaking of ice, let's see what Christy Nome has been doing. Christy. Secretary Christy, Puppy Killer Gnome, has been doing a little tour. She put on her best Sydney Sweeney outfit. By Sydney Sweeney, I mean all jeans. And went and toured some sites for depriving immigrants of their rights in the United States. Here's the Associated Press from 16 hours ago with some of the footage.
That is why today I'm proud to stand alongside Secretary Nome, General Bondi, Deputy Director Sheehan,
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Seriously, he should be ashamed of himself for having that thought. No, nobody should be proud of standing next to Lady Skeletor over here, okay? R.I.P. Cricket. Nobody should be proud to stand next to Secretary Puppy Killer.
That is why today I'm proud to stand alongside Secretary Noem, General Bondi, Deputy Director Sheehan, as we announce the opening of the Louisiana lockup, which will house the worst of the worst illegal criminal aliens.
Illegal criminal alien, criminal, whatever they call them. We're going to lock them up here in Louisiana. I'm very proud to be doing what I'm doing right now.
Hold the most dangerous of criminals that have been out there harming individuals in this country. It will be high-risk alien individuals and criminals, so absolutely. This is a facility that's notorious. It's a facility. Angola prison is legendary, but that's a message that these individuals that are going to be here that are illegal criminals need to understand, is that if you come into this country and you victimize someone, if you take away their child forever, if you traffic drugs and kill our next generation of Americans, and if you traffic our children and men and women, absolutely there's consequences. You're going to end up here. You're going to end up here.
Or the White House. I don't know. You know, if some of those things in there sounds like things that Donald Trump is doing. You know, so you might end up in the White House, potentially. If you commit crimes, you might be president. You never know. The more heinous crimes you commit, the more likely you can be president. Here we go. More of Kristi Noem surveying the Louisiana lockup, which is apparently the new alligator Alcatraz stand-in.
So how many are in
It seems like they're just going to go state by state, even though they've already deemed the first facility unlawful. They're just going to go state by state. The Louisiana lockup, the Lone Star, the Texas terrorism, something or other.
And then they could transport also all they need.
So how many are in each room?
So each unit has 8 tiers,
Okay.
and there's 13 per tier. We have hearing rooms. These are all hearing rooms, attorney business. You can see everything's labeled, where everything's going to be at.
So what? And you have for Wi-Fi. Yeah. Perfect.
This amount was an old man wasn't air conditioned. His last few briefly never coached.
1901 was our first prisoner. We brought here.
There we go. And what I found fascinating is that Pam Bondi is here. I mean, it's insane. It is insane. There was no reason for the Department of Justice, for the Attorney General of the United States, to be surveying a prison. This is so outside of her fucking purview. Like, it's insane. But the fact is if Donald Trump isn't telling Pam Bondi to do something, she's not doing her job. She's not protecting the American people. She's not waging lawsuits against, actual criminals, businesses who are defrauding their customers. No. No. If Trump isn't telling her something, she's out here just like Kristi trying to get in the spotlight. Get on camera. Show everybody her latest outfit choice. Like, it just doesn't make any sense why she's there. It really doesn't. Think about it for a second. Just think back to, like, just 4 years ago. And think about, like, the kind of stuff that Merrick Garland was doing. It certainly wasn't touring prisons. All right, let's go here now to CNN from 2 days ago. Not only did a judge rule that the administration's attempt to kidnap children to Guatemala in the middle of the night was unlawful, another judge has ruled that the Trump administration's use of the military in Los Angeles was also unlawful.
Illegal.
Wow, they're losing a lot of cases.
We have some breaking news. A federal judge just ruled that both President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth violated the law by using the military in the Los Angeles area over the summer. The Trump administration deployed thousands of federalized California National Guard members and Marines during an immigration crackdown in June. And this decision comes as the president weighs, as we were just talking about, whether to send National Guard members to other cities, as he has done in Washington, D.C. Joining us now is former federal prosecutor and Politico magazine senior writer Ankush Khardori. Ankush, thank you for coming here. So what is the judge's reasoning here?
Well, the judge's reasoning is fairly straightforward. He says that the Posse Comitatus Act prevents the deployment of the military on U.S. soil for normal law enforcement operations. And he held, after conducting a trial on this matter, that the National Guard was deployed in California for normal law enforcement operations, arrests, searches, stops, helping execute search warrants and things like that. And he said that this is illegal. And one thing I would point out that may get lost in the shuffle as we cover this is not really going to be relevant given the president runs the Justice Department effectively, but violations of the Posse Comitatus Act are a crime under ordinary circumstances, a low-level crime, but a crime nonetheless.
So what would the consequences be potentially for the president or defense secretary? Also, given the fact that this is after the National Guard had been deployed there and then left.
Yeah, so as to the criminal side, I mean, again, I don't expect the Justice Department to do anything about this since it's now the Trump Justice Department. With respect to the civil, on the civil side, though, you're right that most of the National Guard members are gone, but the judge said that there's still some remaining here. So even if it's in the low hundreds, his order requires them essentially to leave or to stop engaging in the conduct that was at issue here.
So then how do you expect this legal decision to impact President Trump's plans to possibly deploy National Guard troops to other cities like Chicago or New York, especially after he has done so here in D.C.? And what does it mean for the National Guard troops here in D.C. right now?
This is the National Guard in D.C. operates under a different legal framework. So this doesn't really tell us much about the legality of the National Guard deployment in D.C. With respect to L.A. and California, I would expect DOJ to appeal. We'll see. As for the effect of this decision on the administration's decision to deploy the National Guard in other states, look, under ordinary circumstances, under prior administrations, you expect the White House to take this extremely seriously.
Yeah, under normal circumstances, you'd expect the administration to respect the order of the court and to rethink their plans of using the military in all the other states they've already said they're going to. But these are not normal times. Not normal times at all. They are actively ignoring the courts. It's been part of their strategy this whole time to just continue doing whatever they can to obfuscate from the actual rulings in press briefings and to attempt in every way possible to not follow the orders, right? Or to not follow it in as legal a way as you can, right? Oh, well, this was just an order in Los Angeles. This doesn't, they're already essentially saying, oh, well, one ruling is not an injunction across the country, right? You can't, federal judges now no longer have the ability, well, they do, but they're still trying to contest their ability to injunct them across the country, and they're just going to continue in different states, and they'll expect them there'll be other lawsuits that they'll just they'll just keep kicking these up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court might as well now be like a personal court of the president. Like all they're doing now is like just fulfilling Trump's shadow docket desires rather than actually, reasonably overseeing the law. And he's, even in the wake of this ruling, he's just continued to say that he is going to be invading states like Chicago.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But we begin with CBS News White House reporter Olivia Rinaldi. Thanks for joining us, Olivia. President Trump, as you know, said that we're going in reference to sending troops to Chicago. So once that happens, I think the question people are asking, too, is then what?
Well, good evening, Jerika. Yeah, it's a question of when, not if the president is indeed going to send those National Guard troops into Chicago. We know that there has been a massing of federal agents at the Great Lakes Naval Station near Chicago, and they say that those federal agents are, ICE enforcement officers who are there to help with some immigration raids. But today, the president definitively said that he has essentially made the decision to go into Chicago. And he said, we're going in, but he didn't add when. He later said that he feels he has an obligation to go and that it's not a political thing. Later on, the president said that he hopes that Governor Pritzker of Illinois would call him and ask for the invitation for those National Guard troops to go into Chicago. Now, Governor Pritzker said that's not going to happen. And the mayor of Chicago actually placed the blame on red states, saying that a lot of the gun violence that they're seeing happen in their cities, in Chicago, are actually being trafficked from red states, like neighboring Indiana. Also, their attorney general said they're preparing for a lawsuit if the National Guard were to be put on the streets in Chicago. So, Jerika, all of this to say that those local officials on the ground in the Windy City are certainly getting prepared for a showdown with federal officials here.
And Olivia, a federal judge has ruled that sending military troops.
Yeah. Donald Trump making it clear that he still wants to invade Chicago in violation of the federal judge's recent ruling on this. This president does not care about the law.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
You have Mayor Bowser of Washington, D.C. saying now that she will collaborate with the troops that Trump and the feds that Trump has stationed in D.C. And Brian and I were talking about this earlier. She has no federal representation. There is no congressperson that she can go to. There is no senator that she can go to. She is in a very, very weak position in terms of what can be done and how she can push back. And while I would like her, at least from a rhetorical standpoint, to say this is no good, politicians hate to be on the losing side of things, particularly when it's guaranteed. And she is not in a position to have any say as to what goes on in that city. However, J.B. Pritzker is a different story, and he is also running for president in 2028, or very likely. And Gavin Newsom has provided him a floor as to how much pushback he's going to give. And he is, at least rhetorically at this point, significantly above that floor. Here's Donald Trump yesterday tweeting out or truthing out, whatever it is, Chicago's the murder capital of the world, which fact check, not true.
Not the murder capital of this country.
And there's no special title like where you can be the murder capital of the world and not be the murder capital of the country. That doesn't work that way. Here is Pritzker yesterday saying that he has heard that the Trump has begun staging the Texas National Guard for deployment in Illinois. Now, he doesn't say how he knows this, but I imagine he would not be saying it if he didn't have it on fairly good authority.
Third, as lawful citizens exercise their First Amendment rights, Trump and his team will be looking for any excuse to put active duty military on our streets, supposedly to protect ICE. We have reason to believe that the Trump administration has already begun staging the Texas National Guard for deployment in Illinois. I want to be very clear on this point, and I want to speak directly to the press right now. We know before anything has happened here that the Trump plan is to use any excuse to deploy armed military personnel to Chicago. If someone flings a sandwich at an ICE agent, Trump will try and go on TV and declare an emergency in Chicago. I'm imploring everyone, if and when that happens, do not take the bait.
So it sounds like there's a certain inevitability that there's going to be federal authorities, that ICE is going to come in.
You know, all of this is making me think, like, especially with governors like J.B. Pritzker coming on saying, we don't want you here. One of the favorite sort of emblems of the right wing, of Republicans in the United States specifically. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen it before. Yellow flag, got the snake coiled up, and then in bold font, "Don't tread on me." And I think I'm gonna start. I think I'm gonna start a sarcastic Republican merchandise brand. I'm not sure what the name should be, like, of the brand, but I'm gonna start selling "Tread on Me" mugs and flags, right, for Republicans who have, lost their way, who no longer care about the government, the long arm of the law, the federal government coming in, doing martial law in places where the people who are there don't want it. Just embrace it. Buy a sweet, sweet Tread on Me mug from GalacticStreamLord.
You can't really prevent them. Now, what Brandon Johnson has done is said, at the very least, they're not going to cooperate beyond their statutory requirements. Hopefully the police end up doing that. Chicago police don't necessarily have the greatest record of both listening to the mayor or really abiding by the law in some instances. They literally found black sites there just a couple of years ago. But what Pritzker is basically saying is that this is the two-step, right? They send in ICE. There are protests where someone throws a sandwich, someone calls an ICE agent duty head, and then Trump says we need to bring in the National Guard. And I think what Pritzker is doing, I don't know that he expects that he's going to be able to keep everybody from protesting, but at the very least, he is exposing what the playbook is. And this is important because then you start to watch it play out. Here is, this is number 2? Yep. This is number 3.
I refuse to play a reality game show with Donald Trump again. What I want are the federal dollars that have been promised to Illinois and Chicago for violence prevention programs that have proven to work. That is money that Illinois taxpayers send to the federal government. And it's an insult to any and every citizen to suggest that any governor should have to beg the president of any political party for resources owed their people. I'd like to ask a question of my own, and it's one the press should be asking as well. When did we become a country where it's okay for the U.S. president to insist on national television that a state should call him to beg for anything, especially something we don't want? Have we truly lost all sense of sanity in this nation, that we treat this as normal?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
The answer would be yes.
Okay. Now let's go here. Forbes breaking news. Talk about this. This is a fascinating one right here. Donald Trump suggests sending National Guard to New Orleans over Chicago. President Trump on Wednesday walked back his promise to send the National Guard to Chicago for a crime crackdown and said he could instead deploy troops to New Orleans, where the state's Republican governor is unlikely to challenge him. Trump said his administration is making a determination now. Do we go to Chicago or do we go to a place like New Orleans, where we have a great governor, Jeff Landry, who wants us to come in and straighten out a very nice section of the country? Trump predicted it would take his administration about 2 weeks to deal with New Orleans' crime problem. Landry endorsed the move in a tweet responding to Trump's comments, saying, "We will take President Trump's help from New Orleans to Shreveport." Trump made the comments after warning Tuesday afternoon he would send troops to Chicago with or without permission from Governor J.B. Pritzker. Now, this is a fascinating switch, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see how this goes down in Republican states, because this will be very interesting. Because essentially, it's going to have to be Republican governor after Republican governor kowtowing to Donald Trump in public, in front of all of their constituents, and saying, "Yes, sir, please tread on us. Send the troops to our state. We want martial law." I know Alex Jones and us, we used to freak out about Obama. He was going to do the martial law, it was going to be terrible. But we trust you, sir. Martial law away. So New Orleans, Louisiana may be in fact the recipient of National Guard troops. Trump administration perhaps recognizing that ignoring this federal court order would be more inconvenient than just continuing these efforts in red states. Now, the District of Columbia, perhaps in the wake of that ruling, is now suing Donald Trump for having deployed the National Guard to the city. D.C. sues Trump for deploying the National Guard. Washington, D.C.'s Attorney General sued the Trump administration and the military Thursday, claiming that sending the National Guard to patrol the nation's capital earlier this year violated federal law, prohibiting the military from being used in domestic law enforcement, echoing a federal judge's recent ruling in a separate case in California. Washington, D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwalb, a Democrat, accused the Trump administration of the lawsuit of having run roughshod over a fundamental tenet of American democracy that the military should not be involved in domestic law enforcement. This suit comes after U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer ruled Tuesday the Trump administration violated the Posse Comitatus Act that prohibits the military from being used for civilian law enforcement when it sent the National Guard to patrol protests against Trump's immigration enforcement actions. Okay. There we go. D.C. finally standing up for itself. In the wake of this ruling in California, they seem to think that they might have standing to go after the Trump administration for this, many of us have been saying illegal and at the very least, authoritarian decision. Now, the Trump administration has, been doing all this stuff, sending the military into cities all over the country, and the militarized immigration force to go after migrants, people who just came here looking for a better life. Now, another ruling came down few days ago, something that seems so obvious to me, but is not. Let's go to Texas. Let's go to Texas and talk about this ruling on Texas's attempt to put the 10 Commandments into every single classroom, K through 12, across the state.
as of today, most public schools across Texas are now required to display the 10 Commandments in every classroom. The new state law is going into effect despite a legal showdown. A federal judge is temporarily blocking the legislation in 11 school districts while it remains in effect for the rest of Texas. The state's Attorney General Ken Paxton appealed that ruling. He says that, quote, "The woke radicals seeking to erase our nation's history will be defeated. I will not back down from defending the virtues and values that built this country." There's no timeline set for an appeals court to decide if the law violates the Constitution. Joining us now is Rabbi Mara Nathan with Temple Bethel in San Antonio. Rabbi, thank you for your time. So your family is one of 16 opposing the 10 Commandments law. Why do you oppose it?
Well, I oppose the law on two fronts. First, the listing of the 10 Commandments that are part of the law don't reflect Jewish tradition. And second, and probably even more importantly, I don't believe, nor does my family believe, that religion belongs in our public schools. So the posting of these 10 Commandments there is a direct statement by our state that Christianity is the religion of our state, and any student who isn't Christian or isn't even Protestant is going to feel othered, is going to feel left out and excluded from what is, I mean.
Yeah, no, it's disgusting what Texas is trying to do. It's so blatantly unconstitutional. I'm sort of beside myself, I feel, on all of this. Like, it's just it leaves me without words, because it just seems so flagrantly unlawful and goes against everything this country is supposed to stand for. The Texas would think that this is an acceptable thing to do. It's just ridiculous. This is totally against all of the foundational shit people used to say about this country. Oh, freedom of religion. Unless you're in Texas, and then you have to be subjected to the Protestant version of the 10 Commandments every day if you're a child. You know, like grooming. It's grooming is what Texas is doing in schools. They're attempting to groom children into being Christians. You can use whatever terminology you like. I prefer grooming. Unconstitutional child grooming going on over there in Texas. All right, let's talk about how Republicans are doing. Of course, Donald Trump has directed multiple states now to gerrymander their electoral maps to give Republicans more seats in Congress. Will that be enough to win Republicans a stronger majority in 2026? It's not clear, but some signs are suggesting perhaps not.
Democrats are making a big push to reclaim the governor's mansions in Virginia and the governor's mansion in Virginia in November. They're also banking on the party keeping the governor's office in New Jersey. Why these two races in particular are being watched so closely for signals in next year's midterms? Harry Enton is running the numbers on that for you this morning. How are things, set the table, how are things looking in Virginia and New Jersey 2 months out?
Yeah, I would say that these two races are the biggest flashing red siren signs for Republicans. Why is that? Let's take a look right now at the prediction market odds in both New Jersey and in Virginia. And in both cases, the Democrats are favored. Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, 89% chance of winning according to the prediction markets. How about Abigail Spanberger in the great Commonwealth of Virginia? We're talking a 94% chance of winning. I was looking at the polling data as well. The Democrats in both these races hold high single-digit leads. Obviously, Glenn Youngkin, currently the Republican governor of Virginia, was able to win there. And in New Jersey, the Democrats barely squeaked by back in 2021. Right now, the polling leads in both those states are larger for the Democrats. They're in better position than they were back in 2021. That's why in both cases the Democrats are heavily favored. And as I said earlier on, to me this is a flashing red siren warning sign for Republicans.
Counterpoint, there has always been a lot of debate around how much you can take from any one race and extrapolate and apply it to any future race. Why should Democrats or voters nationally care about what's happening in New Jersey and Virginia?
Right. Okay. So you see the Democrats leading in both of these races, right? Predicted to win in both of them. Why? Why should people nationally care? Why am I saying it's a flashing red siren for Republicans? If the same party has won in the New Jersey and Virginia gubernatorial races dating back since 1989, guess who won the U.S. House the following years? 6 out of 7 times, the same party wins in the nationally, and they win the U.S. House of Representatives if, in fact, they win in both Virginia and.
There you go. The great Harry Epstein.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
The great Harry Epstein. With some sweet statistics for us all. Virginia and New Jersey. Gubernatorial races ongoing with Democrats holding a strong lead. And in every race, nearly every race since 1989, in terms of midterms, the party to win both of those gubernatorial races, in fact, went on to win in the midterms. Will that happen again in 2026? Just have to keep our eyes out for it. Now, I found this next one just incredible. Okay. Now, amidst all of these redistrictings happening, what's this, Kevin? Is it Kevin Kiley? What's this dickhead's name again? Yes, Kevin Kiley of California's 3rd Congressional District, a Republican in California. He had some things to say now that he's back at work. All right, Kevin, what do you have to tell us about this redistricting fight in your state?
I rise today because democracy is under assault in my home state. California politicians, led by the governor, are throwing a grenade at our Constitution in order to strip power from voters and seize it for themselves. This fraud on our electorate compels action by Congress to protect the representative form of government that citizens of every state are due. That's why today I am calling for a prompt vote.
It is a fraud on the electorate. How dare the state of California do the thing that Texas is currently doing?
Every state are due. That's why today I am calling for a prompt vote on House Resolution 4889. On 3 separate occasions, California voters have deliberately chosen to remove politicians from the process of drawing the lines for legislative districts. Voters have empowered an independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to set the boundaries of representation so that free and fair elections, not political motivation, political manipulation, is the motive force in our democracy. This principle is so important, so vital to safeguarding democracy, that the Citizens Commission is enshrined in our state constitution, along with a number of principles to guide redistricting. Redistricting occurs once per decade after the census. The legislature is barred from participating. The members of the Citizens Commission may not run for public office. Districts are to be drawn in an open process based on extensive public input. Boundaries are to be set based on neutral criteria, like keeping communities together. District lines cannot be influenced by partisan considerations or drawn to favor or disfavor any incumbent or candidate. In one fell swoop, Gavin Newsom is blowing up all of these constitutional principles. His unprecedented mid-decade.
It's all Gavin Newsom's fault, says Kevin. I love how during this entire speech, 5 minutes, 5 whole minutes, Kevin doesn't one time mention Texas, Governor Abbott, Donald Trump. It's just Gavin Newsom. He's the one. He is the one who's ruining democracy. That makes sense. All right, just want to remind everybody that we still have a goal going, and we only have one, it looks like, one donation so far of 10, with only an hour and 15 minutes left to complete it. I would point out that I started the goal late today, so you're going to get just an automatic free extra like 30 minutes on the goal. Like 25-ish minutes is basically added onto that goal. You can, of course, donate on Cash App or PayPal, or become a patron, upgrade your Patreon. All of those things would, in fact, count towards the goal. That's right. But if we don't complete it, we have a myriad of content. Goddamn cornucopia of clips that we will not be able to enjoy together tonight. That would be devastating. All right, let's move on to talking about the economy. Starting with the tariffs.
President Trump is touting what could be a financial windfall for the United States, but at whose expense? Is it American consumers? It's based on Trump's new tariff rates for various countries. The Congressional Budget Office updated its projections and now estimates that Trump's tariffs could reduce the U.S. deficit by a whopping $4 trillion over the next 10 years. Let's bring in Justin Wolfers. He's a professor of economics and public policy at the University of Michigan. So, first of all, what do you think are the chances that the tariffs will actually last through 2035, which the CBO is basing its estimates on?
And close to no chance, and that's one of the biggest problems, which is the whole idea of tariffs is you provide incentive for people to set up shop, but the tariffs are going to change before the shop gets set up. And as a result, I'm not sure we're going to get much action out of this.
So then the big question about this $4 trillion is, where is this $4 trillion coming from? Is it coming from foreign governments? Is it coming from foreign companies? For months here on The Lead, we've been talking to small business leaders about how the tariffs are affecting them. Most of them say that they are currently eating the tariffs, but eventually are going to have to pass on the cost to their consumers. So I wonder, in this projection,
Immediately, if
who
not
pays
sooner.
this $4 trillion? Is it mostly American consumers?
Yeah, Jack, I want to come back to something you said in The Lead. You said this windfall for the American budget. It's not a windfall, it's a tax. And when you charge people a tax, the government gets revenue. It's as simple as that. In this case, here's how it works. If Best Buy brings in a washing machine, say from Korea, that washing machine gets shipped to America and it sits in the port in customs, and it can't get out of customs until Best Buy writes a check for the tariff. So at the first level, Best Buy, an American company, is paying the tariff. But we economists like to look at it a little harder. Everything's connected to everything else. So there are some other things that could happen. Well, Samsung could decide what they want to do is keep their market share, which means they'd have to cut the price they're selling that washing machine at. But there's a price index called the Import Price Index, and it measures the price of our imports, not surprising. That has not fallen a penny. What that means is that Trump's promise that foreign companies would pay this tax turned out to be false. At the moment, Best Buy is paying the tax, but probably what's starting to happen, what has started to happen a few places, and will happen more over the next few months, is Best Buy will discover that its costs have gone up, and then it's going to jack up the price. Either way, the cost is being borne by Americans. Right now, by Best Buy, and therefore by my 401k, which is invested in that. Later on, they'll jack up the price and it'll be American consumers. Simple point here, it's a tax on Americans being paid by Americans.
Yeah, just to be clear, when I said windfall, I was saying that's what President...
Yeah, I think people are already seeing prices start to go up. Now, I can't say 100% that this is a guaranteed thing, but I had a cart on a site waiting for an opportunity when I had enough money to buy some things. I noticed half of the things got updated. Those prices went higher by 5-10% or more. just making it even more unaffordable. Unfortunately. Now, of course, the federal court struck down Donald Trump's tariffs last week, but they stay in effect until mid-October, and it's almost a guarantee that the Supreme Court will take this case up before that deadline comes up. They'll put it on the shadow docket. And what they will do about that, to be seen. It's possible they rule against him, although it would be the first time for the Supreme Court to rule against the president in his second term. At least if my memory serves correctly.
President Trump's vow to take his tariff fight to the Supreme Court after a federal appeals court Friday struck down most of the tariffs imposed by the White House, including the Liberation Day tariffs imposed in April, as well as earlier tariffs against Canada, Mexico, and China. The decision upholds an earlier ruling by the U.S. Court of International Trade. Its ruling, the appeals court called tariffs, quote, a core congressional power. The White House argued the president can unilaterally impose tariffs based on powers granted by the 1977 International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA, which has historically been used to impose sanctions. But its decision, the appeals court wrote, quote, it seems unlikely Congress intended in enacting IEPA to depart from its past practice and grant the president unlimited authority to impose tariffs. The statute neither mentions tariffs or any of its synonyms, nor has procedural safeguards that contain clear limits on the president's power to impose tariffs, unquote. The tariffs will remain in effect until October. Trump wrote on Truth Social, quote, if allowed to stand, this decision would literally destroy the United States of America, unquote. The decision encompasses two different cases that challenge the tariffs, one brought by a group of U.S. states led by Oregon, and the other brought by a group of businesses. In a moment, we'll speak with Dan Rayfield, the Attorney General of the state of Oregon. But first to Washington, D.C., to speak with Neil Katyal. He argued the case for businesses. He was previously acting Solicitor General in the Obama administration and has argued over 50 cases before the Supreme Court. He's also a law professor at Georgetown University. Neil, welcome back to Democracy Now! You've called this decision, quote, a win for our Constitution and founders' vision of what America is. Lay out what happened, what exactly this decision means.
Yeah, I think it's a sweeping decision that, unequivocally rebukes President Trump's idea that he can impose tariffs on American consumers on his own without the approval of the Congress. Our Constitution in Article 1, Section 8 expressly gives the power to tariff to Congress, not to the president. And so the president basically tried to do this on his own, saying, well, Congress in 1977 passed a law called IEPA, which is about emergency economic powers, and that gives me the power to have an unlimited tariff. And as you just heard, the court just resoundingly rejected that idea. It doesn't mention the word tariffs in it, and Congress has never given carte blanche authority to the president to tariff the American consumer. And the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation has said that after studying President Trump's tariffs, that they are the largest increase on American consumers, the largest tax increase on American consumers since Bill Clinton in 1993. And of course, that was done through Congress. So that's simply what the opinion says. If the president really thinks these tariffs are so important, as you all just read, that the country will be destroyed without them, his choice is easy. Just go to the Congress and get them approved.
Has the Congress delegated to the president, as in your reading of the law up till now?
Yeah, so they certainly didn't delegate that kind of unlimited power. When Congress gives the president power over tariffs, they always have hard and fast limits. So, for example, Section 122 of the Trade Act says the president has a temporary power to increase tariffs for 150 days by 15%. What did President Trump do? He increased tariffs 50%, 150% indefinitely. And that's a kind of coloring outside of the lines that the court found so problematic last week in its decision.
And why did the court...
Well, there you have it. Court's ruling Trump's tariffs are unconstitutional, and they are not within his scope to just wage trade wars across the planet. Now, like I said, he's absolutely going to try and appeal this in the Supreme Court, and it'll be fascinating to see what the Supreme Court does, because, I mean, much of what Donald Trump is doing kind of goes against long-standing conservative beliefs, supposed conservative beliefs of free markets. And these tariffs are, of course, anything but free markets. Now, Peter Navarro, creepy economics czar for Donald Trump, had a bunch of stuff to say about this ruling earlier this week. Here's Peter.
Really going extra mile. I want to just wish the American people a happy Labor Day. It's actually my favorite holiday. Because at the White House here, I'm the director of the Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy, and my job is actually to make sure blue-collar America in particular is fully employed and has their wages rising. So I just wanted to a little...
Well, that's a fascinating claim coming from Peter Navarro, because actually the United States has been hemorrhaging manufacturing jobs ever since Trump took office, and the jobs reports are getting worse and worse.
Report card for President Trump in the first 6 and 7 months of this administration. Glowing reviews here. Let's start with the amount of jobs we've created. 2.5 million jobs since President Trump took office. For American-born citizens.
Okay, that's a lie. That number is a lie. He is still using the numbers before the revisions to get that number. And even then, I think he's exaggerating it. It's not even close to 2.5. He wishes it was 2.5.
Really remarkable. One of the craziest things you saw during the Biden regime when we had the influx of illegal aliens is we lost millions of jobs for Americans. And the job growth was primarily among the illegal alien population, as reported by the Department of Labor and Commerce. It was truly stunning. We've reversed that trend. Now, one of the most important metrics for workers, and the one I follow the most closely, is whether real wages are rising, which is to say whether the wage growth is outpacing inflation. During the Biden regime, you had 26 straight months where inflation rose faster than wages. That's just death knell for blue collar workers. So far, we're up 1.4% annually, second fastest in American history. And every single month, real wages have gone up in the Trump administration. Inflation is trending below 2%, so that's an incredibly stellar performance.
It is not.
What else
doing
can
that.
I tell you? Well,
it's another flat out lie from Peter Navarro. Once again, just lying about the statistics. Inflation is not below 2%. No numbers have come in below 2% for the last, I don't even know how long. I think it might be longer than a year. I'm not sure the exact timing, but in no way in recent numbers, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about right now. He's saying, the latest numbers that it was below 2%. That's just a flat out lie. That's a flat out lie.
Bill, here's what's coming. We're going to have an average of $15,000 tax cuts. for blue collar and middle America. That's a good deal. We're going to have $63 billion in benefits for no tax on overtime for seniors. The no tax on tips, no tax on overtime is going to mean $1,500 a year more in the pockets of service workers. So that's a really big deal. And the last thing I'll tell you, in terms of the statistics, $8 trillion have come into this country in terms of pledged investment.
The fact that they wanted to claim that this is going that the no tax on tips is going to bring in $1,500 per person per year is a ridiculous claim. It's also, of course, coming in lieu of health insurance, as many people who are tip workers may lose their health insurance. So they'll probably be paying much more than $1,500 a year in health insurance costs. So you'll have more money to pay for the health insurance that you're going to be paying more than you were before. This is just a bunch of nonsense. He goes on to say, I can't listen to this whole thing because Peter Navarro, he just sits here lying about these numbers. And then I feel like I got to fact check each and every one of these fucking lies and obfuscations and just fantasy situations Peter throws out here. And I cannot do that for the next 8 minutes. Suffice to say, he goes on to say that the ruling from the court, which struck down the Trump tariffs, was a partisan weaponization of the judicial system.
This is ridiculous!
That's right. Partisan weaponization of the judicial system, says Peter DeVar. Okay. Now, this thing is going to be adding to the debt. It's 100% going to be adding to the debt. It's not going to take away from the debt, no matter what they say. The big, beautiful bill is going to be adding to the debt. The tariffs are not going to offset that enough to make up for the entire deficit, which is being created by the tax cuts. Lack of revenue coming in, since we are giving billionaires a big old tax break. And unfortunately, that is going to be bad for the future of this country. And now, here's the thing that I think we should all be very, 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 very much aware of. And I think that Democrats should do whatever they can to get Congress to rip up the big, beautiful bill and start all over again. With the deadline looming. It's up in like 2 weeks. In like almost exactly to the day. Like 2 weeks from now, the deadline is going to happen again. And I think Democrats should probably use this moment to get that big, beautiful bill ripped up. Because remember, the Republicans used the tariffs, which got struck down by federal court earlier this week, as a justification for why the big, beautiful bill wasn't going to add to the deficit. Now that they've been struck down, I think Democrats have no choices in this matter. They have to come out and say, our government cannot sustain the big, beautiful bill. If the tariff struck down, we are going to add $6 trillion to the deficit. Let's go here. Reuters from 2 days ago. Market talk. High public debts. And instability. Kryptonite for bond markets.
Britain's long-term borrowing costs have hit their highest since 1998.
I just realized this one is for Britain. How did I not notice this earlier? Screw it. We'll do that later. I got Britain stuff to talk about anyways later. I'll just move this down. Sometimes I'm going through all these videos and things slip by me. This is one of those times. Jesus Christ. Gotta get my shit together over here. Okay. For the love of God. Now, the fact is the United States and the UK are dealing with pretty similar situations. Of course, the UK's economy not doing quite as well as the United States economy. But it was similar situations. We've borrowed a lot of money. Debt's very, very high right now. And, of course, you know, Donald Trump's trade war has injected a great deal of uncertainty into the markets. All right. Okay, let's go here for some fun stuff. I don't know if it's fun, but I don't know if you've heard the Powerball is almost at $2 billion.
Big in last night's Powerball drawing, the jackpot has jumped again.
I didn't play again.
Neither did I.
New video of lottery billboards overnight show the new numbers up for grabs. Jackpot now $1.3 billion. That's a cash value of $589 million.
Now you should still check your tickets for last night's drawing. 2 tickets in New Jersey and 1 in Pennsylvania matched.
Now there you have it. That was at 1.3. There was no winner yesterday, apparently. And so tonight's drawing, Friday's drawing, is going to be $1.7 billion.
That's too much, man!
Powerball. Breaking overnight, no winners. Powerball just does not want to give in this time, just does not want to quit. Now, after Monday night's drawing, the jackpot is growing, now up to $1.3 billion. That's apparently the sign for growing. Thank you, Harry. The 5th largest prize in game history. So there is a chance, but just how small? Harry's here with a bit of a reality check. Chances of winning clearly, teeny weeny.
Teeny weeny, and
How
teeny weeny? I'll tell you, John Berman's got into my head, and he sort of has brought this out of me. John Berman, not the biggest believer in the lottery. And look, the chance of winning the Powerball jackpot, the odds have become longer. You know, back in 1992, it was 1 in 55 million. Then in 2009, it was 1 in 195 million. And now it's 1 in 292 million. Why? They've added more balls, and that does mean that it's harder to win, but it also means that there are longer odds. By adding the more balls, they've made it more difficult to win, and now a 1 in 292 million compared to 1 in 55 million. I think the balls comment got Kate Baldwin a little bit.
That's HR. That's HR on the other line, Kate Baldwin. Move on. Next question. Next
question.
It's HR.
Just life in general.
Yeah.
Life is hysterical. I was wasn't anticipating you say that. And anyway, and it's not just the odds that have changed, Harry. There are other reasons why it is becoming more difficult.
Yeah, you talk about billion-dollar jackpots, but remember, that's the 30-year annuity. We're talking lump sums as well here, and Powerball lump sums have been losing ground because what happens is with the annuity, you put it into bonds, and essentially the treasury yields for annuities are up. So you talk about last night's jackpot, right? Initially it was $1.1 billion, but the lump sum was only $498 million. Compare that to October of 2021 when it was a $496 million, but the annuity was $700 million. So in fact, the annuity is making it seem like there's these much bigger jackpots, but here's the key thing. It's really the lump sum you should be talking about. Why? Because what have the winners taken? 55 out of the 55 Powerball biggest winners, they all took the lump sum. I don't care about the $1 billion. I care about the lump sum, and that's the $1 million range.
And they added more balls.
Yeah, I don't know about
always
that.
creates problems. Harry, thank you so much for being with us.
If I won, I think I'd be the first. I guess I would be the first person ever to take the annuity. The fact is, I would absolutely take the annuity. That's just me. I did the math earlier.
Las Vegas is seeing another.
I was doing the math on it. I was like I haven't been playing the Powerball, but like seeing it go to 1.7 billion and watching that video, I was like, wait a second. Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, if it's at 1.7 and the lump sum's going to be like whatever, like 600 million. Like, what would it pay out every single year? It pays out for, I believe it's 30 years, right? I mean, you're talking about you know, you divide one, you're making nearly $57 million a year. You know, like that's an incredible amount of money. Okay, 30 years of that. I don't think. I mean, I think it would be a struggle to spend all that money in 1 year. It would be an incredible struggle. You'd have to go out there and just be spending it like with complete disregard to spend $56 million in a year. You wouldn't trust them to pay up in the long term. I mean, the money is just put in a trust. I mean, it's already there. The money's already in the coffers. And when you win it, they just put it in a trust. Right? Like they said, they put it in annuities. They buy a bunch of bonds with that $1.7 billion and they stick it in a trust. And that trust pays out once a year. Would be to the tune of $56 million a year for 30 years. We can start that leftist commune, that space commune we've all been talking about. I mean, Jesus Christ. It would be night and day how I'm living now. What it would be like to have $56 million expected to come in every year. We could really spruce up the galactic stream with that kind of money. Unfortunately, for the economy in the United States that is dependent on gambling, they have now seen 6 straight months in drops in the numbers. That's right, Las Vegas. 6th month straight of lower tourism numbers.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Drop off in tourism for the 6th straight month, but casinos, they're still turning a profit. New data shows that just over 3 million people came to Las Vegas last month. That's a 12% drop off from a year ago. But even with fewer visitors, Nevada gaming revenue saw a 4% growth in July, leading some to suggest that tourists who are coming to Las Vegas are spending more or perhaps gambling more. Regular Las Vegas travelers to Las Vegas say hotels need to start implementing some incentives to drive tourism back up.
I just think the economy's got to get a little better. I think that's part of the problem. I think it's something that they probably have to do. I mean, you need to keep the numbers up. You've got a lot of competition here among hotels.
All right, so maybe some more discounts. Some hotels in Las Vegas, like...
There we go. Tourism is down, as it has been almost all year. In Las Vegas, a city almost entirely dependent on tourism, is getting rocked. Bond prices can go down. That's true. Interest rates could go higher. Bonds could get cheaper. And you could lose money on the annuities, technically. Although right now we're at a pretty high level of interest rates. I mean, we're currently talking about lowering interest rates. So I'm just saying, like, if interest rates were to actually fall rather than increase, and that, I mean, Donald Trump has been doing everything he can to lower interest rates. If those interest rates were to lower, you actually make money on those bonds. You could actually you wind up making more money somehow. Well, living in a weird world right now. If you're in the United States, you become a billionaire overnight with the Powerball, but the tariffs are looming over all of us, making any sort of extra expenditures seem not like a good plan. And businesses like Klarna have certainly been taking advantage of the American people's desperate situation, so much so that earlier this week, IPO'd public, seeking a $14 billion public valuation, a fucking company that basically is layaway for sandwiches. The fact that these guys are looking for a valuation, just thinking about that. The sandwich layaway market is so big that this company thinks that they're worth 15 billion fucking dollars. That's the American economy right now. So poor you can't afford a sandwich.
Klarna said on Tuesday it's aiming for US Klarna said on Tuesday it's aiming for a US listing valuing the fintech at up to $14 billion. It edges closer to its long-awaited market debut as investor appetite in high-growth tech stocks revives. The buy now, pay later lender and some of its investors plan to sell 34.3 million shares in the IPO, aiming to raise over $1.2 billion. Fintechs such as Klarna are gaining market share from traditional banks by offering faster, more flexible payment options and digital-first services that appeal to younger consumers. Analysts have said a successful Klarna IPO could indicate renewed investor confidence in high-growth fintech companies. A tepid response may signal concerns over lofty valuations.
I mean, like the fact, if this thing, honestly, this thing doing well is really just a sign of how bad the times are. Right, it's not a sign of anything good when you think about it. It's just a sign of just how bad things are. That a company
was abruptly dismissed.
That makes it so that you can, do micro financing because you are so strapped for money. Shut the fuck up! What are you doing? I am talking right now.
How rude!
Oh, I don't even know what I was saying. So many people are in such dire straits right now. And a fucking company that does microloans for Subway sandwiches is now suddenly worth billions of dollars because they're able to use that to take advantage of people. I mean, it is disgusting. It is a disgusting fucking time to live in right now.
Klarna said on Tuesday it's aiming for a US listing valuing the fintech at up to $14 billion.
Actively working against me right now. It's very rude. Okay, let's go here. CNN from 8 hours ago. Now, you may be struggling to pay for sandwiches because your electricity bill continues to go up, even though Donald Trump promised to make energy prices lower.
Immediately, if not
On
sooner.
the campaign trail, President Trump promised to cut America's electricity and energy prices in half. New data, however, shows prices are actually rising more than twice as fast as inflation. And analysts say there are a few things really driving up the costs here. One of the biggest, though, is AI. CNN's Matt Egan joining us now to walk us through the numbers. So thank you, AI, I guess. What are we seeing, Matt?
Yeah, Erica, well, you're not imagining it. It is getting increasingly expensive just to keep the lights on. If you look at the overall inflation rate, it's 2.7% as of July, but look at this, electricity prices are rising twice as fast. And as you mentioned, this is the exact opposite of what President Trump promised on the campaign trail last year. Now, it's true that gas prices are low, right? Erica, you and I talked about that on Friday, cheapest gas prices on Labor Day since 2020, but not when it comes to electricity. In fact, if you're living in the state of Maine, you're looking at a 26% increase in residential electricity prices. In my home state of New Jersey, 25%. Double-digit percentage increases in Wyoming, Utah, Illinois, and a number of other states. I spoke to a woman in Arizona who told me that her electric bills have basically doubled over the past year. She said it's really stressing her out because she just cannot afford it. So why is this happening? Well,
it's mostly AI, as it turns out. A little bit of price gouging in there, probably. But there you have it. Double-digit price increases on electricity in multiple states across this country, even though Donald Trump promised to make those things more affordable for America. Now, maybe if you win the lottery, you won't have to live like these people are in San Jose. Here is Cron 4 Bay Area from 3 days ago.
A first-of-its-kind shelter for the unhoused in the Bay Area is set to open tomorrow in the South Bay. Advocates say it's also meant to serve as a resource to connect people to permanent housing.
But as Crown 4's Jack Mulmid tells us, it also faces some pretty strong backlash.
Well, the safe sleeping site off Taylor Street is set to open on Tuesday. Homeless advocates tell me that this is not the most optimal solution for helping unhoused folks, while many neighbors in the area tell me that they would rather not see it here in their neighborhood. But the city says it's one of the many ways they're working to diversify solutions for unhoused people. At the safe sleeping site off Taylor Street in San Jose, each person will get a tent and connection to services. The city says it's set to be a hub, the first step for the unhoused to get off the streets. But unhoused advocate Sean Cartwright says she's concerned.
We haven't even gotten when it's like the weeks that it's 100 degrees. What's it going to be like then? We're going to kill people. We're going to kill people's animals.
She's looking at recent developments in San Diego, where the tent concept was first pitched in California. People who live at the San Diego site have filed a federal lawsuit claiming the tents provided by the city reach internal temperatures of more than 100 degrees, putting lives at risk. Cartwright says San Jose could see the same situation.
It's going to be hotter than hell there, literally. And the mayor thinks that this is a great idea for those tents.
The site is off Taylor Street, just northeast of downtown.
Yeah, it seems like a bad idea to just put them in like an open area with no shade cover. You know, it's completely ignoring just human necessities. Like, you know, not sweating to death. But unfortunately, homelessness is still a big problem in the United States. If anything, it's gotten worse under Donald Trump. And a new trend has emerged in the U.S. economy. That is faltering. A trend called job hugging.
Say goodbye to the Great Resignation. There's new data showing that more workers are staying put in their current jobs, making way for a new trend analysts are calling. It sounds so delightful. Job hugging.
Yeah, it sounds delightful.
I was going to say, but there's a little bit more to it.
Right.
No job hugging. No hugging out the job.
What do I say? This is an HR free zone. Kidding,
Illegal.
kidding. Please continue.
Yeah. So it's known as job hugging, which, like you said, sounds good, but it's basically the fact that more and more workers are holding on to their jobs for dear life because they're worried that they're going to lose their job and they're less confident that they'll be able to get a new one. So look at this chart that shows job-to-job change rate. And what you saw after 2020, after COVID, there was this skyrocketing where people were hopping. They were felt.
And this, I mean, this is actually very problematic, right? You want people to feel free to be able to leave jobs and to go find new opportunities, right? That's one of the things America was built on, supposedly. You know, is got a bad job, find a better one. You know, now, of course, that doesn't work for everybody. But the point is that this is the lack of job mobility, it would seem, that's sprouted up in recent, really in the last couple of years. It was just seemingly getting exacerbated over the last year. Not good. Probably bad.
Increasingly confident they could get a better job with a bigger paycheck, and they were willing to try that out. That was the Great Resignation, but that has come down very significantly. And the other thing that's come down is paychecks for people who do change jobs. So back in 2019, before COVID, a 10% increase on average for people who were job hopping. That skyrocketed to 20% plus during the Great Resignation. But look at this, it's come down to just 7% now, below the pre-COVID average.
So that's like the whole story right there, right?
It is. In fact, some of the government data.
Yeah, and this could be another sort of flashing warning sign that the economy is slowing, that opportunities are contracting, that, businesses are not looking to hire new people. And even when they are not giving up anything. And in fact, it seems they're giving up less than they were in the last 5 years. Which means that, labor, people, workers are going to be in a harder position where they cannot negotiate better. And that is bad. It's a bad sign. Now, jobs numbers, some number of jobs numbers came out earlier this week. Yesterday, the ADP, or was it yesterday or today? No, it was today. The ADP employment report came in very low. This is not the Bureau of Labor Statistics report. It's a private agency that does these, I believe. But it came in half of what it was last month and 20,000 jobs shy of what was expected. Jobless claims were up today by 10,000 over last month, 7,000 over what was expected by economists. Not good signs whatsoever. And Donald Trump was asked earlier today what he's going to do as today, Friday, that is. The Bureau of Labor Statistics will be releasing the August jobs report, the initial one, before the revision. Let's just go here. Last story of the half. Forbes breaking news 3 hours ago.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow we have a jobs report coming out, the first since the BLS commissioner who you fired won't be there. A lot of people will be turning to you to see if you believe the data that's released. Can you commit to saying the data will be credible?
The number, I don't know, they come out tomorrow, but the real numbers that I'm talking about are going to be whatever it is, but will be in a year from now, when these monstrous, huge, beautiful places, they're palaces of genius, and when they start opening up, you're seeing, I think you'll see job numbers that are going to be absolutely incredible. Right now, it's a lot of construction numbers, but you're going to see job numbers like our country has never seen before.
You're going to see jobs numbers like you've never seen before. Once I make the Bureau of Labor Statistics a completely partisan organization, you wait. 1 million jobs every day. And you'll be utterly shocked. And those will be the real numbers. Those are the very real numbers. 365 million jobs in a year. We're going to get it done. I love that. There we go. Donald Trump asked whether or not he plans on believing the numbers coming out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And he basically got ahead of it and said, I don't know. I don't know, but believe me, in a year from now, the numbers are going to be perfect. I don't know whether the numbers are going to be right. I'll have to see them first. If they're really good, they'll be right. If they're bad, then of course we all know they're fake numbers.
All right, chat. That's enough of that. Actually, let's do one more story before we move to the break. Economics. Gold races to all-time high, above $3,500 an ounce.
Gold prices hit a record high on Tuesday.
The metal jumped up to just over $3,508 before scaling back. Investors bought up on growing expectations the US Federal Reserve will cut interest rates this month. Traders are currently pricing in a 90% chance of a 25 basis point Fed rate cut on September 17th. Non-yielding gold often performs well in a low interest rate environment. Bullion has gained close to a third in value so far this year and rallied to a number of record highs. It's seen as a useful hedge against geopolitical and economic problems. Analysts say it has drawn support from ongoing central bank.
Oh, there we go. We're living in a very strange time. Gold, $3,500 an ounce, an all-time high amidst geopolitical tensions, causing people to rush to safety investments like gold. Okay. That's the end of the second half. Gotta take another galactic intermission. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you don't miss a single one of these shows. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to supporting the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. For the low, low price of $3 US a month, you get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Anyway, chat, that's enough from me on that. I just want to remind everyone that we are in a serious situation. Final countdown to complete the goal. You only have 30 minutes left. And this show could come to an abrupt halt. So do consider one of the many ways which I've just described to you to contribute to that goal. Anyway, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, Space Fams. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the show, but I'm afraid the show may not go on for much longer. As the break finishes, I'd like to remind everyone that we are in dire need of super chats or super stickers, like PB has just done here. Sour Hour initiated. That gets us to 2 of 10. Thank you, PB, getting us moving on that. We are running out of time very quickly. And technically, there's an extra half hour on this goal timer since we started the goal so late. Just a reminder to everybody.
Okay. Oh, and before I can even get moving, Sasha G also engaging in the Sour Hour, super chatting. Another very cute looking lemon doing a little dance. Getting down tonight is what this lemon's doing. That gets us to 3. We are now at 3 of 10, making some progress, late progress, but progress nonetheless. We could complete the goal. It's entirely possible. Okay, we're going to start out the third half, talking about climate change and other environmental issues. Let's start off with this utterly insane story. The Trump Department of Energy has decided to enlist a small group of cherry-picked, cherry-picked is the wrong word, hand-selected scientists to create a completely unscientific report. Let's go here to talk about that a little bit. Oh, geez, before I can even do that, I can't even talk about it because we got more super stickers coming in. Orb Rumor with a Perry mic drop. I don't think I've ever seen that one. I like that. Pear whips out the mic. You think he's going to say something, and instead just drops it to the ground. That gets us to 4 of 10. Wow. A lot of progress being made here in the final minutes of the goal. 18 and a half minutes now left, which means we need one like every 3 minutes. But we are really making progress all of a sudden. Much appreciated to all of you and your delicious, fruity super stickers. They are getting us to the promised land. Now let's go here. This story, by the way, if people can't tell yet, I'm already really upset about this story. Like, this is the dumbest fucking thing ever.
Dozens of climate scientists are rejecting a recent report published by the U.S. Energy Department. At least 85 experts, 85, just released their response. They say the report titled Greenhouse Gas Emissions Impact on U.S. Climate is not scientifically credible. The report claims the carbon dioxide-induced warming appears less damaging economically than it believed. It also claims that the frequency and intensity of hurricanes, floods, and other extreme weather events are, quote, not supported by historical data. I want to bring in CBS News national environmental correspondent David Schechter to talk more about this. All right, David, break down what the climatologists are saying is wrong with the DOE report and explain why it matters.
Hey, Vlad, good morning. So let's start with why it matters. It's because the administration is using that Department of Energy report as its basis to dismantle the government's authority to regulate greenhouse gas emissions, which are warming our planet. In fact, the Secretary of Energy, a former energy industry executive, has been downplaying the threat that climate change represents to the Americans' safety and security and health. Today's new report that you just mentioned from those 85 concerned climate scientists concludes, in an effort...
This is such a fucking ridiculous anti-truth statement. Climate change is real and it deserves attention. That's the only true thing that's said in here. But it is far from the greatest threat facing humanity. That distinction belongs to global energy poverty. If we are trusting the science, climate change is a challenge and not a catastrophe. Tell that to the people who are losing their homes, losing their lives. It's fucking insanity.
This is ridiculous!
The report that you just mentioned from those 85 concerned climate scientists concludes, in an effort to minimize the threats of warming planet, our government is sidestepping the negative impacts of climate change. It's misquoting international reports. It's using incorrect definitions and oversimplifying and mixing up study results. Basically, they say the science here is quite shoddy.
So, David, does the report live up to what
a shock.
Scientific
A scientific study, basically funded by the Trump administration, had shoddy scientific processes, right? Oh my gosh, who could have guessed that the Trump administration would put out a unscientific scientific report that mixed up studies? Like, I don't know how you can even claim to be credible and be mixing up studies in this sort of thing. Like, this is a serious academic setting, right? Like, it is literally their job to ensure that they are correct about all of this stuff before they put it out. Lives depend on it, literally. And they're mixing up studies. Oh, whoopsies.
Standards of other prominent climate research, say, for example, were reports from the United Nations and others?
I mean, the short answer here is no from these 85 climate scientists. Major reports like the ones from the UN, those could take hundreds of scientists years to complete, and they debate every aspect of their work in public. The work is then peer-reviewed by outside experts. By contrast, the Department of Energy report, which we're all talking about now, was written by 5 scientists hand-selected by the government. They wrote the report in just a few weeks. There was no public scrutiny or any outside peer review of their work.
All right, so how are different groups pushing back against these types of reports from the federal government?
There are, the environmental groups are suing the government over the Department of Energy report. The American Meteorological Society has also generated its own critical report that challenges the findings of the Department of Energy. These groups and other ones are trying to move as fast as they can because this 30-day window for public comment before the government moves forward with its decision to cease regulating greenhouse gas emissions.
Right. So the reason they're putting out this report is so that they can justify to themselves why they are ceasing regulation of greenhouse gas emissions in the United States.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yes, that's right. I really do. And it's disturbing to me. And this came out 2 days ago, which means we now have 28 days to prevent the Trump administration from ending regulating of greenhouse gases in the United States based upon fake science that they just sort of whipped up in the middle of the night with like 3 scientists rather than 100, which is usually what it would take to do something like this with any seriousness at all. All right, let's go to Hawaii. Talk about a problem which is plaguing the oceans around Hawaii. Marine debris.
Trash and debris in the oceans has been a problem for years and can be harmful to marine life. And on holidays and long weekends, with more people on the beach, littering in the water can get even worse. Nathan Shinagawa reports.
The beaches are crowded on this Labor Day holiday, and with more people also comes a lot more trash. But unfortunately, it doesn't sound like all of that trash is going to end up in the trash can. It could actually end up in the ocean and potentially causing some problems for our marine life.
Marine debris is an issue every single week, and probably every single day on our tours we pick up at least one piece of trash. This week in particular, we did find a higher amount of marine debris. We saw a lot of plastic water bottles. We saw some plastic bags,
Hawaii's Department of Land and Natural Resources has organized a marine debris rapid response program. From 2021 to 2024, it recovered nearly 200,000 pounds of marine debris from Hawaii's coastlines, reefs, and oceans. So I'm over here at Ala Moana Beach Park, and just from walking across the sand just for a little while, you can already see some of the trash. It's stuff like this that gets so easily swept up with the current that can cause the problems that we're talking about.
It's very heartbreaking to see marine debris in the ocean because wildlife could easily become entangled.
And one thing I'd like to point out, while they're talking a lot about trash on land, that is only a portion of the debris in the ocean. Okay, now don't get me wrong, throwing plastic on the ground is bad, and it may very well end up in the ocean, especially if you're near it. You know, if you're on an island out in the ocean, pretty likely it might end up in the ocean at some point. But one massive source, and I don't know the exact percentage, but it's quite high. One of the biggest sources of marine plastic debris comes from fishing nets and fishing gear, right? Buoys and all these other things that fishing vessels are putting out into the ocean are staying in the ocean rather than coming back like they're supposed to. They get shredded up, caught on a sea turtle, or whatever else. And once again, don't get me wrong. Straws and whatever else, your Mountain Dew bottle or whatever. Yeah, that's bad too, and some of that surely makes it out to the ocean as well. But it's not the only source of trash. While we're in the ocean off of the coast of Hawaii, we should probably talk about this situation, which is headed for the coast of Hawaii. That is a Category 4 hurricane.
Category 4 Hurricane Kiko is heading towards Hawaii. Here's what to expect and not to expect with this powerful storm. Hurricane Kiko rapidly intensified Wednesday in the Pacific Ocean into a powerful Category 4, with top winds up to 145 miles per hour. Yet another example of a hurricane undergoing rapid intensification amongst extremely warm waters. But a hurricane heading towards Hawaii and hitting Hawaii are two different things. They rarely make it all the way there, as a combination of hostile trade winds and cooler ocean water tend to weaken the storms before they get there. And that is exactly what we expect to happen with Kiko, as the forecast calls for the storm to weaken to a tropical storm before it reaches the islands on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. But don't let your guard.
Well, there you go. Now, like he was saying, this will most likely weaken to a tropical storm. If you look back on that map there, I mean, those winds are still expected to be over 70 miles per hour with heavy rains. And so people should prepare themselves in Hawaii for what is to come. And it's not a guarantee that it does weaken all the way down to a tropical storm. It could still be a Cat 1 or higher. It all just depends on what is happening at the moment that is approaching the island. All right, let's go to the mainland, to California, where it's been very, very hot. KTLA 5 from Monday.
And many people hope to take advantage of the holiday today, but Mother Nature had other plans. The extreme heat making it pretty unbearable to even take a walk with your dog, and the danger is not over yet. This continued heat wave means there's plenty of fuel for possible wildfires.
Lindsay Payne, you're live at Granada Hills tonight with the latest. Lindsay.
Yeah, Cher, Micah, this is one of the areas firefighters are keeping a very close eye on. The heat, coupled with all that dry vegetation right now, has them on high alert. And people are just doing their best to stay safe until it cools down. The heat wave continues throughout Southern California.
The past week, it's just been super hot, so we've been blasting the AC like 24 hours a day.
People in Granada Hills waited till the sun started to go down to walk their dogs and get in some exercise at a local trail.
We don't go out in the day because the pavement is super, super hot, so it's not good for their paws.
Very hot. Very hot. I try to be safe, and I always use my hat and long sleeve and with my water.
Earlier in the day, we found folks in Santa Clarita trying to find a balance between staying safe and staying active.
I normally carry a little towel with me, wet it when I can, put it over my head. You know, this bald head don't help nothing either, you know, but it's okay.
Well, there we go. Concerns across Southern California with this heat wave and increased winds of potential fires, which was indeed a valid concern. As one fire, just turned into a massive blaze, no other way to put it, in a very short period of time, scorching a historic California gold mining town southeast of Sacramento. Jesus Christ. Just the random, rocket fuel explosion. What the fuck was that? Jesus Christ. Good God. Horrifying. Now, this fire has apparently consumed many square miles already. I cannot remember the exact number right now, but it's quite sizable. And it's burning without containment at this time. Oh God, we only have 2 minutes left on the goal, people. 1 minute and 45 seconds to complete the goal. And that's with an extra 5 minutes. An extra 30 minutes added in there. Sasha G with the supportive super sticker. Keep it up. I'm trying, Sasha. I'm trying my very best. That gets us to 5. It says to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. We are at 5 of 10. We are halfway there, people. We only have 1 minute. It's a real serious situation. Real
Sticky wicket. All right, I got more footage of this fire here. Hermit horologist trying to help us complete the goal before it ends. Look at that. Mudangs. 3 mudangs. That's all, because of course all hippos are called mudang. 3 mudangs popping their little heads out of the water. Very cute. Aww. That gets us to 6. Right? 6? Am I counting right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 6 of 10. Wait, is that your first ever super sticker? Ever donated on the channel, Hermit? That is much appreciated. Yes, celebrate the first super on a live stream. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, Hermit. Going above and beyond. Show your love of the Galactic News Network. All right. Since we're making so much progress in the later minutes of this stream on this goal, I'm going to restart the goal. This time only 5 super chats instead of 10 because we're technically at 6. So really we only need 4. But I can't do a 4. It's just, you have to do it's annoying, but they don't allow you to pick just random numbers. Oh God, my browser. My browser's gone crazy. What is happening here right now? Please hold. Oh, okay. Okay, I solved it. I solved it. I fixed it. Oh my God, I might not even need to do it. Becky D with a double super chat. Because you are just that good. Aw, thank you, Becky. I appreciate that. I don't know how good I am. I can't speak to that. Mish as well. Donating. Super sticker. A celebratory pair. Rocking out. That 2 plus 1. That gets us to 9 of 10. We are only 1 away, people. That is it. I'm not even going to start a goal. I was going to. And now I'm thinking, no goal. I'm not going to start a goal. I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to, I'm going to assume, I'm going to have faith in Gary, our galactic god, that we will get at least 1 more super chat and or super sticker during the stream. That will somehow satisfy our goal. Because if I am doing the math correctly, and I think I am, that's 9 of 10. And of course, doing a goal for 1, I don't think you can do that. I don't think you do a 1. Can you do a 1? I should see. Can you do a 1? It'd be funny if you could. It would be kind of funny if you could. Okay, my browser has a mind of its own now. Oh my God. I don't know why, but this browser is just giving me a lot of problems lately. And before I can even figure out if I can do a single super chat, we get a single super chat goal, we get 2 more. Absolutely 100% completing the goal. Making my efforts over here to solve my browser problems completely superfluous and unnecessary. Something I appreciate greatly. My God, Christopher Tablante with the super chat. Goal. Goal indeed. And Mish come in with a super sticker. Little fox clapping. Bravo. Bravo indeed, because we just completed the goal. That means we get a quick confetti party up in here. So bask in this glory momentarily. Spades fams, everybody watching the show. Enjoy this obligatory confetti party, which we all now get to enjoy together. Thanks to our generous space fams who've helped contribute to this goal, ensuring that we get all the sweet, sweet space content today. We were in danger, briefly. Very briefly. Just moments. Moments of danger and a great peril, which were then immediately, if not sooner, turned into moments of great glory and epicness, great achievement, and merit from the space fams for having completed this goal. Truly fantastic. I'm glad. I was worried. Just for that one moment, I was greatly concerned. I had a lot of concerns over here. I was like, oh no, are we not gonna get, am I gonna have to change we have to end the stream and change the thumbnail because we're not gonna do the 2 things that are on the thumbnail, Venezuela and China, and now? Now those concerns, a thing of the past. I was very silly for being concerned at all. But there we have it. Alright everybody, confetti party over. Let's get back to the content. And back to this goddamn fire which is raging near Sacramento. Footage of firefighters attempting to put it out. Alright, we're gonna stay on this story for a second.
All right, fire crews in California are fighting a massive blaze in the Central Valley right now. Lightning strikes across the region sparked dozens of wildfires, now burning almost 14,000 acres. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Bigliotti is in a small town called Chinese Camp in Northern California. Jonathan, good morning. Help us understand what the situation there looks and feels like right now.
Yeah, Errol, we're here in what is left of historic downtown. You're looking at a landmark building behind me. It has been gutted. We arrived here yesterday to survey the damage. This is a community of about 100 people. And from what we've seen, most of this community has been destroyed. Easily dozens of homes, entire neighborhoods were leveled. This all started with a lightning strike on Tuesday after a powerful storm system blew in from Monday into Tuesday. At its peak, we're talking lightning strikes every few seconds, upwards of 16,000 bolts in just under 24 hours. As you can imagine, it's at fire crews scrambling, people here evacuating. More than 600 firefighters are here on this.
16,000 lightning strikes in an hour? That's insane.
That's too much, man!
In just under 24 hours. As you can imagine, it's at fire crews scrambling, people here evacuating. More than 600 firefighters are here on the scene, responding on the ground and in the air. Overnight, they did make significant progress in containment, 15% contained this morning, though officials are telling us there was at least one injury. A bulldozer operator flipped over while responding to one of the front lines. Errol?
Shows just how dangerous those efforts can be. And Jonathan, with about 600 firefighters, what's the biggest challenge the crews are facing? I know the topography is quite vast and widespread, although not densely populated.
That's correct. And right now, the fire has retreated from populated areas. It is in more rural, rugged terrain, but 14,000 acres were burned. That's a lot of hot spots. And then you add wind to that. We're expecting more wind in the coming hours, and that runs the risk and the threat of kicking back up, Errol.
All right.
And this is basically all ongoing right now as we speak. I mean, these stories that we're looking at are within the last 24 hours. This next one, 6 ABC Philadelphia, covering it from all the way over the East Coast. Yeah, let's go here.
A gold rush era mining town is up in flames as a fire fueled by a massive lightning strike burns out of control southeast of Sacramento. More than 600 firefighters are battling the flames on the ground and in the air as the 6.5 fire spreads near the town of Chinese Camp, where thousands of Chinese immigrant gold miners settled in the 1850s. While most of those residents have left in the early 1900s, many of those historic structures remained until now. More than 100 residents forced to evacuate.
Is this your guys' gate?
KXTV's Garjpal Sangha using a video call to show a family what's left.
Can you move a little bit? Oh my God, my car.
Oh my God, you're cheap. To the sheds.
Can you shine it on the sheds too? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, that right there, that was the house. Right.
Oh, this
to
is
your left was
heartbreaking.
the house.
At least 22 separate fires broke out Tuesday amid more than 16,000 lightning strikes. The group of fires.
It's just heartbreaking hearing those people just sort of like in the moment, just finding out that their entire lives have been burned down to nothing. Just looks like a campfire out here. There's nothing left. Just ashes and cinders. Embers burning still, but nothing but a chimney.
That was the house. Right to your left was the house.
At least 22 separate fires broke out Tuesday amid more than 16,000 lightning strikes. The group of fires, called the TCU September Lightning Complex Fire, which has burned more than 18 square miles. A western heat wave will stick around the West Coast through Thursday, with severe storms in parts of eastern Kansas and western Missouri. And dry conditions on the East Coast are fueling fires. The Buck-a-Bear Fire in Passaic County, New Jersey, outside New York City, burning more than 100 acres.
I hadn't even heard about that one until I saw that video. But it's not that big yet. Let's go here. This is CBS News from 14 hours ago. Wildfires spreading in historic California town.
So weather now, a new series of wildfires is burning in Northern California. Officials there say they were sparked by lightning and have burned nearly 14,000 acres. That is happening southeast of Sacramento. Multiple homes were destroyed in an historic gold rush town, and hundreds of families have had to be evacuated. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti joins us now from Tuolumne County, which is about 80 miles southeast of Sacramento. Viggs, what's the latest?
Yeah, Vlad, you know, those that we've spoken with, they describe blowtorch conditions. You mentioned that lightning, it sparked the fire. You add to that all of the wind, in some cases 30 miles per hour, and you have this wall of flame that stripped through this area. We are here in the historic downtown area of the town known as Chinese Camp. You're looking at a landmark building. It has stood here for more than 100 years, completely gutted. We spent all yesterday surveying this community. About 100 people live here, and unfortunately, most of it was lost. I spoke with one family that stayed through it all, describing the chaotic evacuation, the delay in the emergency response, saying that when fire crews did arrive, some of the streets were deemed too dangerous for them to drive through. As a result, they stayed behind with their garden hose and used that to protect their property. They saved it. Unfortunately, they watched as their neighbors lost theirs.
So, Jonathan, just give us a little context of this historic town. And I know that it was a place where Chinese migrants and immigrants in the 19th century came to this country to help build this country, build the railroads. But just give me a little color.
Yeah, you have families that have been here for generations, for more than 100 years. It is a very small town. We're about 45 minutes, an hour or so away from Modesto, the largest nearby city. And it's really a town where you've had families here for pretty much the building standing behind me. They've never experienced anything like this. They've said to me they were prepared, the family I spoke with, to take action if they needed to, though they were caught off guard. The lightning strikes that we got here at the peak of this storm, the way they described it, lightning strikes every few seconds, and fire officials confirming just over 24 hours, there were more than 16,000 bolts. Once that fire started, it swept through immediately. We talk about the history of this town and how it is generational. So many families came together, those that stayed, to try to defend their properties.
Just tragic. Just tragic. An historic town. Never seen anything like this. Filled with the ancestors of former Chinese migrants who were helping with either mining or building the cross-country railroad. People who helped build this country. And that history just wiped away. One fire. 24 hours. All gone. Now, let's go north to Washington State. Talk about a fire that's been going on for, I think, a month or longer, potentially. I am, of course, talking about the Bear Gulch fire. We have been watching this one for quite some time. And this is perhaps not the news everyone is expecting or hoping for, but containment on the Bear Gulch fire has actually gone down. That's right, not up. It's not improved. It's gotten worse. It's less contained than it was the last time we talked about the Bear Gulch fire.
An update on the wildfires burning in Washington. A wildfire is growing this morning just east of Mount Rainier. Lightning started the Wildcat fire a week ago near Bumping Lake, burning about 1,200 acres so far. More resources are being brought in to fight the fire and keep it away from cabins and the marina on the lake. So far, it is not contained. And in Mason County, the largest wildfire in the state has burned more than 9,300 acres. The Bear Gulch fire burning in the Olympic National Forest is down to 10% containment as it continues to spread through rough terrain. More than 250 personnel are now fighting the fire.
Terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
It's the exact opposite, I think, of what I would have wanted and or expected. But things just getting worse with the Bear Gulch fire rather than better. And a new fire popping up, the Wildcat fire, which I guess we'll have to start keeping our eyes on as well. Country is on fire, as it turns out. It's not just the country, it's the continent, at least the sort of northwestern part of it. Let's go to Canada. All the way up to the Northwest Territories. Where there's been a serious and ongoing firefighting effort. Here's CBC News from 2 days ago.
Crews in the hamlet of Fort Providence in the Northwest Territories are doing what they can to keep the community safe. There is a wildfire raging right nearby. The community remains under evacuation order this morning. The territorial government says the flames are less than a kilometer away. That was the last update we had. But thankfully, we have Shannon Scott with us, who hosts Trailblazer on CBC Radio, and she's giving us some time early this morning. Shannon, great to have you with us from Yellowknife. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
Well, thanks for asking me. I'm happy to be here.
Well, listen, I hope there's good news to share. We were really concerned. The last word that we had was the fire was getting ever closer and was less than a kilometer away from the hamlet of Fort Providence. What's the latest that you're hearing there, Shannon?
So the latest that we're hearing is fairly good news for the community. As you mentioned, they are still evacuated, so that hasn't changed. They're still not able to go home. But the part of the fire that is that close, that is about 900 meters away from the community at its closest point, is being described by fire crews as like a finger of this fire. And they say that they have really been able to, through the work of crews on heavy equipment, on dozers, knocking down trees, with water cannons and sprinklers, they've really been able to contain that one finger of the fire. So they feel pretty good that that isn't going to be moving much closer to the community. And the rest of the fire itself remains about 1 to 2 kilometers away at its closest point. So it's still very, very close, but not at a threat at the moment of.
Well, there we go. And Northwest Territories are not the only province struggling to contain wildfires right now. And just honestly, more provinces in Canada, I think, are dealing with fires than not. It's quite unfortunate. All right, let's start moving away from the North American continent. Quickly talk about the Atlantic, as we have been monitoring a situation in the Atlantic with different cloud formations moving. We had recently, over the weekend, talked about the potential for a storm, potential hurricane to form this week in the Atlantic, and it would look like that was indeed correct. Here's Fox Weather from 19 hours ago with the latest update.
Let's go to the Atlantic Basin, where we've had a nice lull, but we're watching this spot that has a high potential of becoming Gabrielle. And I will say, despite the dry air, this is like the little engine that could.
Yeah,
it
no
looks
kidding.
So incredible compared to yesterday.
It's all spread out yesterday.
Exactly. So, and I just mean that it's not, strong by any means,
Right.
but if you looked at this spot yesterday on satellite, you would say this is not going to happen.
Now you can see that little
it
area, like a
really
nice
was struggling. Yeah, that consolidation.
Consolidation, exactly. Thank you.
So we're up to 80% next 7 days, 40 over the next 2. So again, everyone's in agreement that this is going to be Gabrielle. It's just a matter of time. Looking at the satellite and what we're pointing out and how this looks so different over the last 24 hours, I'll just highlight the spot, the tropical wave that we're watching. You can see that all of the clouds are coming together. That's what we mean by consolidation. And we do have the dry air. So, you know, it's finding this little pocket of moisture and then also the thunderstorms itself creating its own moisture that's just enough to fight against that dry air.
It's like in a little envelope or something, right? With the,
exactly.
the dust to the north.
Just a little notch here that it's able to take advantage of. This is a big difference.
Yeah.
Yesterday, our probability was 20 to 30%. Now we're looking at 60 to 70. So this is the importance of making sure that you stay with the forecast, because in tropics, it changes very quickly and it's always evolving. You'll also notice that we have a high potential of another tropical system towards the end of this forecast period. That would be early next.
There we go. Over the next week, we could be seeing some multiple developments of new storms in the Atlantic. We will keep our eyes out for that. Now, while we're talking about hurricane forecasting, I figure we would go to this. This story is utterly fucking just, this is unmitigated idiocy, okay? This next story is fucking stupid. Let's go here. WKMG News 8, click Orlando 2 days ago. News 6 meteorologist blocked from posting hurricane updates on Instagram.
A what now?
Yes, that's correct. A meteorologist has been blocked from posting meteorological updates on Instagram.
Come on!
It's true. I wouldn't make it up.
Austin, thousands of Instagram and Facebook accounts are being shut down without notice, without explanation, and without a human to talk to. And now it's happening to one of our own.
When it comes to major hurricanes, they're forecasting between 3 to 5.
News 6 chief meteorologist Candace Campos tried to post this reel to her WKMG Instagram account. It didn't work. Instead, she got this message.
We've frozen your ability to post because you do not follow the community standards of Instagram.
Your Instagram is a way you get information out to people.
Exactly. I mean, and that's the point of my job, right? Especially during hurricane season, I want to turn reels real quick, talking about the latest update and hurricane this and hurricane that.
So she requested a review to see if the freeze was a mistake. And she got this response. You'll hear back from us soon. That was 3 months ago.
I sent emails, I sent an appeal, I did all of it and nothing. Nothing.
You haven't heard anything?
No, none whatsoever.
Have you been able to talk to any person at Meta?
No.
Candace is not alone. We found a change.org petition with more than 40,000 signatures. These people want to hold Meta accountable for disabling accounts with no human support.
For a company that's operating at such a big scale, it was just shocking to note that there's no customer support, no customer service.
Amira Irfan is a business lawyer and owner of A Self Guru. Her Facebook accounts were disabled back in July. And like Candace, she...
Anyways, long story short, Facebook and Instagram have not yet gotten back to this journalistic outlet. They have been using AI to determine what accounts do and do not meet their standards, as well as for customer service. And customer service, I mean, is a complete joke, right? I mean, customer service does not exist at Facebook and Instagram. The only way to get customer service at Facebook and Instagram is to know someone who works at Facebook and Instagram personally in your real life. You know how I know that? Because that's the only way that I've ever managed to get customer service at Facebook. There was one time where I really needed help with my Facebook account, and I happened to know somebody who worked at Facebook, and literally found myself texting their brother to get their information. That's the only way. So I guess nepotism, is the only way to get good old customer service over there. I guess that's that's the lesson of this story. Okay, look, if you want customer service, just know somebody. All right, come on.
Come on!
Oh, good. Let's go to this horrifying news story across the Atlantic in Africa. Where, unfortunately, a country that does not need any more tragedies got one. Sudan. Where, in recent days, a landslide demolished an entire village, killing hundreds of people. I believe the number is now over 1,000. They have been updating it slowly.
Now let's take you to Sudan, and a landslide in the western region of Darfur has reportedly buried a village of more than 1,000 people. Well, that village is located in the Mara Mountains in the Darfur region. The country's appealed to the United Nations to help with rescue efforts. A local armed group which controls the area, the Sudan Liberation Movement, says it needs help from the international community. It's released these stills from the area. Well, the UN's Deputy Humanitarian Coordinator in Sudan says the response to the deadly landslide is being hampered by bad weather and poor infrastructure. Well, let's go straight to our senior East Africa reporter, Akisa Wandera, who's been monitoring developments from Nairobi. Akisa, distressing images there and quite a high death toll so far. Just tell us more about what you're hearing.
Well, details remain very scanty on what really is happening at the mountainous region of the Mara, but we know that days of rain, as you say, have buried entire villages, with the local rebel group, the Sudanese Liberation Movement, or Army, putting the death toll at over 1,000. Just about under an hour ago, the Army-led Sovereignty Council has sent its condolence messages, not really giving a specific figure of the death toll and the casualties really in that area, but saying that they mourn with the hundreds of people who have been killed in this particular landslide. So we're still trying to follow up on information. The organizations that we've reached out to in parts of Sudan are still trying to verify the numbers and what really is going on. You would appreciate that it's a remote area, so getting information and even access for many of this organization has become very difficult.
Indeed. Akisa, who are the Sudan Liberation Movement Army?
Well, this is a group that currently controls part of Darfur. It was formed almost 25 years ago in 2002 and was one of the key factions that rose up against the rule of Omar al-Bashir. But it has since disintegrated or split in various factions, one of which said this year that they will be supporting or fighting alongside the army as the conflict between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces continues. So this is a region that has been led by rebel groups, so to speak, for more than 20 years now. A very remote area, very mountainous and very difficult to.
It's just a tragedy. I mean, Sudan is already dealing with just a mountain of issues. I mean, I just want to point something out. Like, you notice this woman is, you look up here, she is reporting from where? Nairobi. Why? And if you're not clear on this, Nairobi, not in Sudan, as it turns out, it is in the country next door, Kenya. Because, of course, journalists are still not going into Sudan. Aid organizations are barely going into Sudan. There's 20 million people right now starving in Sudan, and a civil war is still ongoing. It's been going on for multiple years. And now we have this, a landslide, taking out an entire village. It's just horrifying. It's just adding insult to injury type of shit. It's like, really? Is that necessary?
I know there's no manager, no weather manager to talk to, but I feel like there should be at this point. It's out of control. Okay, one more. This is the AP. This is from yesterday, also on this landslide.
A devastating landslide has struck the village of Tersin in central Darfur, Sudan, wiping out the entire community and tragically killing up to 1,000 people. That's according to the Sudan Liberation Movement, the rebel group that controls the area. The disaster was caused by torrential rains in the days leading up to the landslide. Sudan is currently in the middle of its flooding season, which runs from July through to October. And every year, hundreds of lives are lost in the seasonal rain. But this landslide is the worst in recent memory. It's believed that only one person has survived from the village, which is located in the remote and mountainous area of Jabal Marra. But much of the region is inaccessible to international aid organizations, as Darfur has become the epicenter of fighting in Sudan's more than 2-year civil war between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary group, the Rapid Support Forces. In a region devastated by violence,
Okay, man. The view of those sites is just nothing is left. Who knows? It must have been a massive amount. I mean, to have killed 1,000 people, it must have just been like the entire side of the mountain to have come down. Unfortunately, that is not the only tragedy we have to discuss during this environmental portion of the show. Let's go east to Pakistan, where flooding has been ongoing still. Monsoon rains absolutely devastating the Himalayan regions, not just of Pakistan, also of India, causing just devastating flooding.
Entire neighborhoods abandoned. The swell of a nearby river upending thousands of lives. Entering your home is now considered trespassing, but some try anyway.
This neighborhood in Lahore has been completely inundated. Beauty parlors, shops, entrances completely blocked off. You'll see some of the wires have dropped very low. Some of them are in the water now. The power, electricity have been completely cut off to the neighborhood.
A gated community is no protection. Residents were promised a scenic view and modern homes. This is what their dream neighborhood looks like now. In Punjab's capital, temporary camps.
Awful.
Sumaira is 9 months pregnant.
Can you imagine just like for a second, like what it would be like? You move into a new place, and the people who rent it or sell it to you or whatever is like, oh, don't worry, this is a great place, super nice, no threat of flooding, and then this
modern home. This is what their dream neighborhood looks like now. In Punjab's capital, temporary camps. Sumaira is 9 months pregnant.
I'm worried about my pregnancy. We're in the hands of God, whatever God wills. I don't know what the future will bring.
Not everyone has a bed to sleep on.
Do you feel like you have enough resources?
Yes, I believe personally, no big issue of the resources. The government, public, people, they have very generosity attitude.
And yet you just said people are sleeping on the floor.
Yes, 1 minute. That's true, we can't provide each and everything like the home they are getting. But if minimum, they need shelter. It's a makeshift arrangements.
Away from the capital, a controlled explosion. an embankment near Chang collapses, water diverted from the city at the expense of nearby farmland and settlements. The government says all communities.
So that was from 4 days ago. But more floods hit Pakistan 2 days later. Here's TRT World.
Floodwaters sweeping through Pakistan's Punjab province have now reached Multan, the biggest city in South Punjab. Even before the wave of river water entered this region, many localities were already submerged. The material damage here is extensive. The region is known for producing some of the best quality mangoes, and many orchards are flooded. Cotton and rice crops too washed away. But the immediate priority right now is to save lives. I am on a rescue boat right now with a team as they head deep into the flooded villages. Many people are still refusing to leave their homes despite the rising waters. They are trying to convince these villagers. And they agreed.
The water came suddenly overnight. Yesterday there was not that much water. We were staying back to protect our belongings, but since water level is now increasing, we had no option but to leave.
We were not leaving because we were looking after our houses and other properties. There was a fear of theft in our absence.
But rescue teams are taking no chances.
So far, the district government, we, Rescue Double 122, and all other line departments have evacuated all the people. The number was targeted 300,000, and we have almost evacuated all those humans, not only humans, but the livestock and their livelihoods and their families in the safe zones.
The focus is to save Multan city. This embankment will be breached if water goes beyond dangerous level. They are
Well, people in Pakistan preparing for the worst as these monsoon floods are not yet over. We have been evacuating thousands of people and their animals over the past 3 days, including children, women, and men. We have established rescue points in various parts of the district. We have deployed 2 to 3 boats on each point, and we are using these boats whenever needed to evacuate people. We are also providing meals. Look at this guy. All right, let's go here. This is Reuters from 2 days ago. Pakistan, not the only country hit by these rains. India also inundated by floodwaters. Heavy rains flood hundreds of villages in India's breadbasket, Punjab state.
बच्चों ले लो।
There we go, both India and Pakistan getting blasted by these monsoon rains. Now, unfortunately, more tragedies befell the Asian continent this week. Nearby, in Afghanistan, an earthquake struck near the border of Pakistan, killing well over 1,000 people. Here's Guardian news from 3 days ago. Jesus Christ. This has been a fucked up week. And I was planning on doing a stream on Tuesday, which would have covered some of this stuff. Would have been easier on my psyche. I'm just, fucking hell. Let's go here. AP from 2 days ago, survivor of earthquake in Afghanistan describes being buried under a house.
We were under the soil. The Muslims came and rescued us. My wife, my son, my nephew, and my grandchildren were all buried under the destroyed house. This was God's test of us.
Everyone is busy with their own grief. The situation is very bad. In our area, 2-floor, 3-floor, and 4-floor houses have all been destroyed. The deceased whose funeral was held today was my grandson. He died last night.
What a fucking tragedy. All right, France 24 English now.
Eagerly awaited, this Afghanistan military helicopter is bringing much-needed aid to a village in Kunar province. It's delivering medicine and will carry some of the injured to hospital. With many roads still cut off by landslides caused by the quake, it's the only way for help to reach some areas. But the Taliban government's capacity is limited. Residents are calling for outside assistance.
A total of 25 people from my family were martyred, and they are still under the rubble. I ask the international community to provide us with aid, and Allah will grant them rewards.
Can you imagine losing 25 members of your family in an instant? That is... Jesus Christ.
Community to provide us with aid, and Allah will grant them rewards.
The United Nations has released emergency funds to assist, and India and China have also pledged support. The quake struck just before midnight on Sunday. Its shallow depth made it particularly deadly, destroying entire villages. Due to a lack of official assistance, many people have been forced to dig out their own loved ones from the rubble.
It was dark. There was no light. Somebody lent me a lamp, and then I used a shovel and a pickaxe to dig them out. There was no one to help because everyone was affected. So many people died in my village. Some are still buried. Whole families have died.
Afghanistan is prone to earthquakes as the country sits on major fault lines where the Indian and Eurasian plates meet. This latest quake is the worst to hit the country since 2023, when a 6.3 magnitude tremor killed over 1,400 people.
Jesus Christ. Now,
may be familiar with the term aftershock, and in this case, they were unfortunately not spared an aftershock. Another earthquake struck Pakistan. It's kind of just almost unbelievable. But a second freaking earthquake hit Pakistan 24 hours after the first one. Before we talk about that one, let's just go here. This is the BBC News. This was the report right before. Right before the second one hit.
Let's start this hour in Afghanistan, where rescuers are struggling to reach villages in remote mountainous areas following the devastating earthquake that struck late on Sunday. The Taliban authorities now say more than 1,400 people have been killed, with at least 3,100 injured. Most of the deaths occurring in Kunar and Nangarhar provinces near the quake's epicenter. That's about 30 kilometers north of Jalalabad. The UN in Afghanistan has warned there's likely to be an exponential rise in casualty figures. Many survivors spending the night in the open after they had been pulled out of a mud and stone homes. You can see them here, built into steep valleys. Let's take you to our South Asia correspondent Azadeh Mashiri, who is monitoring developments for us from Islamabad. Azadeh, we see the death toll now rising, the amount of injured going up as well, and this was to be expected. But what are you hearing from inside Afghanistan?
Well, so that death toll is from the Taliban government. The United Nations and other aid groups are also trying to report on what the death toll is and what the casualty count is. The last we heard from the United Nations was that 800 were killed, according to their preliminary reports. All of this is partly this confusion and some of the numbers shifting is because these areas are so remote. They're mountainous regions, difficult to access and also difficult to get information out. Also in Afghanistan, once people are killed, they're buried very quickly, and so not only is it difficult to get to those areas, but these bodies don't always make it to the nearest hospital, main hospital in Jalalabad, and therefore the casualty count doesn't always reveal the scale of the crisis that is going on there in Afghanistan. What the Taliban government has been insisting on is that they need international support, they need aid. And what we've heard so far is that several countries have pledged aid donations. Those include China, Switzerland, India has donated 1,000 tents, the United Kingdom.
There we go. Some, actually, let her finish that sentence.
Has pledged.
Son of a bitch.
Tents. The United Kingdom has pledged £1 million in emergency funding that they've stressed is going through partners like the International Rescue Committee. And so...
Yep. Well, there you go. Well, this is the last update I have on this earthquake. And this is actually not the update, but the second. This is an update on the second earthquake that hit Afghanistan 24 hours after this first earthquake.
Hello and welcome to Verified Live. We start in Afghanistan, where a second 5.2 magnitude earthquake has been recorded in the last couple of hours. It comes as rescuers struggle to reach villages in remote mountainous areas following the devastating 6 magnitude quake that struck late on Sunday. The Taliban government now says more than 1,400 people have been killed, with at least 3,100 injured. Most of the deaths occurred in Kunar and Nangarhar provinces near the quake's epicenter, which lies 30 kilometers north of Jalalabad. The UN in Afghanistan has warned there's likely to be an exponential rise in casualty numbers. Many survivors spent the night in the open after they'd been pulled out of mud and stone homes built into steep valleys. Well, our South Asia correspondent Azadeh Mashiri is in Islamabad for us, and she told me more about this second quake.
We still don't know the full impact of this second earthquake. We do have colleagues in Kunar province where many of the casualties were reported for that initial earthquake, and they've said that they felt the jolts of it. We also have a local journalist who's told the BBC that he felt it in Jalalabad, where the main hospital is, where many casualties are being transported. What we do know is that this is a country that is still reeling from the impact of that earthquake in the middle of the night on Sunday. What aid groups are saying is that the country desperately needs more international support, and it's a complicated picture. When the Taliban came back to power in August 2021, many aid groups suspended their work. International aid was suspended in many cases as well, and sanctions that were in place since the 1990s, when the Taliban were initially in power, are still in place, though there are exemptions for humanitarian relief.
Yeah, this is a horrifying situation. And I think I noticed somebody in the comments saying that there was no building regulations in Afghanistan. And my response to you is, let's not forget the United States occupied Afghanistan for over 2 decades. So if anyone's to blame for the lack of regulations in Afghanistan, it's the old US of A. Fuck yeah! All right. Let's keep this puppy moving. Yeah, all right. Could take a break here, but I'm going to opt not to. And let's do some space news. Of course, every stream we must cover what has been happening in space. And or relating to our little solar system here. Let's go to this little press conference from earlier this week. Donald Trump administration had an announcement for everybody. And this announcement has to do with Space Force. Look at all these idiots beaming with excitement for the president to say things. Katie Britt can barely hold her excitement back. Look at her. She's on the right-hand side of the president. Might as well be Jesus.
Jesus, I say that.
Republicans, and these are Republicans, great Republicans. I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement. 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time, and I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama, we love Alabama.
By the way,
I only won it by about 47.
I wonder if they're on board. I wonder if he was told Alabama, whatever the name of that town is. I've already forgot it. Now it's Rocket City to me. I wonder if they were told ahead of time that they're going to have their city change in names. I just want everybody to watch this guy's face. You see this guy who seems to be like longingly looking at Donald Trump's neck? I just want you to watch his face throughout this. He's doing some real weird shit with his face.
Don't be creepy.
Am I wrong? He looks like he's longing. He's like looking longingly at Trump's neck. If only I could kiss that beautiful orange neck.
Forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama, we love Alabama.
Sorry, Huntsville, no more.
I only won it by about 47 points. I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right?
Right,
but,
right, everybody? I love how he asks the crowd on a personal ethical question.
Right, everybody? I didn't put it in Alabama because we won by 47 points, right? I'm not the one who could. You're the ones who should be able to tell us whether it was that.
A lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it. Huntsville in particular, so congratulations.
Great job,
everybody.
Huntsville.
Katie, congratulations. This will result in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and that's billions because it can't be millions, it's billions and billions of dollars. Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job, and Secretary of the Air Force Troy Mink. Troy, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, Troy. This is such a big deal. This is one that
Sorry. You keep like, I'm looking out the corner of my eye at the feed. I can't help but notice that guy's like literally like biting his lip. He's like biting his lower lip while he stares longingly at Donald Trump's neck. Something's going on with that guy, and I don't know what it is.
I wanted to know, what are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Your grandmother, her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loved you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been. To produce you indirectly.
To make Katie,
I can tell you she had
come
a bit. Tommy
She must have been
Tuberville, who's
great.
a great coach. And I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, that's right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and a fantastic guy all around. He was also a
Great
tremendous
guy,
coach. House Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Doing great, Mike. Representatives Barry Moore, all great friends, Robert Adderholt, Gary Palmer, and Dale Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it. In my first term, I created a thing called Space Force. So important. You know, we were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia. And now we're far and away #1 in space, and reestablished Space Com with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the Spacecom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration. And as you know, they moved them to a different locale. And today we're moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting.
Oh.
So they have automatically crooked.
I'm sure that has nothing to do with this. I'm sure Donald Trump's decision. He's just bringing this is completely. He's just riffing people. Okay, he's not bringing up the fact that Colorado does mail-in voting because it played into his decision to move a fucking base from one state to another. Donald Trump, I mean, come on. This guy, he would never threaten or do anything based upon mail-in voting, would he? Oh, wait, that's right. He threatened California with disaster funding being cut off after saying to them that they needed to change their voter ID laws. So actually, this is exactly what Donald Trump would do.
And we can't have that. When a state is for mail-in voting, that means they want dishonest elections, because that's what that means. So that played a big factor also. In Huntsville, Spacecom will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it, and that'll be great. But Canada wants very much to be included in that, and we're going to work something out with them, I hope. It will also ensure that our technological capabilities, of which we're way ahead of anybody else, there's nobody close, remain unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they
Please,
got
Katie, stop calling me, okay? Okay. Look, unless you're calling to have a little bit of late night Trump fun, okay? I need you to stop calling me. You're being very, very annoying to me.
I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots, I think even more so than politicians. So
Patriots
they
over
fought very hard to
politicians.
get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Please, Pete,
Thank
get
you,
in
Mr.
there.
President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished SpaceCom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it. For other reasons, in the next administration under Biden, they decided to move it somewhere else. Well, during that time,
They didn't move it somewhere else. It was already there. It was already in Colorado Springs, and when Joe Biden took presidency, they kept it there. Okay, it's a little different than how you're describing it.
the DoD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own assessments, and where did they say SpaceCom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So what you're doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it should be based on what the Space Force, the Air Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead because that's the most important domain.
Oh.
Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete.
Katie, would you
Great
like to
job.
say
Katie, would you please get in here? All right. You've been calling me and calling me. Would you tell the people what you've been trying to tell me this whole time? Thank you.
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home. As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our warfighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Please.
Ami, would you please get in there?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day for
Alabama has some terrible fucking representation. Tom in Tuberville and Katie Brett.
not just for our state of Alabama. We need help in our military. We need to catch up.
We need
and
help?
As Secretary has said,
We need help catching up in our military with who? Ourselves? We have the biggest military on the planet. We got to catch up with who? Of some sort of like fever dream fiction of China, who has a much smaller military than we do.
in our military, we need to catch up. And as Secretary has said, we're not behind in space, but we know where we're at, and we need to expound on that. Now,
okay.
This move will save the taxpayers $480 million.
How so?
It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million.
How is building an entirely new Space Force military base gonna save us money? Huh? Explain it, Tom.
We have the plans intact.
Uh-huh.
It'll be behind a secure wall in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We
Okay.
have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and SpaceX.
Okay.
It is the perfect place for Space Command. I would tell you today,
I don't think any of the things that he just said are money-saving measures. Just seems like he said it was going to save us a bunch of money, and then he just moved on, and it was like, look at all the great reasons for why I should be here. Don't you understand? It's going to be great for America. Well, let's go here to CBS Colorado. See how people here are taking it. 2 days ago, Space Command is to leave Colorado, costing the state hundreds of jobs and millions of dollars.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
We are covering Colorado First now at 6 o'clock for you tonight. It is a move that will cost our state jobs and, according to Republican and Democratic lawmakers, hurts national defense. Space Command headquarters is leaving Colorado.
President Trump announcing today that it is moving to Huntsville, Alabama. It has taken years to get to this point. President Trump signed an executive order in 2018 reestablishing Space Force. It became a standalone command in 2019, and Colorado Springs was then named the temporary home. In January of 2021, in his final days in office, President Trump announced that Alabama would become Space Force's new home. But in 2023, President Biden reversed that decision, saying military leaders thought it was best to keep it in the Springs.
Your political reporter Sean Boyd joins us now. Colorado's congressional delegation unified in opposing this move. They don't want it to leave.
They say they will continue to fight the decision. After all, they note this Space Command is fully operational here now. The delegation and Governor Polis say moving the headquarters weakens national security and wastes taxpayer dollars. But a study by the Department of Defense Inspector General found the move will save money. And President Trump notes not only did he choose Alabama, so did the Air Force 4 years ago.
I'm sure that the Department of Defense, Pete Hegseth, he would never falsify figures, right? They would never pressure the Inspector General to give them the numbers that they want, right? Right? The Trump administration would never just make up numbers to make themselves look good, would they? And it's not like they have a history, very recent history of targeting inspectors general who they thought weren't going to do what they wanted. I'm sure they're above threatening an inspector general, right?
4 years ago.
They fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville.
President Trump's announcement confirmed what Colorado leaders had feared. Space Command, which employs about 1,400 people and has a $1 billion economic impact in the state, will no longer be headquartered here.
We love Alabama. I only won it by about 47 points.
It wasn't just about the outcome of the election, but Trump says the way Colorado conducts elections.
The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting.
Illegal.
So they have automatically crooked elections.
Automatic
and
crookedness.
We can't have that.
Mail-in ballots aside, a study found it would cost $400 million.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism. Mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections, and we can't have that.
Mail-in ballots aside, a study found it would cost $400 million less to build Space Command in Alabama as opposed to Colorado.
There are some competitive things that we as a community and a state need to address.
J.J. Ament, president and CEO of the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce, says the loss of the military headquarters is a wake-up call.
I don't think it's elections, but I do think cost of living, cost of housing, cost of doing business are things that we should always be very vigilant about, because we do compete in a market. And those other states would love to have not just Space Command, they'd love to have any number of Colorado companies relocate.
While Space Command is a big loss, Ament says Colorado is still a leader in aerospace with 2,000 companies, 280,000 direct and indirect jobs, and $48 billion in federal contracts last year alone. But he says state policies are taking a toll on the state's economy.
We have to make sure Colorado stays competitive, whether it's the command or a headquarters for space, or whether it's the headquarters for a private sector company.
Ament says many of the aerospace companies that are located here also have operations in Alabama, so he doesn't expect a big exodus from them. He also thinks some of the jobs and many of the civilian employees will remain here. Governor
Well, it's not clear if those people are going to remain in Colorado. And Donald Trump was asked about the potential for some Colorado employees of Space Force perhaps not wanting to relocate to Alabama. This is what Trump said in response to that question.
About 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. Maybe we'll get somebody else.
I'm not worried.
I mean, the problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system.
All right? Fuck them. All right? If they don't want to move to Alabama, fuck you. All right, Space Force? You hear me loud and clear. Go fuck yourself. If you don't want to move states all of a sudden after having perhaps already transplanted your life one time to go to Colorado, well, there's something wrong with you and you can go fuck yourself.
How rude.
We will replace you so fast your head will spin. There's your dear leader, Donald Trump. Well, we're making some pretty significant progress here. We started off with a truly incredible number of videos for just a regular Thursday. Although it wasn't regular because I intended to stream one day this week already. But was not feeling so well on Tuesday, the day that I intended to stream. But we've gotten through a pretty significant portion of videos, I think. How many? Yeah, we've already gone through 85 of 144 videos. Doing pretty damn good. We're going to end the third half on space news. We will return talking about Venezuela. And boy, oh boy, is there a lot to talk about with that. But first, we got to take another galactic intermission. Don't worry, though. We will be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too. Otherwise, you might miss one of these shows, and you wouldn't want that to happen. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, Space Fams. Without donations from people who enjoy watching this show, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, there's a lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Don't forget that the more memberships we have active, the more emotes that we can get. We are still working on getting 19 emotes, so there's a great way to contribute. But if YouTube's not your vibe for donations, YouTube, we got Cash App and PayPal as well. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a galactic patron for the low, low price of $3 a month. You can get yourself access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So, Space Fams, you decide how you want to show your support. Anyway, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, Space Fams. You know what that sound means. It means that it's time for us to get back to the stream immediately, if not sooner. So, get back into your seats unless you want to miss the beginning of the fourth half.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, we left off talking about space news. The moving of Space Command from Colorado Springs, Colorado to Huntsville, formerly Huntsville, now Rocket City, Alabama. Something which Katie Britt and Tommy Tuberville seemed incredibly excited about. Which apparently was done over Colorado's existing mail-in voting. Something that Donald Trump has taken advantage of literally every single presidential election for multiple. I think it's like 4 or 5 elections. He has used mail-in voting many, many times. But apparently that's not fair. So I guess Donald Trump contributed to election fraud, I guess. I mean, by his own words and his own ways of thinking. And we are now going to move on to the Earth news, away from the space news, talking about things happening down on the planet of great importance. This next one is seriously disturbing. Of course, we've been talking about the buildup of U.S. forces outside of Venezuelan waters. Basically sitting at the very bottom of the Gulf of Mexico have been over a half a dozen U.S. Naval vessels, mostly battleships. And that has been greatly concerning to many people. Let's go back in time 5 days ago. France 24 English.
Volunteers as old as 75 turned up to enlist, even those with trouble hearing. That shows the level of some Venezuelans' enthusiasm to join the militia in response to an American military buildup off the country's shores.
We have to take any enemy seriously. We cannot dismiss any threat they may come up with.
We have to defend the homeland. Despite my age, I'm ready, because we can serve in many ways.
The United States is reinforcing its deployment of warships in the southern Caribbean.
Yeah, I guess now that I think about it, it's technically not the Gulf of Mexico down there, is it? Like, it stops being the Gulf of Mexico once it hits the Caribbean, then it becomes something else. I think it's the Caribbean Sea, technically.
Destroyers have been sighted there, and the AP news agency reports that 3 amphibious assault ships with more than 4,000 personnel could be joining them next week. The US says it's using the force to crack down on drug smuggling cartels. Washington accuses Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro of running one such gang, and Maduro is stoking speculation that they will invade, though the US has not officially threatened to do so.
There you go. Troops preparing for potential invasion from the United States. Old people, young people alike, signing up for military service in Venezuela to fight the United States in the case of an invasion. And Maduro said that that Venezuela was ready to respond to the military presence of the United States in the Caribbean 2 days ago. This was France 24.
Venezuela on high alert as Nicolas Maduro accuses Washington of planning an invasion. The Venezuelan president addressed a press conference on Monday in response to a buildup of U.S. ships in the Caribbean that he says threatens his country.
Venezuela is facing the greatest threat that the continent has seen in the last 100 years. 8 military ships with 1,200 missiles and a nuclear submarine are targeting Venezuela.
The U.S. Navy destroyer USS Sampson docked near the entrance to the Panama Canal on Saturday, one of several ships deployed to the region, Washington says, to combat drug cartels in the Caribbean, even though most drugs smuggled to the U.S. come via the Pacific. Maduro said his U.S. counterpart was being influenced by a hawkish Secretary of State, a longtime critic of Caracas.
Donald Trump, you should watch out, because Marco Rubio wants to stain your hands with blood, with South American blood, Caribbean blood, Venezuelan blood.
Venezuela's defense minister said the country was ready to fight and that 8 million reservists had signed up for the military. The Trump administration accuses Venezuela of transporting Colombian cocaine to the United States, with Maduro.
That is a big number if it is true. What did they say? 8 million people signing, but 8 or 6 million, whatever that was. Big ass number of people supposedly signing up to become a reservist in a very short period of time. But not shocking when the United States is threatening Venezuela's sovereignty.
Because that's absolutely what this is, right? That's what we've been saying since the very beginning of the first inkling of a warship being onto the shores of Venezuela. This is exactly what we were saying at the very beginning. This is a threat to Venezuela's sovereignty, for the United States to be playing police officer of the Caribbean and directing its attention at Venezuela in this way. You know, like, I've been saying since the beginning that we don't really have the authority to do that. Like, we can't just, like, you know, like, and when I was first talking about it, I was saying, you know, we can't, like, check every ship out on the open ocean that is heading out of Venezuela. That is literally just against international law. It's not the United States' ability to do that. To do that, we would have to have genuine, already pre-documented evidence to even come close to justifying it. But there's been more that's, of course, happened since then. We'll get to that, but let's go here. This was CNN around the same time as that last video, talking about how Nicolas Maduro was handling the United States' presence on its shores.
Venezuela's president has a warning for the United States. If you mess with our country, you're messing with all of South America. President Nicolas Maduro made those comments in a rare news conference on Monday amid the buildup of U.S. naval forces in the Caribbean. Officials in Washington say ships are moving into the region to combat drug trafficking, allegedly linked to Venezuela. But President Maduro has not taken kindly to the show of force, calling it the biggest threat seen in South America in a century.
8 military ships with 1,200 missiles and a nuclear submarine are targeting Venezuela. This is an extravagant, unjustifiable, immoral, and absolutely criminal, bloody threat. They have wanted to escalate what they call maximum pressure, which in this case is military. And in response to maximum military pressure, we have declared maximum preparedness for the defense of Venezuela.
Michael Shifter is a senior fellow at the Policy Forum Inter-American Dialogue, and he joins me now from Washington. Appreciate you being with us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So why are U.S. warships heading toward Venezuela? What's the likely plan, and how long would you expect this fully loaded U.S. flotilla to remain off the coast of that country?
Well, I think it's a matter of speculation about exactly why they're there. The stated reason is to combat drug trafficking. And the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, has been labeled a narco-terrorist by the Trump administration. And so this is the stated rationale for the presence of this flotilla. But it really is extremely heavy, unusually heavy, unprecedented. So there's a lot of speculation that there may be other objectives in mind, including a strike, a military strike in Venezuela, or possibly even a taking out Maduro himself. So I think there's a lot of speculation about what's actually involved, and the flotilla will probably be.
So a war or a coup? Or maybe a little bit of both, huh? Okay. My God.
There for a while, probably another couple of weeks.
And Venezuela's dictator Nicolas Maduro is claiming the U.S. plans to invade Venezuela. How likely is that, though? Even a limited strike, perhaps, on the country?
Yeah, I think an invasion is really out of the question. There are 4,000 Marines that are on this flotilla. An invasion would require 100,000 troops. Venezuela is a huge country. It's a complex country. It's a big country. And so this is not really realistic. Whether there's a surgical strike on some laboratory or some other target, that's
the way they start talking about surgical strikes immediately. Oh, what if it's a surgical strike? That would be illegal too.
Illegal. Laboratory or some other target, that's conceivable, but it's not without risk.
It's
you don't
conceivable.
know what that could set off, and I think
that's conceivable, is it? Is that conceivable? Just striking a UN nation? Just it's surgical. It's like what Israel does. Just a surgical strike.
Has to be extremely careful. I think there's a lot of peril in this, and there could be mistakes, and that could be extremely costly.
And Michael, with a $50 million bounty on Nicolas Maduro's head, how likely is it that the US ultimately plans a regime change, and how much tolerance would...
Yeah, I almost forgot about the bounty. We talked about the bounty, but there's been so many things going on. For a second there, it totally slipped my mind. That's right, the United States, the Trump administration put out a $50 million bounty to anybody that is able to provide information that leads to the arrest of basically offering money for a coup. I mean, $50 million, bounty to unseat a president, a sitting president of another country. That's a coup. And it's just bold-faced.
Be for that in the region if that is indeed the goal here?
Well, Maduro is not popular in the region at all, and he's been a destabilizing force. I think most countries would like to see a change in government, would like to see him go, but they're also extremely sensitive to the unilateral military act.
Okay, enough CNN's drivel over here. Let's keep this thing moving. Now, shortly after this story posted, a strike was carried out by the U.S. military. They released they released a video of this showing everybody in the world what is essentially an illegal strike on a vessel we have very little information about. This is that video. Unclassified. Nice. At least they intentionally unclassified this one and it didn't go out in a signal chat. Get it? Because Pete Hegseth signal? Never mind. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
Illegal. Illegal.
Now, of course, the U.S. has some very spotty history in Central and Southern America, as well as the Caribbean, when it comes to doing coups and illegal things, destabilizing governments, and leading to atrocities or doing them ourselves. This is one of those times where we've done the atrocity ourselves. Because 11 people are reported to have died in this strike, which brings up a whole litany of other problems with the justification of this to be the claims that are being made by the U.S. government. Before I get more into that, let's just go here real quick. This is PBS from 2 days ago.
President Trump announced late today that the United States has sunk a boat after it left Venezuela carrying drugs. It is the first known military strike in the region since President Trump ordered an increased military presence in the Caribbean. Nick Schifrin's following all this, and he joins me now. So, Nick, tell us, what do we know about this strike?
President Trump said that the U.S. Navy operated against that boat that you said. It was operated by Tren de Aragua.
that has been designated by the administration as a foreign terrorist organization. And the president posted this video on Truth Social this afternoon saying 11 members of the group were sailing toward the United States carrying illegal drugs. And attached to the video, he wrote, quote, "Please let this serve as notice to anyone even thinking about bringing drugs into the United States."
Earlier this morning, on my capital O orders, U.S. military forces conducted a kinetic strike against positively identified Trendy Agua, capital N, narco-terrorists in the all-caps Southcom area of responsibility. Actually, Southcom is all caps. TDA is a designated capital F, capital T, capital O, foreign terrorist organization operating under the control of Nicolas Maduro, responsible for mass murder, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and acts of violence and terror across the United States and capital W, capital H, Western Hemisphere. The strike occurred while the terrorists were at sea in capital I international waters, transporting illegal narcotics heading to the United States. The strike resulted in 11 terrorists killed in action. No U.S. capital F forces were harmed in this strike. Please let this serve as notice to anybody even thinking about bringing drugs into the United States of America. All caps, beware. Thank you for your attention to this matter. 11 exclamation marks.
States of America, beware. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Multiple exclamation points. Now, as you said, Amna, President Trump this summer ordered a large Navy and Marine deployment to the area. You see some of the ships there. A Navy official says it includes destroyers, cruisers, as well as smaller ships capable of launching Marines onto shore. And in total, it's thousands of service members, including submarines. The administration describes it as a drug mission and uses the language of war, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio did today.
We destroyed a drug boat that left Venezuela, operated by a designated narco-terrorist organization, which is what these are. And he's been clear that the days of acting with impunity and having an engine shot down or a couple drugs grabbed off a boat, those days are over. Now we are going to wage combat against drug cartels, flooding American streets and killing Americans.
Now, that said, regional experts tell me the drug trade is highly decentralized, and fighting it is not usually a military effort. It is traditionally seen as law enforcement. So there are economic tools, there are diplomatic, political tools, and tools used by the Drug Enforcement Agency. So that is what fundamentally has changed. It is the U.S. Navy, not the Coast Guard and the DEA, taking these steps. The nature of the military deployment, though, means that some experts believe this is a message or a threat to Nicolas Maduro, the head of Venezuela, whom Trump accused of controlling multiple gangs, including Tren de Aragua, and whom Trump tried to depose during the first term by backing an opposition figure. Reporters asked Rubio that specific question today, whether the U.S. would operate against Maduro. He said, look, this is a counter-drug operation, but he wouldn't discuss any future operations.
And has there been any response from the Maduro government in Venezuela?
There has not been today to this strike, at least not in a couple hours, but just yesterday, Nicolas Maduro gave a rare press conference. He described the military deployment by the Trump administration as proof the administration was seeking regime change, and he...
Now, I just want to go back here because I just want everybody to think about this for 1 second, okay? Because this is the problem with this story. Okay, you look at this boat. This is a speedboat. You know, you got a couple of rows of seating. For 11 people to be on this boat, right? you got to take up most of the room on the boat. Wherever you got them stored. Even if it's underneath the deck. It's cramped with 11 people on this boat. So, where are all the drugs? This is the question that multiple people have been asking. I now see people asking it in chat. It was a question I intended on asking during this conversation about this, because this is the question, right? Because, I mean, how many people here have seen Narcos or seen, like, any, like, you know, drug smuggling movies, like Blow or whatever else? You know, you don't pack the smuggling vehicle, the plane, the boat. You know, you don't fill it with fucking people. You pay one guy. You pay one guy
to basically drive that shit with a pile of cocaine in his lap. I mean, like, you fill the vehicle up with as many drugs as you can. Damned comfort and or safety. And, you know, you put one man in that vehicle, right? Because there's no reason to get a bunch of people busted, right? Because usually it's law enforcement, and rather than getting blown to smithereens, you know, it'd be people facing legal repercussions. But putting nearly a dozen people onto a boat intended to smuggle drugs just doesn't make any fucking sense to anybody who knows anything about any of this stuff. So it doesn't make oh God, just doesn't make any sense. And that's why this is a murder. That's why I have written this title the way I have. Because the U.S. military probably just murdered 11 people who were maybe intending to migrate to the United States. It's not even clear that that's where they were headed. The United States has provided no evidence to there having been drugs on this boat yet. And so, you know, we are left with just the facts. An unidentified boat that 11 people were on and just died on due to a strike from the United States military in international waters was done without having apprehended them, right? Like, rather than doing what is expected in international waters, you apprehend somebody. They just blew this fucking boat to smithereens without any evidence given to anyone. And this is a murder. It's a murder of 11 people. It's a fucking international crime that was just committed.
Illegal.
All right, here's the AP from yesterday. Images of war tend to be a bit strange, but I think they won't lie with that. And the AI can be used for so many things. I think this is not the case, given it's something as serious as this. Anyway, it's a very recent news, and it's likely that in the next hours, days, surely more information will arise. It is worrying, because he says that it's about drugs. But on the other hand, they are giving money, a reward for information to see if they can get the president. We expect a change for the good of all Venezuelans. A group of families, be it Maduro, Flores, Cabello, Rodriguez, who are the new owners and lords of the valley. They think they own Venezuela. They cannot dominate 30 million human beings that are all Venezuelans. Well, sort of varied opinions on the ground here in Venezuela. Let's go here to CNN from 17 hours ago. U.S.-Venezuela tensions rising after airstrike. No way. Really, rising, you say?
The U.S. is set to, quote, wage war on narco-terrorist organizations. That remark from Secretary of State Marco Rubio just a day after a U.S. military strike on a boat allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela. The U.S. has offered no evidence about who or what was on that boat, but Rubio suggested the military took the most effective action.
Let me say this. The United States has long, for many, many years, established intelligence that allow us to interdict and stop drug boats. And we did that. And it doesn't work.
You did not.
Interdiction doesn't
You
work
did
because
not.
these drug cartels,
No,
what
wait,
they do
wait,
is they
wait,
know
wait.
they're going to lose
We interdicted
2%
them.
of their
But
cargo.
interdiction doesn't work.
They bake it
so
into
we
their...
didn't do it. I'm sorry. We got to hear that fucking gobbledygook again.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Just want you to think about what little Marco is saying here for a second, because boy, oh boy, does this one really not make sense.
Let me say this. The United States has long, for many, many years, established intelligence that allow us to interdict and stop drug boats. And we did that. And it doesn't work.
We did that, and it doesn't work. So instead, we did something else. Rather than doing the thing that we have legal authority to do, we decided to just bomb a speedboat out of the fucking ocean just now. Without interdicting, without arresting, without actually providing any evidence to any crimes. We just murdered a dozen people with wanton disregard for humanity.
Interdiction doesn't work because these drug cartels, what they do is they know they're going to lose, 2% of their cargo. They bake it into their economics. What will stop them is when you blow them up, when you get rid of them.
President Trump suggests the strike is an unmistakable warning to drug traffickers in the region. He said, quote, "A lot of other people won't be doing it again." The week's events have heightened tensions with Venezuela and President Nicolas Maduro, who President Trump claims is in control of a notorious criminal organization overseeing the drug trade. CNN contributor Stefano Possebon is in Caracas with more details.
There is still a lot of questions unanswered around the news that was broken by the President of the United States, saying that the United States took out or blew up a speedboat with 11 alleged drug traffickers that was traveling from Venezuela, and we understand that the strike occurred on international waters. We are in a country that has seen, of course, growing U.S. pressures in the last few weeks. We're talking about at least 7 warships, as well as 1 nuclear-powered submarine that are roaming around the southern Caribbean Sea in front of the coast of Venezuela. But if you come here to Caracas, you don't really feel like this is a country in high tension. You can see that we are in a suburb that is quite actually close to the Caribbean Sea, and life goes on as usual. Of course, it's a crisis. It's a country that is still dealing with
a deep economic crisis caused by the United States sanctions, maybe.
Economic crisis, and it's still a country that is working under an.
Like I love when people bring up the economic crisis in Venezuela and don't bring up the crippling sanctions that the United States has had on Venezuela now for like decades.
Government. However, it doesn't feel like that war is exploding or is coming to these streets. And that is also the message that I think the Maduro's government is trying to put out, not just to its own people, but to the international community as well.
Joining me now to discuss this is Christopher Sabatini, a senior fellow for Latin America at Chatham House. Appreciate you being with us.
Thanks, Rosamund.
So it was dramatic video, 11 people killed in a US strike on an alleged drug vessel in the Caribbean. But where's the proof, and how risky is a deadly strike compared to an arrest and seizure of drugs that requires...
They keep framing it like that. Risky. Look, why are like they're intentionally trying to get ahead, like beyond the story, to talk about what the implications of it are, to avoid talking about what just happened. Like, that's what I feel CNN's been doing. Like, I listened to this whole fucking thing, and like it's subtle. It's kind of subtle, but rather than discussing how the United States may very well have just committed an international crime and a murder of 11 people in broad daylight, it was night, but in broad daylight, they fucking reposted this shit to Truth Social and congratulated themselves for what amounts to a fucking crime, an international crime, and led to the death of 11 people, and have provided no evidence for the crime that they are alleging. That is something that should be hashed out for like hours on CNN. Did the Trump administration just commit an international crime and post it to Truth Social? That should be, that should be all over. But you know what? CNN hasn't been paying attention to any of our crimes, so I guess they're staying consistent.
Verification.
There's a lot to unpack here. First of all, this is a real new and dangerous step on the part of U.S. drug interdiction efforts to shoot first and ask questions later. The video's out. It's been verified by independent sources, but it's 11 people on a speedboat. That, first of all, speedboats carrying drugs don't tend to have 11 people. But second, Trump claims that it was heading to the United States, and there is no way a speedboat of that size could make it from Venezuela across the Caribbean to the United States. So there's that. But again, do we really need 7 naval ships off the coast of Venezuela to interdict individual boats, speedboats mostly, of 11 or fewer people? So it's both a risky violation of international laws governing interdiction of drugs, certainly U.S. protocol on interdicting drugs, but also it's really, if you will, sort of hitting a small nail with a large sledgehammer. This is a really ridiculous, out-of-scope policy for boats of that size, and probably will continue at this rate.
And given that, how dangerous is a strike like this in terms of triggering a conflict or potentially triggering a conflict in the region, with U.S. Secretary of State Rubio saying the U.S. is set to wage war on narco-terrorist organizations?
It's very risky. First of all, again, the shoot first, ask questions policy makes it even more risky because typically these boats are boarded, they check for drugs, and then they're arrested and the drugs are seized. So we don't know, again, if this boat was in fact a drug. Let's take the government's word for it. But in the future, this policy of just shooting at boats that seem to be speeding somewhere risks that it could, first of all, take out boats that are laden with human traffic, if you will, sort of undocumented immigrants. It could also risk taking out regular fishing boats or even military boats that could suddenly escalate the conflict with the Venezuelan government and really turn this into a much larger conflagration than certainly Marco Rubio.
Look, they even pulled up to the boat with another boat after the fact. So they could have just done this the whole time rather than murdering 11 people. They could have just pulled up to the boat like they just did instead. Instead, it was kill 11 people first and then check the boat after. And we still haven't seen any evidence, which is fascinating to me considering how much these guys love props. Every single drug bust has been fucking politicized in the Trump administration. I've seen the evidence. I get the videos in my goddamn feed. And you would think, considering all of that, that they would have trotted out just all of these piles of drugs that they got off of this boat, supposedly filled with drugs. And yet we haven't seen a dime bag, let alone a brick or a pallet of drugs. Now, J.D. Vance, the vice president, was asked by a reporter what sort of legal authority the Trump administration had to just blow up a Venezuelan boat. Here's Forbes from 13 hours ago.
We do so that the next family doesn't have to deal with this.
On the Venezuela vessel strike, what legal authority were you guys working under, and will there be an after report on the strike?
Well, I'm sure there's going to be an after report. I mean, the legal authority, and I want to talk about these kids, is that there are people who are bringing literal terrorists who are bringing deadly drugs into our country, and the President of the United States ran on a promise of stopping this poison from coming into our country. Another question?
Can you speak to West?
I'm sorry.
We do
let's hear that one more time.
So that the next family doesn't have to deal with this.
On the Venezuela vessel strike, what legal authority were you guys working under, and will there be an after report on the strike?
Well, I'm sure there's going to be an after report. I mean, the legal authority, and I want to talk about these kids, is that there are people who are bringing literal terrorists who are bringing deadly drugs into our country, and the President of the United States ran on a promise of stopping this poison.
Okay, so the legal authority that J.D. Vance is clinging to here is not really an authority whatsoever. It's just the existence of drugs and drugs being smuggled into the United States. And so therefore the existence of drug smuggling gives the United States to, I guess, blow up any ship that they want in international waters. I mean, that's basically what he's saying right now. The existence of drug smuggling writ large is the justification that the U.S. needs to blow up your boat, whomever you might be, wherever you might be. That is the reason that we are giving for being able to, you know, unilaterally blow your shit up without letting you know ahead of time. It is it's fascinating. It really is wild. My mind is honestly kind of blown by JD's answer. It's like, look, drugs exist. Do you expect us to let that, you know, like, do you really expect us to not blow up boats when drugs exist? All right, that's it on Venezuela for today. I'm afraid we'll probably be talking about that in future streams. Let's, before we leave South America, let's just go on down to Brazil real quick. Talk about what's happening in Brazilian courts as the verdict and sentencing phase of Jair Bolsonaro have officially begun. Here's France 24 English from yesterday.
As final sessions were set to begin in a historic trial in Brazil's Supreme Court, the key figure was conspicuously absent.
Let's see how the morning unfolds to know whether arguments will be today or tomorrow, but let's head to the trial.
Will the former president be coming?
No, he will not.
Currently under house arrest in this luxury compound in Brasilia, Bolsonaro stands accused of plotting a coup to cling to power after losing the 2022 election. The plan allegedly included installing 2 retired generals to lead the country, stirring up supporters who stormed the Capitol in January 2023, and even a scheme to poison his leftist rival, current President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, alongside Alexandre de Moraes, who now presides over the case.
The country and the Supreme Court can only lament that in Brazil's Republican history, there has once again been an attempt at a coup d'etat, an attack against the institutions and democracy itself aimed at imposing a true dictatorship.
The trial has left Brazil bitterly divided and has drawn the attention of U.S. President Donald Trump.
Yes, that's right. All because Donald Trump's good friend from Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, did a little coup. And the government decided that they were going to prosecute him for that coup. We now get to pay 50% more for everything coming from Brazil, which is very exciting for all Americans. And the fact is we actually sold, at least as of before Donald Trump became president, we were selling Brazil more things than they were selling to us, which means that, of course, that is just completely nonsensical, the opposite of what anybody who knows anything about economics would do if you were trying to, in fact, improve manufacturing in the United States. But of course, we
have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
That's right. We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America. So, we get to live with the repercussions of a man who has no idea what the fuck he's doing, wielding the power of the executive branch. Now, let's go across the Atlantic to the United Kingdom. Talk about how things are going there. Spoiler alert, not great. Starting with this, BBC News from 2 days ago. Looks like the UK is really embracing the American way of things. Not only have there been a lot of riots in Britain as of late over the existence of immigrants in the country, even international students are now being targeted.
A story we're following here in the UK, and the Prime Minister's hosted the first cabinet meeting at Downing Street since the summer break. His team arrived after Keir Starmer made some big changes to his team of advisers behind the scenes in the last 24 hours. While the Labour government's under pressure over the issue of immigration and the use of hotels to house asylum seekers as they wait for a decision on whether they can remain in the UK. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of foreign students are being contacted by the government, and they're being told that they'll be sent home if they overstay their visas. All of this as part of a shake-up of immigration policy. Well, speaking ahead of that cabinet meeting, the British Home Secretary Yvette Cooper explained why the government wanted to, I quote, clamp down on the issue.
We did inherit a system that was broken, really, on both asylum and immigration. We're taking a series of practical steps to to tackle the chaos and to make sure that we've got a system that is ordered and controlled again. On this particular issue, what we've seen is up to 15,000 students each year end up claiming asylum as they come to the end of often as they come to the end of their visa.
Oh, God. Oh, those... Why? How dare those students come and pay their tuition in England here and then want to stay after the fact? Oh, selfish. I really gotta say, I love the United Kingdom getting all hyperventilated over the existence of immigrants. You know, after their history, it really is quite the hypocrisy, if you ask me. Of course, the Brits exported Britishness all over the planet, and nobody asked for that. But when other people show up there, oh, that's
too much, man!
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right, now let's go here to a story I attempted to do much too early. Reuters from 2 days ago. High public debts and instability. Crippling for bond markets.
Britain's long-term borrowing costs have hit their highest since 1998. The yield on Britain's 30-year gilts reached 5.67% on Tuesday morning, the highest in 27 years. Government bond yields are moving up around the world, in the US after President Trump renewed his attacks on the Federal Reserve, and in the Eurozone because the French government is expected to be on the verge of collapse. But how worrying is this? Well, Kathleen Brooks is Research Director at XTB. Kathleen, this is a global move in bonds, isn't it? Not just in the UK.
Yeah, for now, the UK doesn't look like an outlier. In fact, bond yields are moving at a slower pace in the UK than they are in Europe. But it still suggests that we've got fiscal stress. And when you've got big public sector debt and you've got political woes, which we do have in the UK, even if the government isn't going to collapse anytime soon, those two things are a bit like kryptonite for the bond market and also for the FX market, because we've seen also big declines in sterling today.
How much are President attacks on the Fed making bond investors nervous globally, though?
So it's been quite interesting. For the whole of August, it didn't really have too much of an impact, even though he got very involved. He was upping his rhetoric against the Federal Reserve, and he was also doing a lot of, he was also firing the head of the Bureau of Labour Statistics, for instance, after a weak payrolls report. But we actually saw US bond yields fall really, really sharply, and bonds in the US outperformed Europe. That could change in September. Firstly, September is a very different month for financial markets compared to August. But secondly, because we could see him really ramp up the pressure. This is about the time when we expect him to announce a new head of the Federal Reserve.
There we go. The United Kingdom not able to completely skirt Donald Trump's erratic economic behavior, but also trying to deal with their own problems simultaneously. Things aren't quite at a, devolutionary level yet. It's not apocalyptic, but Many central banks across the planet are concerned about the future right now, because a very delicate system is being upended by Donald Trump right now. There's a lot of movement in interest rates in like the last year in multiple places across the EU, the UK, Bank of Japan, changing their interest rate policies, all in similar ways. And now we're in a real weird place thanks to Donald Trump sort of throwing a bomb into global trade. Now, there's another thing we got to talk about before we leave the UK. This one's certainly taken over headlines in recent days. The Assistant Prime Minister of Angela Rayner, I think that's her title, isn't it? Whatever, she's in the government, very high up, Labour Party, and she has gotten herself into something of a economical scandal, if you will. Let's talk about it.
The BBC's political editor, Chris Mason, he has been talking to the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, who has repeatedly refused to say whether he would sack Angela Rayner as Housing Secretary and the Deputy Prime Minister if the independent advisers on ministers' interests conclude she broke the ministerial code. Yesterday, of course, Angela Rayner admitted that she underpaid stamp duty on a new home and has referred herself to the government's independent ethics adviser. Well, here's that interview with our political editor, Chris Mason.
If Angela Rayner has broken the ministerial code, will you sack her?
Well, Angela Rayner has referred herself to the independent adviser. My experience is he will be comprehensive in the report that he gives me. He'll be quick. He will be quick, and that's what I'm expecting. And so I want to let that process take its course. I did strengthen that process, so she's done the right thing, referred to the independent advisor, and now he will do his work and report back to me.
Sure, but there's a principle here, whether or not in that instance you would have a minister in your government who had broken the ministerial code. Were that to be the conclusion?
Illegal. Well, as I say, the right thing is to refer herself to the independent advisor. He has a reputation for being comprehensive and being quick, and that's what I'm expecting in this
next day
case.
or so?
Well, I can't say, but I think he will be quick. I mean, that's usually how he operates, and I think that would be a good thing in this particular case. Obviously, I will look very carefully, as you'd expect, to whatever report he puts in front of me.
Aren't you equivocating here? You're sounding like Boris Johnson used to do. You can't answer the direct question of whether...
He's absolutely equivocating. Deputy Prime Minister, thank you, Bad Lefty. I always forget. I always forget the names of your... because we got different names for the same thing around here. So, you know... I forgot it.
Minister who had broken the ministerial code, if that's the case, would be sacked.
Well, let me point out the key differences. Firstly, I strengthened the code and the role of the independent advisor. Secondly, I insist that if there's any issue, any minister refers themselves to the process that I have enhanced.
What about thirdly, that if there's a conclusion of a breach that you sack the person?
Well, all I'm saying is he's doing his job now, and I need to let him finish that job. But this is a million miles away from where we were under Boris Johnson, where there was simply no
really? Could you not just explicitly say, if a minister has broken the ministerial code, they'll be sacked? Well, and you're not saying that.
What I'm saying is there's a clear procedure. I strengthened that procedure. It is now taking place. I am expecting a result pretty quickly. I do want it to be...
Here's Dharma. There is a procedure. I have strengthened the procedure. We will follow the procedure, and we will wait for the results of the procedure. When those results come, something will happen. What will happen? It's not clear. My God. This BBC reporter is exasperated. He's like clutching his face. He's like, why can't you just answer a simple question?
It is now taking place. I am expecting a result pretty quickly. I do want it to be comprehensive, as you'd expect. And then, of course, I will act on whatever the report is that's put in front of me.
Irrespective of the ethics advisor's conclusions, is it tenable for a housing secretary caught in a housing tangle to carry on as housing secretary? Well, that's a political judgment.
I do think in the end we need to establish the facts, which the independent advisor will do, and come to a conclusion. Angela Rayner took advice when she was doing the conveyancing. She's subsequently taken other advice. She's then referred herself to the independent advisor. That's the way the process should work. That's the right thing to do. I don't think it'll take long now for that bit of the process to conclude. And then of course it does fall to me, I completely accept that, to make a decision based on what I see in that report.
Did you know on Monday afternoon when you were publicly defending Angela Rayner that she had sought additional legal advice which came to a different conclusion, that she ought to pay more tax?
Well, I'm very happy to deal with that. What I knew was that she'd taken advice at the time of the conveyance. I knew she was taking further advice. That further advice arrived Wednesday morning, and Angela Rayner then referred herself to the independent advisor. So I knew that she was taking advice. I think there was some further information that was needed.
Look, I was aware of the fact that she was taking advice, and at some point advice was given. Afterwards, she told me that she was going to pursue different advice, and at which point I assumed she would in fact obtain that advice. She received it, told me about receiving it. That advice was in fact conveyed, and therefore we now know what that advice was. Keir is really, I mean, he is floundering over here. He's just saying the same things over and over and over again. Because he just, for whatever reason, he just doesn't want to say what everybody knows he needs to say. Is, yes, Angela is going to get fired if it turns out while she was housing secretary violated tax law for her own home. It's the obvious fucking answer, and I don't get what is broken inside of Keir Starmer that is leading him to just debase himself in this way.
I knew that she was taking advice. I think there was some further information that was needed. That advice then came through on Wednesday morning, and Angela Rayner referred herself straight away to the independent advisor. That is actually how the system should work.
Just to be absolute.
She received that advice, and then she spoke to the advisor, and so therefore, I think we know that everything important and needing to be done has been done.
Clear. When did you first become aware of the conclusions of the second bit of advice?
Oh, Wednesday morning, when the advice was given. I did know on Monday, just to be clear and to answer your question, I knew on Monday that she had taken advice previously when she did the conveyance. Now she was taking further advice, but the actual advice came through on Wednesday morning.
Well, that was Keir Starmer talking to Chris Mason.
That was Keir Starmer saying the word advice about 37 times in a single paragraph. That's the most troubling part of that interview for me, personally. It sounds like a routine from Monty Python. It was quite absurd. It was incredibly absurd.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right. Not going to go far, just across the channel to France, where things are not great. We've talked about it in recent days. But the Prime Minister of France's Assembly, Francois
seems to be the new
is facing a confidence vote, which he is likely to lose. And people in France are concerned about the future, leading to some trends in economics. People saving money rather than spending it, concerned about the future.
Saving seems to be the new craze for French households. For this Parisian, cautious spending has become second nature.
When it comes to more expensive purchases, it's complicated because you're not sure what the outcome will be.
New figures from the French National Institute for Statistics and Economic Studies show in the second quarter of this year, households put aside nearly 19% of their earnings. That's the highest rate in 45 years, excluding the COVID-19 period, with 7 in 10 saying they're worried about the future.
Now, that is pretty intense. Highest rate of savings in 45 years. Since like the 70s. I guess 1970, right? Wait, no. 1980? 1980. 80. Yes. Still, that's a really long time. Now, of course, it's not all tied to the election. Of course, the trade war is not helping. Other things.
This rise in savings is mainly driven by two categories, the oldest and wealthiest. The numbers suggest French savings now amount to a staggering 6.3 trillion euros, almost double the size of the country's debt. But what's going into savings isn't being spent.
I have to watch my budget, watch what I spend, so that I have to focus more on what's essential.
More data shows in July household consumption fell by 0.3%. The Hotel Trades and Industry Union says no sector has felt it more than in restaurants, with visits in the summer dropping between 25 and 30%.
My God.
Retailers warn the current political turmoil is...
Restaurants down 30% in customers. That is intense. Jesus Christ. All right, let's go here to Al Jazeera English from 2 days ago. Talk more about the government of France.
All smiles at a recent public appearance in eastern France, but French Prime Minister François Bayrou is fighting for his political survival. In a few days, he could be out. Bayrou called a surprise confidence vote for September 8th after failing to rally parliamentary support for a controversial austerity budget he says would save France from economic collapse.
An immediate danger looms over us, which we must face, not tomorrow or the day after, but today.
I love this. This is the same. I mean, this is the same story in so many places right now. We are on the brink of collapse in society, I'm fairly certain. It's stuff like this. You know, every single government blaming poor people for financial problems in the government, spending problems. Like, oh, the problem is poor people, rather than the fact we are not taking in enough revenue. That we're not taxing that. Remember that $6.5 trillion in savings that is being done most specifically by the richest and oldest people in France? Where's all that money coming from?
Without delay. Otherwise, we won't have a future and the present will be severely worsened. Our country is in danger because we are at risk of over-indebtedness.
Without a majority in Parliament, Bayrou's at the mercy of opposition MPs from far-right and left-wing parties who say the budget would hurt the poorest and that he should go.
When you think that 90% of the cuts will target the middle and poor working class, and those are the very same people who've been told over the past year, over the past 7 years, that they should make more effort, that they should accept to other social services, public services.
Anger's already being felt on the streets. These electricity workers in Paris say they've had enough.
We are at the service of the French public 24/7, and our companies are making huge profits, and it's simply unfair that the workers do not get a share of this wealth to live in dignity.
Trade unions are calling for more protests in other sectors in the coming days and weeks, including a...
Well, there we go. A truly perverse situation. I mean, it's not shocking to me that this is happening. We predicted it, and it actually took longer than I expected. I did not think François Bayrou was going to make it this far, considering the inauspicious beginnings of him being handpicked by Emmanuel Macron rather than the majority coalition being allowed to introduce their own prime minister for consideration. I thought this would happen months ago. But it's happening now. Who the next prime minister will be, we will see. But really, I mean, the austerity measures that are being put in place across the planet right now, whether it's the United States or Argentina, France, or the United Kingdom, it's all just an avoidance. It's all just an avoidance of making the rich pay taxes. We must punish the poor more for being poor.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, how are we doing on time? All right, not bad. 7 hours in, halfway through the fourth half. Doing pretty good. Making some real progress around here. Let's move on from France. Talking about Palestine. You may be familiar with a woman by the name of Greta Thunberg, who is not only a climate activist, but has really taken a lot of time out of her life to fight for Palestinians. Since October 7th, she has done a great deal to try to help in any ways possible, and has continued that even after being arrested by... It's not really arrested, extrajudicially renditioned by the Israeli government 2 times already. Earlier this week, set off with numerous other activists for Gaza to break the illegal Israeli blockade. And just to remind us of that moment, let's go here. This was from Sunday.
So this is the 38th attempt by people by sea.
I'm sorry, this was Spain. Why did I think it was Italy? Did they leave from Italy one time? Jesus.
Israel's illegal siege on Gaza. And the difference between this and previous missions is that now we are dozens of boats sailing from several ports around the Mediterranean Sea. We will be departing first from Barcelona, and then we will be joined by many more boats. We are mobilizing people from all over the world. 26,000 people signed up to be a part of this mission. And this mission is also happening in the light of Israel's further intensification and escalation of genocide, violence, and mass starvation. We only have the previous examples to take lessons from, and in those it has been very clear that Israel has been continuously violating international law by either attacking, unlawfully intercepting the boats in international waters, and continuously preventing the humanitarian aid from coming in and maintaining their
illegal. All right, and this is the view from Barcelona as the flotilla left the harbor for Gaza. As you can see, numerous boats leaving the port from Barcelona and Spain. people joining together now rather than just one boat. I don't even know how many boats are now heading in the direction of Gaza. But it's a lot. It's a lot. Now, one day later, Israel attacked another tent camp.
Illegal.
God is sufficient for me, and He is the best disposer of affairs. My mother is gone. My beloved, my mother is gone. My beloved.
People are sitting. They have nothing to do with anything. They're just sitting. I was surprised after I crossed from here that the strike hit here.
Illegal.
There we go, another illegal Israeli strike on a civilian refugee camp. That is another war crime added to the list. All right, let's go and see what one U.S. lawmaker had to say about what's been going on here. Might be familiar with him. Senator from Vermont.
Brothers and sisters, we need to do two things at this difficult moment in American history. Number one is we got to take on Trump every day of the week in every way we can. And it's not just taking them on economic issues. We got to end the absurd foreign policy that we have right now, which is spending billions of dollars to starve children in Gaza. And one of the reasons...
I gotta say, one thing that really, I don't know, struck me was just how people reacted to this. Not just the people behind Bernie, but you can see in the stands behind them, everyone stands up. Everyone stands up in the crowd in front of him. I mean, people really, I mean, the tide of all of this, the arc of this narrative has shifted so dramatically at this point. You say something like this, you speak up for Palestinians, like Bernie Sanders is doing here, an entire auditorium will applaud you.
And one of the reasons that I want Graham Plattner in the Senate with me is he will stand with me. No more money for the Israeli war machine that is destroying the people of Palestine.
I got even more applause. No more money for the Israeli war machine.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
All right, now let's go from Maine, which is where that latest oligarchy tour happened on Labor Day, to Gaza. Well, actually, more specifically, I should be talking about Israel as it relates to the genocide in Gaza. As more and more Israeli reservists are objecting to being drafted to fight in Gaza. And this has been Israel just called up 60,000 reservists for the final solution. And so, reservists objecting to that, perhaps refusing to serve, is going to be a real issue for Israel in terms of executing its
First,
genocide
Israel's offensive
to
in Gaza
completion.
continues with an overnight strikes reported in the central parts of the Palestinian territory. The Israeli army preparing for a potential ground invasion of Gaza City. More than 30 people were killed by Israeli fire on Monday, and according to local officials, half of them were women and children. In the meantime, tens of thousands of Israeli reservists are being drafted today in the biggest call-up since the beginning of the war, according to local media reports. Yet media outlets are also reporting many reservists have requested exemptions and units are seeing lower turnout than in previous call-ups. Noga Tarnapovsky in Jerusalem joins me now. Noga, those are interesting figures on reservists requesting exemptions, aren't they?
That's right. And instead of a normal call-up, wartime call-up today, what we're seeing in Israel is immense tension. It's almost like a detective series unfolding on Israeli TV screens today, trying to understand what is the actual percentage who are going to show up. So 60,000 reservists have been called up for this latest effort. These are by and large men who have almost all already spent hundreds of days in this war. According to Haaretz, the turnout may be as low as 40%. In other countries, that may not be so significant, but in Israel, where the entire military is based on a reservist structure, and where, in the initial shock after October 7th, the turnout for reservists was 130%. This is significant. What we've seen is the Army engaging in various efforts so as to minimize these concerns, calling up units that have already been checked out, reviewed ahead of time to know that they will show up. Commanders being asked to check with each and every soldier ahead of time so as at least the appearance wouldn't be of such a low turnout. We also are seeing for the very first time during this war public announcements. Several hundred reservists who held a press conference today in Tel Aviv announcing they will not serve, and more public questioning. Part of this stems from just the extraordinary and extraordinarily complex situation in which these reservists are being called up to serve in an new war, in an expanded war that the commanders of the...
You just keep saying war over and over again. You can say it as many times as you want. Doesn't turn this pumpkin into a freaking carriage. It's still a genocide.
Illegal.
Army oppose. So giving these orders when all of the soldiers know that the top brass of the army opposes this new maneuver is extremely complicated, and we're waiting to see clear figures if we ever do get them in the next few days.
And we're hearing reports that an Israeli cabinet meeting could possibly discussing the possible annexation of the West Bank.
Illegal.
That's right. Let's first just say that the actual annexation of the West Bank is a very complicated maneuver which would require months of military buildup and a supermajority in the Israeli parliament, which Netanyahu does not currently command. But there is constant talk, constant threat. So there is going to be what's called a small cabinet, a narrow security cabinet meeting of maybe just even 4 or 5 ministers this evening, in which what we have...
Okay, there we go. Thousands of reserve troops not showing up for duty. Israeli Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet meeting potentially over the last couple of days to discuss the full annexation of the West Bank, which would I guess, I guess it would cut down on war crimes in a way, because of course every time you annex a little piece of it, it's one war crime. So I guess if you just annex the whole thing at once, see how that happens? Like, oh, and then it's just one crime. Of course I'm kidding. But it is in fact a crime. And there's not supposed to be any settlements in the West Banks, let alone full annexation of the territory. 40% is a high number, though, of people to not turn up for their duty. Does seem to signal a shift in the sands, if you will, of Israel. Let's go now to Al Jazeera English from 2 days ago.
Well, Gideon Levy is a columnist for the Israeli newspaper Haaretz and joins us live from Tel Aviv. Good to see you, Gideon. Since the start of Israel's war on Gaza, 900 Israeli soldiers have been killed, mostly in combat, but dozens too by suicide. We're talking about reservists, officers, mandatory service soldiers killing themselves after fighting in Gaza. We now learn that Israeli military chiefs are reportedly still arguing with the Prime Minister Netanyahu about whether the military even has the capacity to do what is ordered after 2 years of war. This sounds like a government and a military command at odds, Gideon.
Yes, it sounds as it is, and it's not very promising and not very encouraging for Israel. The fact is that not only the Israeli army, also the other military organizations, other security organizations are against this overall operation of ethnic cleansing of Gaza, of pushing all the population from Gaza City to the south. But the government seems to be very decisive, and I don't see anything stopping the government of doing it except of a phone call from President Trump, a phone call that doesn't arrive.
President Trump, in the last 24 hours, has suggested that he may have cooled his attitude when it comes to backing Israel's war in Gaza. He seems to think that it's a complete public relations failure on behalf of the Israelis. And we know also there's been a huge amount of pushback from his MAGA support base as well. So can the Israeli leadership really feel that it can continue guaranteed support?
That's a classic Donald Trump right there. Sort of vapid analysis of the situation. Complete disregard of the humanity of Gazans and Palestinians. More concerned about the PR.
So can the Israeli leader...
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
There's been a huge amount of pushback from his MAGA support base as well. So can the Israeli leadership really feel that it can continue guaranteed support coming from the US?
Not guaranteed, but they were very successful until now with misleading him, with spreading all kinds of hollow promises, which they never fulfilled, by the way, promising him total victory and achievements, a Riviera in the Gaza Strip. All those things are obviously totally hollow and have nothing to do with reality. There will be a point in which he will realize that he was cheated, but I don't know when will this moment come. Right now, he still gives Israel the full support, but it seems the time is running out for Israel. But meanwhile, dozens and dozens of people are killed on each day. The army is working now very intensively in Gaza City, and the catastrophe continues.
We know, Gideon, of course, the history teaches us where...
And the atrocities continue. Absolutely. Really is horrifying. Now, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, earlier this week, was it the weekend? I can't remember exactly when it happened, but have pronounced this situation to be nothing other than a genocide at this point. Here's France 24 from yesterday to talk about that a little bit.
Well, we start with that top story where at least 85 more people have been killed by Israeli forces in Gaza on Tuesday alone, with Israel only saying it was going to further intensify its attacks, telling besieged Palestinians in Gaza City to flee, but there is nowhere to go. Israeli bombings and killings reported across the Strip, including in the areas that the Israeli army is telling people to seek shelter. As well as the airstrikes, Palestinians also still being killed through starvation as the Israeli blockade on food and vital supplies continues. At least 60,000 Israeli reservists, meanwhile, were called up to the military as part of a push to fully capture Gaza City, a city already destroyed with markets, schools, hospitals reduced to rubble. Well, recognising what it said was systematic and widespread crimes against humanity, indiscriminate and deliberate attacks against civilians, the International Association of Genocide Scholars says Israel's war on Gaza is genocide, that it meets the legal definition of the crime. Despite the pictures and reports of the destruction and the death toll of over 63,000 Palestinians, that word has nonetheless been debated, no longer for this international body. Well, we can speak to the president of it now to get more insight on it all. Melanie O'Brien, thank you so much for joining us. Can you talk us through, firstly, how this decision was reached? How did your association study the facts?
Thank you for having me to talk about the resolution. The International Association of Genocide Scholars welcomes resolutions to be submitted by any members of the association. That resolution will then go through a rigorous and extensive peer review process from 3 separate committees before it goes out to vote to our membership. Our membership then vote, and in the case of this resolution, the vast majority of those who voted in this vote voted in favour of the resolution declaring that Israel's policies and actions in Gaza amount to war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide.
And what sources did you have in order to come to that decision? What could people study when it comes to that war?
The resolution itself, just to make clear for people, it's not a report in itself, it's a 3-page document, but it was the result of extensive research, and it does include many references to reports that are in themselves extensive, produced by reliable and consistently well-known sources on the issue of human rights in the occupied Palestine territories, including UN entities and non-governmental organisations, including an Israeli non-governmental organisation as well.
Now, it is rare, is it not, or is it just maybe perhaps ignorance on my part, but it's rare to speak out, and notably with the percentage of people that agreed in this case to calling something a genocide. Can you put the significance into context for us?
So as an association, we have passed a number of resolutions in the past. Some of those are about historical genocides, such as the Kurdish genocide or the Armenian genocide. But other ones we have passed on current affairs, including, for example, the genocide of the Uyghurs in China or the genocide of the Rohingya in Myanmar. So it is an association that is very active, with members who are engaged not just in historical research, but also very much involved in current day advocacy and activism. You know, we're scholars, but we also see our role as very important in terms of thinking about the practice of genocide prevention, education and punishment.
So talk us through the crimes that lead to it being...
Okay, we don't need to be talked through the crimes here. I think we are all too aware of the crimes that Israel has committed for that. But I think it's an important declaration that needed to be discussed, coming from a body like the International Association of Genocide Scholars. This declaration does in fact carry weight internationally, and will hopefully add to the pressure on Israel. Whether or not it will amount to anything, I don't know. Now, while Israel bombs all of Gaza, blasts refugee camps with civilians dying by the hundreds every week, starvation gripping the entire Gaza Strip. The futures of Gazan children are looking bleaker and bleaker by the day, with no schools, no infrastructure, no future to speak of, really, right now. They are all stuck in a state of limbo, a purgatory on this earth. Let's go here to France 24, talk about the education system in Gaza.
This was once a UN-run school compound in Gaza. But now clothes hang out to dry as the facility itself has been transformed into a makeshift shelter. The enclave's children well aware that this year as well there's no going back to school in Gaza.
2 years of our lives have gone for nothing. If not for the war, I would be preparing for school, buying pens and school supplies. Now we search for water and food.
We carry a bag of clothes instead of a school bag. We neither play nor learn. There's no education now. We live inside the school where we're displaced.
According to the United Nations, 660,000 children in Gaza are out of school. The head of the UN's Agency for Palestinian Refugees.
The tragic irony of that. These children live inside of the school where they would have received an education, but are now cramped and stuffed into it with the rest of their families and neighbors and anybody else who can fit. And rather than having classes in the school that they should be receiving classes in, they are just living in a just constant state of deprivation. And it's just, oh, God.
Warning the ongoing trauma of war risks them becoming a lost generation, sowing the seeds for hatred and further violence. It's a reality parents in Gaza are grappling with.
Children, the only thing that my children have are to stay at home doing almost nothing. We try to give them some lessons, to try to play some games with them, but unfortunately we've started to observe bad behaviors from all of the children because they are not living a normal life.
Despite Israel expanding its military operation in Gaza, some teachers in the enclave have started creating makeshift classrooms in tents.
They're sitting in tents here, living the tent life in war and hot weather. Everyone is still striving for education. We are never giving up on education, and we consider it the pinnacle of everything. An educated person can do anything.
As Gaza's teachers and students look forward to resuming a normal education, the road back to school is set to be challenging, with
people doing everything they can to continue educating the future generation of Gaza. But that effort is incredibly difficult amidst everything. I mean, can you imagine trying to pay attention to math? Can you imagine trigonometry in the middle of, I don't know, hearing drones flying overhead and bombs exploding off in the distance and bullets and not having any food to eat? All right, let's go here. Palestinians are not just being deprived of food or of life or of education. They are also now being deprived of space as they continue to be herded into this concentration camp Israel has, basically deemed a tiny part of the Gaza Strip for. Overcrowding is now affecting these areas severely. There is no room. It's overcrowded. This all causes disease, and it's widespread. There are no cleaning supplies or anything. People are suffering from everything. There's nothing to support a person in this life so they can survive. The situation is still very difficult, mainly in terms of water, expenses, food, and overcrowding. There is no room. We've been living in a very difficult life, from poverty to difficult economic conditions, hunger, disgust, skin diseases that have afflicted our children, sand issues, and the process of getting water alone is a tragedy. The situation now is very tragic in Muwasi. What if 1 million people were displaced from the north, too? How are we meant to live? Will the tents be large enough for us to be stacked on top of one another? They need those fancy Harry Potter tents from the Goblet of Fire.
502 Drew, you all see the video?
We knew this was going to happen. Israel basically told us what was going to happen. They were going to force the entire population of Gaza into an area, you know, the size of Cleveland or something. Smaller than Cleveland, actually. A tiny, tiny area of land. Much smaller. I mean, it's ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous.
.502 Drew, you all see the video of Donald Trump Jr. reaching into his pocket with his finger and then rubbing his finger in his gums.
Oh, we played that a long time ago.
We did play that. He said that dude is so blanked up, a real Kendall Roy energy.
I'm gonna trust my friends in the government.
My understanding is that that show was based on 3 families. The Murdochs, most obviously, but also the Redstones, who are currently in the news as the CBS Paramount like media conglomerate family, where it's more akin to the Shiv relationship, where Sherry Redstone ended up taking over, and she's been facilitating like the canceling of Colbert, the attempted silencing of 60 Minutes.
Is she the one that wants to bring Barry Weiss in to run everything?
Oh no.
No, because.
Oh my god, can everybody hear me right now? I've got the hiccups. Oh no, it's... Oh god. Son of a bitch. Oh, 7.5 hours in. Getting... Oh. Oh yeah, son of a bitch.
That's actually the new buyer, Ellison. Larry Ellison's son for Skydance. Oh, right. I mean, you can go to my feed. I had a decent tweet about this. Maybe let's just can you just go to my feed about this? I want to maybe play this.
Who's the third family?
Or look at it really quickly. The Trumps. Right. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me on track. Just go down a little bit. It's not that far. Those are my cats. Keep going. I'm tweeting a lot. Just this part of the laying out of the timeline of this. Keep going. Jesus, Emma.
Genocide.
Get off the internet.
Genocide.
Okay, here it is. Genocide. I know. All right, here it is. So, in July 2nd was that settlement with Trump, CBS/Paramount. Then July 17th, where they gave $16 million for that frivolous lawsuit about cutting out Kamala's coughs in the 60 Minutes interview. They settled with the administration. Then they canceled the Colbert Show. Then you got reports in the New York Post and in the Financial Times that Larry Ellison's son, who is the Skydance CEO, who's purchasing Paramount, met with Barry Weiss about buying the Free Press for, I lowballed it here, but the report said 200.
Okay, chat, I'm sorry to do this, but I gotta go to break. Oh my god. Like I can't properly do this and provide commentary for these videos when I have these hiccups going on. Hopefully in the next 10 minutes, which is how long these breaks go for, I can manage to solve this Jesus Christ. So yeah. We're gonna go to galactic intermission here, people. So sorry for the unsurreptitious way in which this is being derailed here, but do not worry. We've still got more content. And we are, in fact, going to come back to that content immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not
after
sooner.
These brief space messages. Oh my god. I don't even know if I can do the messages. I can do the messages right now. Okay. I hope everyone is enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Bell icon. Donate, please. Galactic News Network needs you, space fams. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Okay, that's it for me. Oh my god. Son of a bitch. Fuck these hiccups. I'll see you later, space fams. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Space fams. You know what that means. Song is over. You heard the sound as well in your ears. The sound that is intended to alert you to the fact that the break is over. And that the next half is about to begin, the fourth half, to be more specific. All right. We left off the end of the third half talking about Israel. We're going to pick up the fourth half, continuing to talk about Israel and the amount of Israeli propaganda we are being fed.
The video of Donald Trump Jr. reaching into his pocket with his finger and then rubbing his finger in his gums.
Oh, we played that a long time ago.
We did play that. He said that dude is so blanked up, a real Kendall Roy energy.
I'm gonna trust my friends in the government.
My understanding is that that show was based on three families. The Murdochs, most obviously, but also the Redstones, who are currently in the news as the CBS Paramount like media conglomerate family, where it's more akin to the Shiv relationship, where Sherry Redstone ended up taking over, and she's been facilitating like the canceling of Colbert, the attempted silencing of 60 Minutes.
Is she the one that wants to bring Barry Weiss in to run everything?
No, because that's actually the new buyer, Ellison. Oh. Larry Ellison's son for Skydance.
Oh, right.
I mean, you can go to my feed. I had a decent tweet about this. Maybe let's just can you just go to my feed about this? I want to maybe play this.
Who's the third family?
Or look at it really quickly. The Trumps. Right. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me on track. Just go down a little bit. It's not that far. Those are my cats. Keep going. I'm tweeting a lot. Just this part of the laying out of the timeline of this. Keep going. Jesus, Emma.
Genocide.
Get off the internet.
Genocide.
Okay, here it is. Genocide. I know. All right, here it is. So, in July 2nd was that settlement with Trump, CBS/Paramount. Then July 17th, where they gave $16 million for that frivolous lawsuit about cutting out Kamala's coughs in the 60 Minutes interview. They settled with the administration. Then they canceled the Colbert Show. Then you got reports in the New York Post and in the Financial Times that Larry Ellison's son, who is the Skydance CEO, was purchasing Paramount, met with Barry Weiss about buying the Free Press for, I lowballed it here, but the report said $200 to $250 million for a site. I don't know anybody who reads that, unless you're a hysterical Zionist.
Yeah.
And then 2 days later, the FCC approved their acquisition of Paramount, as they're like scuttling liberals or like generally just like outlets that do journalism in favor of this paper, the Free Press, that Benjamin Netanyahu is now using for his genocide denial.
Oh yeah, so this is what's her name? Something Psycho from the Free Press, saying a big long thing about how, hey, these people had preconditions before we starved them to death.
Oh yeah, cool.
What's funny about this is who that woman is, which I didn't know this at the same time. When she posted this, I had never heard, but that is
Israel's like
none other than Meta Glace's former producer.
Like an insurance company, right? It's like, oh, you had a pre-existing condition. You were already starving before we started starving, so we can't cover that. I'm sorry.
When she posted this, I had never heard, but that is none other than Meta Glace's former producer.
Oh my God!
Get Meta Glace's tweet in there. He said, I don't want to hate on my former bad takes producer. He's quote tweeting the tweet from her saying, hey, look, it's fine we starved those kids because they had preconditions. I don't want to hate on my former bad takes producer, but this is driving me crazy. Of course, people with other health problems starve first. That's not a defense. Olivia says, love you, my friend. But our point is that these images were deceptively used by news outlets as representative of the average Palestinian. All of the news outlets were featured also failed to include mention of their complicated medical conditions.
Okay.
Nasty pig. I mean, she's also somebody who said, I wonder if I can find that she lost her...
I mean, I thought transvestigating was sort of a sick and disgusting practice, but this is taking internet sleuthery to a new low. I mean, my God, to be digging through images and videos and to try and come up with some sort of narrative around how that person actually, they look like they're starving, but actually you're just being deceived. They had ADHD before this, okay? And so that's why they look like that. You know? Like, that's basically what they're doing. Like, oh, this person had, they had a broken leg. And that's what led to them looking like a skeleton. Not the fact that they haven't eaten food for months.
One of her childhood best friends over this, which, I mean, very stupid to just admit that, because who in the world is going to think that your childhood friend became an anti-Semite randomly, as opposed to just, oh, this is a line in the sand that people would draw. Like, yeah, Olivia Rangold. Over the past few days, I've received thousands of hate comments, death threats. Oh, and my childhood best friend broke up with me due to my quote. Morals.
I can't believe you'd admit that on Maine.
I know. And then she says, you know what? I just bought a Star of David. That way people can just say it to my face. Like, you think your childhood, what?
Friend cares?
She wasn't an anti-Semite until now that you started saying, hey, that starved body that you see actually had other health conditions besides the malnutrition. I mean, stupid and grotesque. Like, what? We are absolutely through the looking glass.
Awful, all right, guys, read some IMs and get out of...
Yeah, it's disgusting. $200 million for that? Utterly unbelievable. Makes that chorus thing look like child's play. All right, let's go here. This is from 19 hours ago. Israel, amidst all of it, stepping up its offensive in Gaza City.
The Israeli government has rejected a new statement from Hamas saying it's ready for a comprehensive deal to end the Gaza war and free all Israeli hostages. It comes as Israel intensifies its military offensive in Gaza City. Across Gaza, hospitals said that by yesterday afternoon, at least 46 people had been killed by Israeli strikes, most in Gaza City. Let's speak to our Middle East correspondent, Yolan Nell. Yolan, just tell us more about what Israel has said and what was the proposal.
So the Israeli Prime Minister's office was quick to come out and dismiss this latest statement from Hamas, calling it more spin that contains nothing new, and saying that the war could end if all the hostages were returned and Israel's conditions, those set by its security cabinet.
You know what? It's so not new that it actually is basically the exact same framework which Israel agreed to earlier this year.
They include the disarmament of Hamas and Gaza remaining under Israel's security control, also having a new civilian government that is neither Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority that governs parts of the occupied West Bank. Now, this was following a Hamas statement really reiterating its position. It said it was ready for a comprehensive deal that would return all of the hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners if there was an end to the war, and, you know, saying too that it wants this full withdrawal of Israeli forces from the Gaza Strip, all of the crossings to be opened for aid to go in, and for a reconstruction plan. And Hamas was really reacting to an earlier social media post by President Trump, calling on it to immediately give back all 20 of the hostages who are still believed to be alive in Gaza. So I think what this really underlines is how stuck things are. We also had from the Israeli Prime Minister's office a video in which he really vilified the Israeli demonstrators who have been demanding a ceasefire to bring back.
All of these Israelis are Hamas. Hamas supporters in the streets of Israel. So many Jewish Hamas people, what is the deal? Because of course you are Hamas if you criticize Benjamin Netanyahu. Alright, let's go to Al Jazeera English. Catch up with what's happening on the global flotilla, which we started off our discussions of Israel and Gaza earlier today.
A flotilla carrying a group of activists and some humanitarian aid is sailing in the Mediterranean towards the Gaza Strip. It is the third attempt by activists to reach Gaza by boat. 2 previous vessels were intercepted by Israel. Organizers say they are determined to keep trying to, quote, break the illegal siege imposed by Israel.
Illegal.
Al Jazeera's Hassan Massoud is on the boat alongside those activists and sent us this update.
One of the challenges and scenarios feared by flotilla volunteers is bureaucratic obstacles putting a stop to this mission. That is why they try to stay anchored in international waters and avoid calling on national ports. They are adamant to reach the Gaza Strip, to achieve the ultimate goal, in whole or in part, chiefly to send a message of support to the Palestinians in Gaza. Throughout the journey, all on board have been reading the news and following the latest developments as they unfold in Gaza. They are carrying relief aid, hoping to deliver it, together with those carried by other flotilla boats joining from Italy, Tunisia, and Greece. However, the main goal is to defeat the thought that nothing can be done, or that the siege cannot be broken. On the contrary, they are willing to say the opposite. Something can be done, and the siege can be broken through a humanitarian maritime corridor that can remain open for aid and medical supplies to be delivered, apart from the entry of foreign doctors and volunteers from all over the world.
Don't miss out, get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news and expert insights. Like, share, stay ahead.
Thank you, Al Jazeera, for that reporting. Now let's go here to Middle East Eye. Greta Thunberg speaks from the deck of the ship which she happens to be traveling on through the Mediterranean on her way to Gaza.
This global Sumud flotilla was inspired by the words of Palestinians. They were the ones who first mentioned this idea of sending dozens of ships with hundreds of people from all over the world at once to try again to break the Israeli illegal and inhumane siege. So
illegal.
This idea was very much outsprung of Palestinians, and what we are doing here is to listen to the calls of Palestinians and acting upon them, where they are calling for people all over the world, the free people of the world, to take a stance and to end our complicity, and that is what we are trying to do now. This is the very bare minimum we can do, and I am absolutely disgusted by how there are so many people who are unable to say anything, who are unable to do the very bare minimum, to even acknowledge the genocide, to even go to a demonstration, to even attend a protest, when people are fighting for their lives to survive and to sustain their families. I am ashamed as a human being, especially by my government, who are supposed to represent me. The Vice Prime Minister of Sweden a few weeks ago said that Israel is doing the world a favor. The fact that that isn't getting more outrage is absolutely appalling. I am ashamed as a human being. I am ashamed as someone living in the Western world how our governments are being complicit and our complicity is worsening every day as this genocide is escalating, that we aren't able to do more, that the politicians aren't able to do the very bare minimum to uphold international law and to prevent even the worst war crimes from happening. This is a textbook example of how our systems have failed. None of Israel's actions in this genocide would be possible without the political, financial, but also cultural support from our government, not the least, especially the Western governments. We are showing that our governments will not act, will not even impose sanctions against Israel in a genocide. And now it's more clear than ever that it is a genocide. Just the other day, genocide scholars from all over the world once again confirmed that it is a genocide happening, and that they aren't facing consequences, that they are not being held accountable for those actions. Of course, to them is seen as a green light that they can go ahead with other plans to further escalate their war crimes in the West Bank, but also in their horrendous plans in what is called as the Greater Israel Project. I for sure believe that if we reach a critical mass of people all over the world showing international solidarity, demanding and forcing their governments to take action and end their complicity, that will of course be a game changer. Because, as I said, Israel is completely dependent on the support, financially, culturally, politically, that they are receiving from especially.
All right. That was Greta Thunberg aboard one of the vessels of the Gaza flotilla, speaking more truth about the situation. Western governments continuing to give Israel support, even though every single genocide organization has declared this a genocide. The UN has declared it a famine. They continue to ignore all of these things to continue supporting Israel in what is in fact an illegal war against the civilian population, otherwise known as a genocide. Now let's move on from Israel, the Middle East in general. Let's talk about Asia, where most of the Asian portion of this discussion we're going to have is going to be taken up by China and their military parade earlier this week. But before we do any of that, I figured we would stop by in Indonesia, a place that we have been keeping our eye on, where protests have been growing amidst the government's ongoing efforts to enrich government officials. So, themselves. Meanwhile, a massive portion of Indonesia's population is in poverty, and the stratification of wealth is incredibly unequal. 4 people in Indonesia own as much as the bottom 100 million in a country of 200 million people. So, very similar statistics to the United States when you think about it in some aspects of inequality. Although people there are living on a lot less per day than people in America are, I'll tell you that much. Let's go here. This is France 24 English from 3 days ago. Thousands protest in Indonesia as military gets deployed in the capital.
Outside Parliament in Jakarta, Indonesians maintain pressure on their government. They want their grievances addressed by authorities. They've put forward 17 proposals and 8 other issues. Among them a rise in the minimum salary, a halt to mass layoffs, and an overhaul of the financial system.
The biggest reform we need for Parliament is for them to work for the people rather than for the party leaders or the parties themselves. That's what reform really means. No matter who you are, it doesn't matter. As long as you only work for your party, you're not working for the people.
It's normal for the public to be angry because essentially there have been too many violations committed by the state. So many things done by the state, I would say, do not accommodate the people's aspirations. So they end up angry.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Public anger erupted on the 25th of August when the government announced a housing indemnity for members of parliament, a perk 10 times the country's minimum wage. The protest turned violent after the death in Jakarta on Thursday of a motorcycle taxi driver crushed by a police van. Authorities deployed the army in several cities. The NGO Contrast says 20 people are reported missing.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, I gotta say, it's not shocking when you're giving that much money to politicians while people are starving, while people are struggling just to get by. On top of, these lawmakers are already getting paid a great deal more than the minimum wage in Indonesia. Then you add on top of that the fact that they're trying to give themselves a housing benefit, also worth more than the minimum wage, the entire annual compensation for people earning minimum wage in Indonesia. Kind of offensive when you think about it. And people have continued to show how offended they are in those streets in recent days. This is global news from 2 days ago. So they're firing tear gas. We remain steadfast in what we are fighting for today, at this very moment, namely our campus at Bandung Islamic University, which is indeed a space for our learning. If there is militarization, or if the military has come to our campus, there will no longer be a safe zone for us to engage in intellectual pursuits. The firing of tear gas into the campus area is a legally prohibited act.
Illegal.
Secondly, we strongly condemn the repressive actions of the police on the Unisba campus. We request that the regional police secure the campus and ensure that it does not become a base for anarchist activities.
Mulai aparat kepolisian melewati depan kampus.
The police passed in front of the campus at around 11:40 p.m. We were there helping paramedics who were working. When tear gas was fired, with more than 40 shell casings found as evidence. Of course, the reaction of my friends here is one of anger and disapproval, as the campus should be a place for learning, a neutral and safe zone. You can see people are still carrying around that one-piece flag. Look, bam, right there, boom. This one-piece flag has taken over Indonesia. All right. Moving on from Indonesia, let's go to China. Talk about this military parade that was held earlier this week. Started off with France 24 English from 3 days ago. Whoops.
secret that Russia and China are very much aligned with one another, particularly when it comes to standing up against the US and the West. But from China's perspective, it may really see Moscow as a useful tool in many ways to support its own agenda. As we know, as a result of the war in Ukraine, Russia's become incredibly reliant economically on China and reliant on North Korea, for that matter, for troops on the ground in Ukraine. One thing to note this week, and one thing that military analysts will be looking at, no doubt, is what China's Victory Day celebrations mean for Russia from a military perspective. This has been described as a coming out party for China's military modernization. And notably, one of the things that we've been told is that Chinese fighter jets are increasingly using Chinese-made engines rather than Russian ones, as they had done in the past. So despite the fact that the two countries have this no-limit partnership, it does appear as though China is increasingly looking toward to reducing its reliance on Russia, certainly from the perspective of military hardware. But at the same time, this week is all about...
Yes, indeed. This week is all about China. Showing everybody how far China has come in the last 80 years. And, well, among other things, because there are absolutely other aspects to this. In my estimation, China trying to show itself to be an alternative to U.S. power. Now here's a video of Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin standing together for photos here in Beijing. Is it just me, or does it look like... Is Vladimir Putin wearing lifts? He looks like he's wearing, like, heels, right? Am I wrong? Looks like he's wearing heels. Like not regular dress shoes. Like, there's something weird going on with these fucking shoes right here. The memory of being brothers in arms, trust, mutual assistance, firmness, and defending common interests form the basis of the comprehensive partnership and strategic cooperation between Russia and China. We were always together then. We remain together now. Look at that. They're eating little cakes together. How cute. Now, you may already know, but Kim Jong-un also attended this event.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is heading to Beijing by train on Tuesday to attend a military parade with his Chinese and Russian counterparts, North Korea's state media reported. The event could demonstrate their potential three-way unity against the United States. Kim and Russian President Vladimir Putin are among the 26 world leaders who will join Chinese President Xi Jinping to watch Wednesday's massive military parade in Beijing that commemorates the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. The event would also be the first time for Kim, Xi and Putin to gather at the same venue.
So Kim Jong-un then in China, his train passing into the country in the early hours of this morning. And we just got that news coming into us that his train has now been seen in Beijing itself, in fact. Already this historic picture of the North Korean leader smoking a cigarette alongside the Chinese foreign minister. He's there to attend a massive military parade alongside the Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russia's Vladimir Putin tomorrow, marking 80 years since the end of World War II. But ahead of that today, the leader's putting on a show of unity. Xi has already been meeting with Putin, really formalising then the China, Russia, North Korea trilateral relationship. Well, we're going to cross live then to the latest for our correspondent Jan Kimmins in Broomby, who joins us now. Jan, I mean, a historic moment there. We saw that photo with Kim Jong-un arriving in China for this summit and for this parade tomorrow.
China.
Yeah, we've seen these photos coming out, some of them coming out from North Korean state broadcasters earlier, showing Kim Jong-un, their leader, in this train, North Korean flag behind him, laptop out in front of him, working, looking like he's in a meeting, preparing as he crossed over that border into China. It's not the way that we're used to foreign leaders moving around. I think he probably will be the only person arriving in Beijing on a train, but it's certainly a way to arrive in style and to draw a lot of attention, as he has been doing. And that attention really focusing now on that relationship between Kim Jong-un, China's Xi Jinping, and Russia's Vladimir Putin. Now, we know that Kim Jong-un has met these people before. He's met these leaders previously, but this is going to be a big opportunity for the North Korean leader to stand out on the global stage. It's the first time he's going to be attending a big multinational gathering like this. And not only that, it's a multinational gathering that also has these big giants of global diplomacy, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, who he will be meeting with, engaging with over today and tomorrow, and will be discussing their relations between Pyongyang, Moscow and Beijing. North Korea has already said that they're expecting cooperation between North Korea and China to grow moving forward. South Korea, for its part, has its own new leader. They have sent their National Assembly leader to Beijing, although so far no word on whether he will be able to meet with Kim Jong-un himself, as we know that South Korea's leader has also been trying to patch up relations across that tense Korean peninsula.
Yeah. Kim Jong-un leaving his country. Not something that he does very often. Traveling to China for this military parade that was not only attended by South Korea and Russia, but by, I think, like 24 nations in total, or at least representatives of 24 nations. Let's go here now. South China Morning Post. 2 days ago, Xi Jinping hails lasting friendship in talks with Vladimir Putin. Sino-Russian relations have withstood the test of changing global circumstances, building a long-lasting, good neighborly friendship and comprehensive strategic cooperation, establishing a model of mutually beneficial cooperation and win-win relationships between two major powers. China is willing to work with Russia to support each other's revitalization and development, steadily defend international justice and fairness, and promote build a more fair and equitable global governance system. You just mentioned that it might rain tomorrow, but I am sure that this will not spoil our festive mood. And the Chinese armed forces will carry out this event with their usual splendor. Our close communication reflects the strategic nature of Russian-Chinese relations, which are at an unprecedentedly high level. Dear friend, I and the whole Russian delegation are happy about our new meeting with our Chinese friends and colleagues. Okay. And let's go now to CNN from 2 days ago, talk more about this relationship between Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin.
Right now, two of America's global adversaries get closer by the moment.
I thank you for the warm welcome extended to our entire delegation. Our close communication reflects the strategic nature of Russia-China relations, which are at an unprecedentedly high level.
China's Xi Jinping called Russia's Vladimir Putin his old friend moments ago at today's summit. The headline event of Putin's 4-day visit will be a massive military parade in China's capital that's happening in the coming hours. Also traveling to Beijing, North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un, along with a total of 26 foreign heads of state. It will be only the 10th time Kim has left his country since taking power. Joining me now to discuss, the CNN correspondent Mark Stewart in Beijing. Mark, we're talking about Putin here, Xi, Kim, all together. Is this rare, or have these powers been coming together more recently, more often?
This is rare. This may be the first time, if our history is correct, that we will see all three of these leaders perhaps standing together in front of Tiananmen Square. This is an event that certainly is going to be rich in optics, and really it's the symbolism that is going to be the story. To see two established nuclear powers, being China and Russia, the leaders of these two nations, and then an ambitious nuclear nation, North Korea, hoping to develop its nuclear program further. To see these three together, these images are going to reverberate around the world. And it really is happening at a time when China in particular is seeking validation as it really tries to establish itself as the leader of what is often described as a new...
I find it very fascinating how this CNN talking head is sort of framing this as if North Korea doesn't have nuclear weapons, or that somehow, like, they're not a nuclear power. Like, they absolutely have nuclear weapons. And when everybody goes down the list of who has nuclear weapons, North Korea is always on it. So I don't know what the contention is in his mind that makes that, like, oh, they don't have as large of a nuclear arsenal? Okay. But it's still, it's a strange way to downplay this
world order, something to counter the West, to counter these traditional alliances such as NATO. That's the big theme that certainly is going to be projected. It's also a way to boost the morale and show some excitement for the Chinese population as well. There's been a lot of curiosity, not only about these photo ops, but also one-on-one meetings.
Okay, that's enough from CNN. Oh, I missed an opportunity. I could have called him Pooh Bear and Putin. I guess I could have done that. I didn't foresee that. I didn't think about that ahead of time, I suppose. All right. Where are we in this list? We are making some serious progress here, people. Really have. Let's go to Al Jazeera English from 2 days ago. China leads global shift. Russia plays junior role in Xi-Putin alliance. Analysis. Yes, give us analysis, Al Jazeera. Al analysis.
The Chinese and Russian leaders have been hailing the strength of their country's relationship. President Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin have been meeting in Beijing after a regional summit. The show of solidarity will continue on Wednesday, when leaders from 26 countries will gather to celebrate Japan's surrender at the end of World War II. China is expected to show off its military might with its first major military parade in 6 years.
China and Russia have remained true to their original aspirations and stayed the course, achieving fruitful cooperation. China is willing to work together with Russia to support each other's national development and revitalization, and promote the building of a more just and equitable global governance order.
The memory of being brothers in arms, trust, mutual assistance, firmness in defending common interests formed the basis of comprehensive partnership and strategic cooperation between Russia and China in the new era. We were always together then, we remain together now.
Dawson Jabari has more of those meetings from Moscow.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has a very packed agenda during his 4-day visit to China. On Tuesday, he met with the Chinese President Xi Jinping, as well as the Prime Minister of Slovakia and the leader of Mongolia. During his meeting with the Prime Minister of Slovakia, President Putin reiterated his stance when it comes to the war in Ukraine. He maintains that Russia is not opposed to Ukraine joining the EU, but when it comes to discussions about NATO membership, for Ukraine, that is a different matter. He reiterated that Russia has to look out for its own security, and any kind of security guarantees for Ukraine, that discussion needs to involve Russia. Moving forward, on Wednesday, the military parade that is due to take place, we understand, according to top aides to Vladimir Putin, the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un will be seated next to Vladimir Putin, who will be sitting in turn next to the Chinese President Xi Jinping. We understand that following the military parade, the leader of North Korea will be meeting privately with Vladimir Putin to discuss future and possible defensive agreements. We know that North Korea has been a staunch supporter of the Russian president during the war in Ukraine, so far that they actually provided military personnel, soldiers, North Korean soldiers who fought on the Russian territory of Kursk when Ukraine launched a surprise incursion in August of 2024. So the meeting on Wednesday between Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin is confirmed to be taking place following the military parade. Once that is over, we understand the Russian president will come back to Russia and wrap up his 4-day historic visit to China. Dorsa Jabari, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
Well, as Dorsa was just reporting there, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is among the dignitaries invited to China.
Okay. But yeah, Putin seemed to be playing a junior role in this gathering. They are basically, I mean, they are incredibly dependent on China. Without China, the war in Ukraine probably would have ended at this point. Because Russia would just not have been able to finance it. I don't think they could have made it up with their trade with other countries like India and whoever else. I think a lot of people noticed that dynamic this week. Now let's go to that faded military display. Here it was on Wednesday, live streamed on the Associated Press. Chinese soldiers lined up on the red carpet.
In the new era, China-Russia relations are more self-confident, firm, and resilient. From May 7th to 10th, President Xi Jinping made a state visit to Russia and attended commemorations in Moscow of the 80th anniversary of the victory of the Soviet Union's Great Patriotic War. In World War II, China was the main battlefield in Asia, and the Soviet Union was the main battlefield in Europe. We're watching live pictures from the heart of Beijing, the Duanmen City. Dozens
We are watching foreign leaders and dignitaries arriving. I figured I'd read off the list of people who showed up to this thing. President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev. President of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko. The King of Cambodia, Norodom Sihamoni. President of Cuba, Miguel Diaz-Canel. President of Vietnam, Luong Quang. Indonesian President, Prabowo Subianto. Iranian President, Masoud Pezeshkian. President of Kazakhstan, Kasim Jomart Tokayev. President of Kyrgyzstan, Sadir Japarov. President of Laos, Thongloun Sisoulith. President of Malaysia, Minister Anwar Ibrahim. President of the Maldives, Mohamed Muizzu. President of Mongolia, Uknagin Kurasuk. Myanmar Military Chief, Min Aung Hlaing. Prime Minister of Nepal, KP Sharma Oli. Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif. Republic of the Congo President, Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of Serbia, Alexander Vučić, Prime Minister of Slovakia, Robert Fico, President of Tajikistan, Momali Rahmon, President of Turkmenistan, Serdar Berdimuhamedov, how do you say this? Berdimuhamedov, President of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, and President of Zimbabwe, Emerson Mnangagwa.
And now they're walking towards a group photo where the arriving international dignitaries will take a group photo together with the Chinese president.
We are certainly marking a significant anniversary today on September 3rd. China is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the victory.
Look at all of those people for this photo shoot. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna let this play. It's just the live stream from the AP. I just need to use the Galactic
in commemoration of the victory
facilities.
also heralds a new beginning for all countries to work together to create a harmonious world and safeguard global peace.
Well, as you can see right there, front and center on this gate is the character Duan Men. The Chinese character Duan also conveys righteousness, which is consistent with the message of safeguarding international justice.
The leaders are now walking together towards the Tiananmen rostrum. It's a short walk from the Duanmen Gate we've been telling you about, which stands just north of the Tiananmen rostrum, to the rostrum itself.
And Joshi, you know, for many foreign leaders who have visited China before, the Tiananmen rostrum, or the Forbidden City, is a familiar sight. Many of them have been here before to the Forbidden City. However, this gathering here today holds a special significance.
Absolutely. The Tiananmen rostrum sits right in the heart of the Chinese capital, with viewing platforms that can overlook the Tiananmen Square. The leaders will be walking towards the rostrum. They will ascend to the viewing platform on the rostrum and view the military parade together.
Now, as they walk on the red carpet to make their way to the top of the Tiananmen rostrum, a little bit of background information about the structure. It was built as a ceremonial gate to the imperial city in the Ming Dynasty. It's witnessed ties of Chinese history in the past 6 centuries.
And in 1937, Tiananmen Square witnessed the fall of Peking. In October 1945, Japanese invaders in North China officially surrendered at the square of the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City.
Today's commemoration is certainly a big national event, a military event as well, as troops and armaments are standing by ready for the inspection. It is also a significant diplomatic event, as heads of state, leaders of international organizations are convening here to review the commemoration and the parade.
The leaders are making full use of this time as they walk together to the Tiananmen rostrum, engaging in friendly chit-chat and conversations.
And today, the Tiananmen rostrum, steeped in the depths of history, will again witness new glory. It is a pretty long walk to ascend to the top of the Tiananmen rostrum.
"80 decades ago, World War II ended with over 100 million casualties among soldiers and civilians worldwide. Chinese casualties were more than 35 million. And today it's about commemorating the victory in that war, in the Chinese People's War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, as well as the World Anti-Fascist War. And now the leaders are arriving at that expansive viewing platform up on the Tiananmen rostrum.
And we understand that some of the veterans of the War of Resistance were given
Okay, I am back. Sorry for that
on top of the
delay.
rostrum. Crowds are
Oh,
welcoming.
yeah, thank you, Bad Lefty. Much appreciated. Glad to know that somebody noticed the effort I put into trying to pronounce those names right. Some of them were tough. Some of them were real tough. Not gonna lie.
International dignitaries. 100-year-old 94-year-old 100-year-old veteran from the Kuomintang.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this whole live stream. It's like 2 hours long. Almost to the second. The footage was pretty incredible, not gonna lie. China really knows how to do a military parade.
I have to have my China.
They have left us actually a litany of fine traditions. But if you look at the PLA today, you would find it so interesting to see that how small they were at that time and how ill-equipped they were at that time. But on the contrary, today, China is almost the opposite, right? China is having the largest armed force in the world, and in the moment, we're
Look
going
at
to
this
see
crowd.
all the modern weaponry and combat platforms. But still, this kind of fine traditions are basically in the heart and in the blood of our modern-day soldiers, because that really, really matter, for us, if you are going to another war. So you have to think of where you come from, right? And what kind of traditions are already placed in you. So these people basically are the very sources of a fine tradition.
How can remembering their sacrifices and contributions inspire values that are still relevant today? Professor Gao.
Well, I think they are the true Chinese nationals and our heroes. But allow me to mention,
China.
Behind these veterans, I also see those who fell on the battleground, who really sacrificed their lives for the Chinese nation. So I think we not only see these veterans who are the true representative of those heroes fighting against Japanese aggressors, but they are also representatives of all the millions of the Chinese soldiers who shed their blood, who sacrificed their life, and they too become the national heroes for the current generation of the Chinese nation and the future generations. And I think by honoring them, we honor ourselves, we honor our national history and our Chinese.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to keep skipping through this thing because, like I said, it's 2 hours long. There's no way. There's literally no way we are watching this whole thing. I'm sorry, chat. Sorry to disappoint you greatly. Just can't do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
We got to get the musical intro.
China.
Okay, is it just me, or is this military parade like Beijing Olympics level organized? I think it's out of control.
That's too much, man!
Like, oh my god. China does the Olympics better than us, and apparently military parades. I mean, the first 10 minutes of this thing makes the entirety of the military parade for Trump's birthday in DC, I mean, it just puts the entire thing to shame. Like, rather than having empty seats and just like empty parks that were supposed to be filled with people excited, like at Trump's pathetic military parade, you have thousands and thousands and thousands of people all lined up in perfect formation, waving flags and singing, and the fanfare is truly incredible, I gotta say. Okay, so China proves to us that they can sing for like 10-15 minutes. Yes, China, we know you can sing.
We're now watching live pictures from the Tiananmen Square.
My God.
An 80-gun salute is fired to mark the 80 years since the victory of the War of Resistance. The thunder of guns resembles roars of soldiers on the battleground. It is also like a song of triumph, sending time and space to tell our fallen heroes. China today is a great country with majestic mountains and rivers, and its people are full of pride and ambition.
Great changes have taken place over the 80 years from 1945 to 2025. Today, China is safeguarding world peace and contributing to the progress of human civilization with fearless strength and determination. The Great Wall symbolizes the unyielding spirit of the Chinese nation. This great nation never bows to any enemy or any force. Those who dare to invade us are doomed to crash into the iron Great Wall with bloodshed.
seen from the steadfast gaze of the honor guards. When their patriotism erupts like a volcano, there will be no insurmountable hurdles or unachievable feats.
Okay, we're just gonna keep going through some of this footage here real quick. We're certainly not gonna watch this whole thing. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
At the solemn moment today, the People's Armed Forces are ready for the inspection of General Secretary of the Communist Party of China's Central Committee, Chinese President, and Chairman of the Central Military Commission, Xi Jinping. They are also ready to be reviewed by the party and the people.
That's a lot of tanks. Actually, only some of them are tanks. Many of these are rocket launchers. These are like very similar to like United States like Javelin systems, stuff that like Israel's got, like Iron Dome type shit. I bet these cost a fucking fortune to build. Look at this. Display of military might. All I could think just now while watching Xi Jinping coming down in this car was, how bad does Donald Trump wish that he had thought of that for his parade? Why didn't I ride in a sweet car during my parade? Very, very stupid.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Missed opportunity. Pete, where's Pete? Somebody get me Pete right now. I need to talk to Pete about what the fuck went on there, pal. You're in charge of all of the Department of Defense stuff. Why didn't I get to ride in a cool car? Out the window? Out of the sunroof? That is so boss. Hey, what the hell? Okay, there we go. I've never seen that kind of car before. I think this must be some sort of Chinese luxury vehicle maker, like a Rolls-Royce, Bentley type of deal. Well, it gives me more Rolls-Royce vibes than Bentley vibes. But seriously, am I wrong? Donald Trump is like, he is seething at the White House. Seething after seeing that footage. Like, what in the it was my birthday, too. It was my birthday. It's not even Xi Jinping's birthday. What the hell?
How rude.
What in the actual hell? Nobody said, hey, Trump, you want to get in a car and drive down the tarmac? I would have said yes. I would have been like, yes, that's a great idea. But nobody told me that this wasn't even an option. Instead, I fell asleep like an aging octogenarian during the fireworks.
I'm staying in the race.
All right, let's see Xi Jinping traveling down the boulevard here past a bunch of nuclear warheads.
China. I have to have my China. China!
When President Xi's car rides past the troops, the soldiers shout, "Follow the party's command. Fight to win. Forge exemplary conduct. Justice will prevail. Peace will prevail. The people will prevail."
What I love most about this parade is the fact that they brought boats on land. They're like, fuck it. Let's put a bunch of boats on some transporters. Oh, God. The submarines, they got, the stealth boats here, gunboats. I mean, come on. No expense was spared in the making of this military parade. I wonder how long and how much this cost. Like, how long it took to prepare, and how much money was spent putting all of this together. There we go. China pulling out all of the stops in this military parade. Quite a display. On the streets of China's capital city. Okay, we're not going to watch any more of the parade. Let's just break some of this down. Starting with the Associated Press 2 days ago. All right, here's the BBC.
China's President Xi Jinping has said the world faces a choice of peace or war as he watched a huge parade of Chinese military might flanked by Russia's Vladimir Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un. It marks the first time the three leaders have been seen together. President Xi said that humanity was again faced with a choice of peace or war, and that common security could only be safeguarded when nations across the world treat each other as equals. Donald Trump has reacted to the meeting on social media, accusing the three presidents of conspiring against the US. The massive military parade commemorates 80 years since the formal surrender of the Japanese at the end of the Second World War. President Xi said his country is unstoppable and will never be intimidated by bullies as he unveiled China's arsenal of weapons, including nuclear missiles with global reach. Well, let's go live then to Beijing and my colleague Steve Lai, who's been covering these events. Steve, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Sally. It's been a real show of military might here in Beijing. We heard the sound of jets overhead where we are as the parade showcased China's military capabilities on land, in the air and at sea as well. Among the notable new weaponry we've seen are laser weapons, nuclear ballistic missiles and giant underwater drones. China has also been investing in artificial intelligence and autonomous weapons. One example is the AJX-002. It's a giant 60-foot underwater nuclear-capable drone. China's nuclear arsenal number in the hundreds of missiles. It still lags far behind those of Russia and the US, but it is rapidly increasing in size, and that is perhaps the point to keep in mind. Now, as you've mentioned, President Xi was joined by 26 heads of state at this military showcase, including Russia's President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un as well. Now, this is the first time Xi, Putin and Kim have met all together, and for more on the significance of that, let's go first to Stephen McDonald. He's in Beijing for us. Stephen, this event almost has even more significance on it because of the presence of Russia's leader Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, as well as other world leaders.
Yes, I mean, it's very interesting. There they are up on the podium, standing next to one another, watching this vast military parade. And it was interesting what you mentioned about Xi Jinping's comments, like sort of cryptic, speaking about the choices the world was facing now, whether to go down the road of war or peace. I mean, he didn't say which theatre of war he might be speaking about. Is he referring to existing conflicts or the possibility of a much worse, broader conflict from breaking out? I mean, he spoke about how China, in defeating Japan in World War II, had emerged as a much stronger country that feared nobody. And I suppose the message is, don't try to threaten us, because, you know, you can see all that weaponry coming through. But not only that, there he is with his allies, Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, and others, the leaders of Belarus, Pakistan, Iran, and more than 20 other leaders, including one NATO member, Slovakia, represented. Massive symbolism there today. But of course, in China, according to some ordinary people, it is a funny old image to be showing. I mean, China wants to be portraying itself as a modern, sophisticated country.
Okay. All right. Let's break down what this parade revealed about China's arms industry. Wall Street Journal from yesterday.
New weapons unveiled, like this intercontinental ballistic missile, over 100 aircraft, and more than 10,000 troops. The huge parade in the heart of Beijing marked President Xi Jinping's ambition to transform China from one of the world's biggest arms buyers into a maker of all the weapons it needs for itself, and an increasingly formidable exporter on target to hit $3.2 billion across dozens of countries. Analysts believe China's motivation for this huge expansion goes beyond the financial. Here's why. For much of its history, the People's Liberation Army, or PLA, relied on foreign military equipment, particularly from Russia, like this jet fighter. But in recent decades, Beijing has invested heavily in state-owned and private sector defence companies.
Self-reliance is a fundamental part of what China does in terms of military technological development. It needs to be able to supply equipment and capability very quickly to the Chinese military. And if it relies on a foreign country to do that, then the ability of the PLA to respond to any contingency effectively and efficiently and quickly is compromised.
The parade, to commemorate 80 years since the end of World War II following the surrender of Japan, fits Xi Jinping's modernization push.
For China, this is a question of prestige. Over the last 6 years, China has made a lot of inroads in a lot of areas of military technology, and so this parade is an opportunity for China to demonstrate the growing power of its defense industry.
China's defense imports have been steadily dropping, reaching its lowest point in the period of 2020 and 2024. At the same time, Beijing has emerged among the world's top 5 arms sellers. But China's share of the global arms market has so far failed to expand much further.
We said at the time, okay, China's moved very quickly into a strong position. We're likely to see China move into the top 2 or 3 exporters. But we haven't seen that because the scope of China's defense export customers is quite limited.
Chinese arms attract buyers in the global south for several reasons. The relatively low price, the wide range of products from drones to missile systems and military helicopters, fewer restrictions on how to use them compared to Western arms, and the many different ways of paying for the equipment.
China is able to sell its equipment to countries that have not much money, that don't have many options to buy from, perhaps because the US is not willing to sell to them. China is very adept at being able to sell military equipment for minerals, or in exchange for energy, or in exchange for gas, or in exchange for many other things. But it's not able to sell its military equipment to mature markets who have a strong defense industrial base and are active in procuring equipment from.
Yeah, but let's not forget that many of those countries who aren't buying from China are buying from the United States. And the United States, would be very offended if our friends stopped buying weapons from us. And that definitely plays into China's ability to sell weapons on the open market to Western countries and things like that.
US and Europe.
Chinese arms are also still widely perceived to be inferior to Western arms. Defense experts say Chinese weapons are largely untested in combat and suffer from quality and performance problems. Some analysts add the quality of the arms that China is exporting is not the same it provides to its own troops. But in May 2025, during a short confrontation between Islamabad and New Delhi, Pakistan's Chinese-made aircraft reportedly managed to down India's French-made military aircraft.
We still don't know really what happened. And so I take that with a pinch of salt. But what I would say is that as Chinese defense equipment has continued to increase in quality over the last 20 years, the quality that it exports has also increased, even though it's not a...
Yeah, and honestly, this moment was a huge marketing opportunity for China. Selling arms to other countries was a desire of theirs. This is basically a 2-hour-long ad for Chinese military manufacturing. Nadia Yvette Chambers over here with a super chat that is half in Mandarin. Trying to wage war against China will end up like the Flintstones trying to wage war against the Jetsons. Thank you, Nadia, for using your membership message highlight your 8 months. Very impressive level of galactic patronage. Okay, we are nearing the end of this stream, folks. We are 9 hours into this puppy. I'm going to do a few more videos here and wrap it up. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Donald Trump reacts to China's huge military parade.
China!
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to the US? And are you concerned at all about those countries trying to be some sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know, but China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all, no. And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it does.
I had a perfect phone call with Vlad the other day, and so that's probably, you know, very, very positive movement. China needs us, okay?
I have to have my China.
And I also have to have my China. Okay. Let's go here from yesterday, BBC News. Donald Trump says China, North Korea, and Russia are conspiring against the United States.
Fuck yeah!
Illegal.
What happened? The parentheses is a what? Oh, it was a translation, and YouTube censored you. What's new? YouTube censoring comments, even super chats and member message highlights. It's very rude.
How rude.
Rude but not shocking, as they are constantly doing that to us, aren't they?
Hello, I'm Lucy Hawkins. Good to have you with us on BBC News Now. Let's take you back to our top story this hour, to China. They have held a massive military parade in Beijing, the biggest ever, unveiling what appears to be a new arsenal of high-tech weapons, celebrating the end of the Second World War in Asia. Our China correspondent, Steve McDonnell, has the latest for us.
So the parade is over here and we are seeing traffic return to the streets of Beijing. It's not as busy as a normal working day yet, but the city's starting to get back to normal, and now it's a time to reflect on what this was all about. Now, naturally, it was a parade to mark the end of World War II in Asia. But the Chinese government has also used it to show off its latest military kit. We've seen jets, helicopters, tanks, armoured cars, underwater drones, lasers, intercontinental ballistic missiles. For this reason, some have questioned the event and said, really, should we be worried that this country might start using these weapons as it flexes its muscles on the world stage? Xi Jinping would say, no, you shouldn't be worried because this is actually peace through strength. Well, that's his argument anyway. Then there's the political aspect of this. China's leader, with these other world leaders, including the likes of Kim Jong-un from North Korea and Vladimir Putin from Russia. Now, he's accused of being a war criminal after invading Ukraine, and yet there they all are. It's a kind of challenge to the West, saying we don't care about your sanctions, we can gather like this. And the argument would be that the West's influence is in decline because of the collapse of the leadership of the United States under Donald Trump. The US is going it alone, it's putting tariffs on its allies. Here's Xi Jinping with a message of stability. You can rely on this country, and maybe it would be appealing to other countries. And yet others would say that really what Xi Jinping is doing is offering support to other authoritarian leaders. They might not mind though. There they all are up on Tiananmen Gate watching the parade going through. And yet some in China have also questioned, is this how their country should be portrayed to the rest of the world? Military parades in this day and age? Isn't it something out of the Cold War? What about the new China, the China of ideas? Whatever happened to that?
China!
And yet others, of course, especially those with a bit more of a nationalist bent, might love it. They might think, you know, people used to walk all over us. Now China fears no one, and look at all that equipment. Of course, for the Chinese government, if the worst from all of this is that others would fear them, maybe they'd take that, because one of the key messages from today is that you can't push China around anymore.
Steve McDonald there in Beijing. President Trump, of course, not at the parade. He's made his views clear, though, on social media, talking about how many Americans died in China's quest for victory and glory. Let's have a look at this post on Truth Social, where he said President Xi and the wonderful people of China have a great and lasting day of celebration. But then he...
The big question to be answered is whether or not President Xi of China will mention the massive amount of support and quote-unquote blood that the United States, I love how it's in quotation marks, blood, not blood, but blood, that the United States of America gave to China in order to help it to secure its, all caps, freedom from a very unfriendly foreign invader. Who is Donald Trump talking about? Japan? Fascinating. I don't think that's why we invaded Japan, but okay. Many Americans died in China's quest for, quote, victory and capital G glory. I hope they are rightfully capital H honored and capital R remembered for their capital B bravery and capital S sacrifice. May President Xi and the wonderful people of China have a great and lasting day of celebration. Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America. All caps, President Donald J. Trump. He sounds a little salty. This is just me, but it does seem like the president's a little upset. Maybe A, that he didn't get the invite, but B, that China would outdo him in military parades. But yeah, it's weird how he's like, please give my warmest regards as you conspire. Very nastily conspire. Say hello to everybody. It's like it's like it's like when, you know, like your significant other calls, you're at a party and did not invite them. Bad plan to start off with, but awful. Weak. You know, you're there, you're having fun, you're having a great time, you're laughing it up, you're palling it up, drinking, whatever it might be. And then you get that phone call, or in 2025, probably a text. Saying, where the fuck are you? Oh, you're at a party. Oh, really? Oh, are you at the pool? Are you having a good time? Oh, good. Oh, really? Brad and Jenica are there. Oh, good. Oh, would you? Oh, tell them. Oh, say hello to them while you're having fun without me. You know, like that's basically the tenor of this fucking tweet. It's like, oh, great. I'm glad you're having that great military parade. Say hi to all of our friends with that. So rude.
How rude.
The post by saying, please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America. The Kremlin's responded, saying that Mr. Trump's comments were probably an ironic joke. Let's speak to Naomi Lim now, White House reporter at the Washington Examiner. Lots of different views on what exactly it is President Trump meant in this social media post. Naomi, what do you think? What are others saying?
So I have asked the White House for clarification on it because it is a little bit different from what we heard him say in the Oval Office yesterday. a BBC colleague of yours actually asked him, whether he is worried that China is setting itself up as a sort of, another option in terms of leadership in the world. And he downplayed the concerns. He sort of said, no, he doesn't believe that is the case. In fact, China needs the US, whether it's economically, particularly as the tariff war and trade deals are ongoing. And so I think that, there's this sort of, approach to foreign policy within the Trump administration that I think they're still figuring out, because we even saw in the Oval Office yesterday, I assumed going into the day that they would try to, portray strength or something like that to, create this political split screen from what we've been seeing all weekend from.
There you go. Donald Trump, I think he's more disturbed by this parade than he's letting on. For so many reasons. I mean, he didn't get to ride in a limousine with his head out the sunroof like Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping bringing his two good pals, Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un, together without him. Also, now that I think about it, aside from the parade itself dwarfing the DC birthday parade of Donald's, one thing that I'm just now realizing is that Xi Jinping, with this parade and the stated goal of this parade, are in fact threatening Donald Trump's desire for the Nobel Peace Prize. China essentially saying, don't look to the United States and instead look to China for peace, okay? Trump's not going to get it done, but we will get the peace. And he's like, what? Peace? What do you know about peace, Xi Jinping? I know all about, I'm the best peace guy ever, okay? Best peace. People say, sir, look, you have shown so much greatness with things like the Iran strike and with the Yemeni strikes on the group chats and all of that. And with giving Israel all these you're such a great peace doer. Why is China... It's very nasty of China to do that. And I say, you know what? You are 100% right. 200% tariffs on China. All right. Final video of the night. Let's go here to CNN from 2 days ago in North Korea and talk about that seaside resort that's in North Korea. We've taken a glimpse at this in the past. It's quite the spectacle. Ooh, by the way, I forgot to do this. You all deserve one of these.
Inside, a rare look at North Korea. Kim Jong-un opening his regime to a handful of tourists, allowing them to visit a new beach resort, and now they're sharing what they saw. Will Ripley is out front.
North Korea wants the world to see this as its Waikiki, miles of white sand, brand new hotels, but one big difference, it's nearly empty. So far, no Western or Chinese tourists are allowed here. Just a handful of Russians, including Daria Zhukova and her friend. There were no other foreigners apart from us. 15 people, she says. They were in the first group of foreigners allowed to visit the Wonsan Kalma Beach Resort on North Korea's east coast. Strict COVID rules still apply. North Korea, always isolated, has yet to truly reopen. Daria says they basically had the whole place to themselves. The resort is divided into domestic and international zones. Russian tourists are not allowed to mingle with everyday North Koreans, essentially keeping the foreigners in a bubble. The only North Koreans they met were staff, always close by, always watching. And in the capital, Pyongyang,
it's super weird that North Korean civilians aren't allowed to come to their own resort. Come on.
Come on! In consumer culture, with a North Korean twist. A posh cafe serving $8 mochas, the layout and logo just like Starbucks Reserve. A furniture store staged almost like IKEA, with nearly identical products.
Doesn't get
I'm sure
more
that's just a
American than
coincidence.
French fries and milkshakes.
I remember eating at a fast food place in Pyongyang. The packaging, a lot like McDonald's, minus the golden arch. I also visited their version of the Apple Store, smartphones selling for hundreds of dollars.
People wouldn't expect to see this kind of thing here in North Korea. 1, 2, 3.
Of course, most North Koreans don't live like the privileged class in the capital and along the coast.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Swedish visitor Johan Nylander and his son ran in this year's Pyongyang Marathon, the only time Western tourists were allowed in the capital since COVID.
Were you surprised to see all of that, given how isolated North Korea has been?
Oh man, when you go to North Korea, you will be surprised by so many things. I was surprised by the amount of Western brands, that mobile phones are everywhere.
He says these days, mobile payments with QR codes are standard in a nation cut off from international banking. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un wants his country to appear world-class, open for business. But for almost all outsiders, the doors remain.
Yes, that's right. The doors still remain closed to basically everyone. Quite a lot of effort went into making this thing. And it seems very underutilized. Feels very ghost towny to me. Could be fun if it was, I guess, less restricted in its use cases. All right. Well, we made it through 9 hours and 15 minutes. Whoopsies. Ow. Well, we made it through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphe and Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, and HBX. That's right, everyone. All of these people that you see here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. That's right, 10 cents a day. Get you a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Mr. President, as I think everyone...
All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Now, time to take a load off, a little relaxation, a little galactic R&R, the ever obligatory, super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream for you.
The agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept of giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair win. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people are saying, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who think, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the President and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline on it, from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that the majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the president and the Republicans should be defeated. Mr. President, included in the agreement are a number of business tax cuts. And I'm not going to be here to say that some of them may not work. Some of them may work. Some of them will work better than others. There are a whole list of them. But this is what I will say. Economists on both ends of the political spectrum believe that if we are serious about addressing the horrendous economic crisis that we're in now, 9.8% unemployment, that there are far more effective ways of creating the jobs that we have to create than those tax proposals. With corporate America already sitting on close to $2 trillion cash on hand. It's not that our friends in corporate America don't have any money. We've got to help them. They've got $2 trillion cash on hand. The problem is not, in my view, that corporate taxes are too high. It is that the middle class simply doesn't have the money to purchase the goods and products that make our economy go and create jobs. So I think that if our goal is to create the millions and millions of jobs that we need, and if our goal is to make our country stronger internationally in a very tough global economy, I would much prefer, and I think most economists would agree with me, that a better way to do that, to create the millions of jobs we've got to create, is to invest heavily in our infrastructure. Now, the truth is, and I don't think anyone disputes this, the infrastructure in the United States is crumbling. I'll go into more detail about that later. Got some very good information on it. But, you know, you don't have to be a civil engineer to know that. All you have to do is get in your car today and drive someplace. And in my state and all over this country, what you are going to see roads that are in disrepair. You're going to see bridges that in some cases have actually been shut down. You're going to see water systems. I remember, Mr. President, I was in Rutland, Vermont, the second or third largest city in the state of Vermont. And the mayor there showed me a piece of pipe. It's very funny. It's an old pipe. And he said, you know, the engineer who helped develop this water system and laid this pipe, he went off, after he did this work for Rutland, he went off to fight in the war. And I knew there was a catch line coming. I said, well, what war was that? And he said it was the Civil War. So you're talking about water pipe being laid in Rutland, Vermont, and this is true all over the United States, laid in the Civil War. And the result is we lose an enormous amount of clean water every day through leaks, water pipes bursting every day, all over the United States of America. Well, we can put people to work, improving our water system, our wastewater plants. Very expensive proposition to develop good wastewater plants. I was a mayor, you were a governor. It is an expensive proposition. Roads, bridges. Furthermore, Mr. President, I don't have to tell anybody here, our rail system, which used to be the greatest rail system in the world, is now falling way behind every other major country on earth. In Vermont, as a result of the stimulus package, which did a whole lot of very good things in the state of Vermont, one of the things we're able to do is use $50 million of federal fund, private money, to make major repairs on one of our important railways in the state. But we remain far behind most other countries around the industrialized world. China is exploding in terms of the number of high-speed rail lines that they have. We have got to do better. Our airports need work. Our air controllers need to be updated in terms of the technology they use to make our flights safe. And the point here is that what most economists would tell you is, A, when you invest in infrastructure, you got a bigger bang for the buck, you create more jobs for your investment than in most instances giving a variety of tax breaks to the corporate world. And second of all, and not unimportantly, when you invest in infrastructure, you are improving the future of this country. You're making us more productive. It's not just creating jobs, it's creating jobs for a very specific purpose, which makes our nation more productive and efficient. And thirdly, let me tell you something as a former mayor, infrastructure does not get better if you ignore it. You know, you could turn your back if you're a mayor or a governor on the road, on the highways, because you don't have the money to fix them today. They ain't going to get better next year. At some point, they're going to have to be repaired and fixed, and we may as well do that right now. So I believe that the money, the very substantial sums of money in this agreement between the president and the Republicans, which goes into tax breaks for corporate America, could be much better spent, more effectively spent on the infrastructure. Point I want to make in opposition to this agreement is that what we have heard from the president and others is that, look, this is a compromise. You can't get everything you want. You can't get everything what you want around here. That's true. But one of the examples of the compromise is an extension of unemployment benefits for 13 months. Well, let me be very, very clear. In the midst of a serious and major recession, at a time when millions of our fellow Americans are not only out of work through no fault of their own, but they have been out of work for a very, very long time. It would be, in my view, immoral and wrong to turn our backs on those workers. Their unemployment benefits are going to be running out soon, and it is absolutely imperative that we extend those unemployment benefits for the 2 million workers who would lose them. But here's the point that I want to make, Mr. President. Some people say that this is a compromise. Well, the Republicans gave on unemployment, the president gave on extending tax breaks for the rich, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the point. I don't believe, honestly, that the Republican support now for extending unemployment benefits really constitutes much of a compromise. Because the truth of the matter is that for the past 40 years, under both Democratic and Republican administrations, under the leadership in the Senate and the House of Democrats or Republicans, it has been bipartisan policy that whenever the